Cup heads back to the Clark International Speedway this weekend, August 20. But before we get into all the excitement of what's coming up, let's take a look back in our rearview mirror to see what happened in the last leg. In the promotional class in race number 1, that was won by Julia de Los Angeles, girl power, from the Avengers Racing Team. In the sporting class, it was won by Joaquin Garrido, and he's from Toyota Autos Avengers Racing Team as well. And then the Garbus brothers, well, they were there in second and third place. But in the super sporting class, which is the most hotly contested version of the Vios Cup, it was won by John Dizon. This young guy is making a lot of waves, also from the Avengers Racing Team. Then it was Inigo Anton. We call him Young Gun because he's also a very up-and-coming, very promising race car driver. And then in third place we had Daryl De Leon from Toyota Marilao. Into race number 2, it was led by Ian Rosales from Toyota Team Cebu, Alan Palacios also from Toyota Team Cebu in second place, and Fabio Ide, who was promoted from the celebrity class into the promotional class, took third spot there for the Toyota Gazoo Racing team. In the sporting class, we had race 2. It was won by, again, Joaquin Garrido of Avengers Racing Team, followed by Euro and Daryl Garbus, second and third place respectively. Super sporting class for race number 2, it was dominated by Gerard Loy, and that was a very awesome race. Right behind him was Red Diwa, trying to get into that top spot, but just ran out of steam towards the end. And then it's that name again, Inigo Anton. Watch out for that young gun. He's going to make waves racing for sure. Also, in race number 3 for the promotional class, it was won by Alain Alzona, Alan Palacios in second, Ian Rosales in third, and there's also Lechon around because that's 2 from Team Cebu, and that's pretty great stuff. We had sporting class, race number 3 was won by Troy Montero, yes, another celebrity who was upgraded or promoted into the sporting class, and this guy won that race. It was fantastic. Roy Sarmiento took second place, while Joaquin Garrido took the third spot. Then it was over to super sporting, and here goes John Dizon again. This guy from the Avengers Racing Team is making absolute headlines here in the paddock. Inigo Anton dipping right there at his heels from Toyota North EDSA, and Daryl De Leon in third place. And then of course we have our media autocross promotional, which was won by Pablo Salapantan, and then we have our sporting leader cross, which was won by Jan Lacuna. Promotional celebrity autocross, Benedict Kua won that one, and in the sporting celebrity autocross, it was Gino Tillamore in first place. So that's where we all stand right now with the Vios Cup. Make sure you head to Clark International Speedway. Entrance is free. Everyone's welcome. It's a great family affair, and let's see how this all pans out. See you at the racetrack.
Imagine a life where mobility opens up roads to countless possibilities, where you and your loved ones experience the thrill and joy of moving together, where you get to enjoy the important things and not worry about the little things. This is life with Toyota. And now, you don't have to imagine. Your access to a new world of mobility has finally arrived. Get ready to elevate your life with a new My Toyota app. Available on Android and iOS, My Toyota now comes with added features to level up your driving experience, anytime, anywhere. By signing up with your personal My Toyota account, you're just a few clicks away from a wide range of useful tools. Want access to a Toyota showroom no matter where you are? With a virtual showroom, you can now explore Toyota's lineup on the go. You can even build your Toyota and find your perfect match. Book a service for your car's regular maintenance with so much ease and time saved. Or check your repair status right on your device. Do it in just a few taps. Adding accessories to your car? Simply add to cart with us to make sure you're getting the right one. See our range of available service packages and take your picks right away. You can even renew your insurance quickly for that added peace of mind. Want to trade in your car? You can inquire at your nearest dealer. You can even check listings of Toyota's certified used vehicles. Get in touch with your nearest Toyota dealership in just a few clicks. Encountered a problem on the way? Access our roadside emergency assistant and be connected with your service providers. Make payments easier by choosing from available payment options and soon experience greater payment convenience with My Toyota Wallet. Stay on top of the latest promos, announcements, and other important reminders. Do all these and more with Toyota's one app for all the things you need to make car ownership and maintenance more convenient, easier, and more fulfilling. The new My Toyota app. Life with Toyota made happier in a tap. Download My Toyota app today. For more information, visit www.toyota.com.ph/mytoyota.
Times you need to brave the roads. For this, you need engine protection. So that you spend less on car maintenance and more for your family. That's why we made Petron XES. It gives enhanced power, optimal fuel efficiency, and excellent engine protection. No wonder it's the most widely used gasoline in the country.
We know!
Petron XES, the fuel that knows you. Alam naming napapalaban ka sa layo ng binabiyahe mo.
Obstruction ahead. Rerouting.
Kaya namin ginawa ang Petron XES. Nagbibigay ito ng enhanced power, optimal fuel efficiency, at excellent engine protection. Kaya ito ang most widely used gasoline in the country.
We know!
Petron XES, the fuel that knows you. We know there are times you need to drive hard. That's why we made Petron XES. It gives enhanced power, optimal fuel efficiency, and excellent engine protection. No wonder it's the most widely used gasoline in the country.
We know!
Petron XES, the fuel that knows you.
Tignan mo ang iyong mga napagdaanan. Sa bawat pagbagsak, at araw-gabing pagsusumikap, nalagpasan mo lahat ng takot at pagdududa. Maniwala ka lang, dahil ang lakas ay likas sa puso at pagkatao mo. Ang mga pangarap ngayon ay abot kamay. Malayo na ang narating natin. Hindi na tayo pabibitin. Tuloy-tuloy tayong aangat. Kasama ang Petron. Sa Petron, panalo ang Pilipino.
Are you a Toyota owner or dreaming of becoming one? Experience the thrill and joy of moving together with a new My Toyota mobile app. Download now and enter our virtual showroom anytime, anywhere. Book service appointments, avail of car care products and upgrade packages. Inquire with your dealers and get customer assistance. Get quick access to genuine products and quality services. Keep your Toyota at its best. The new My Toyota app. Life with Toyota. Made happier in a tap. Download My Toyota PH on Apple App Store or Google Play or visit toyota.com.ph/mytoyota to know more.
Ambition. It's not a destination, nor a finish line. It's a never-ending race. To be better than last week, than yesterday, than a mere second ago. A race against your very being. Your doubts, your fears, your limits, against the very nature of things, against even Mother Nature herself, ambition. It's the big things, and the small things, and the everythings. Ambition. It isn't somewhere you arrive. It's what you keep racing towards. To push, push, push. To the extremes. To race, race, race. Where the unexpected happens. Between the split seconds, that's when you find the limit. That's our ambition. So you too can race yours.
Good morning and welcome to Clark International Speedway for the second leg of the longest running premier racing series, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron, together with other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, OMP, Tuason Racing, ABT, 3M, Rota, My Toyota Wallet, Kinto One. And now please welcome your hosts, James Deacon and Gabby Deliversen, joined by your pitmaster, John Sulin.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome down to the Clark International Speedway for the second leg of the Toyota Vios Cup Racing Cup 2022. It is absolutely hot out here, and it's going to only get hotter and hotter, not just in temperature, but in action as well, Gab.
Yes, magandang umaga mga kaibigan! Did you miss us?
Woohoo!
Yes, I think you missed us because we missed you. So it's been a little over a month since the last leg, but here we are on our second leg with race 5 and 6 on its way.
Yeah!
You know, good morning to everyone tuned in. Good morning, James and Gab. I don't know, the atmosphere here is different ngayong leg 2. It's tense because some would argue na leg 2 is the most important leg because those who built a big gap in the first leg, they can extend that and end it here sometimes, or those who fell behind can bridge it, and that's why we guarantee you it gets better with every leg. But James, Gab, it's not just the race that's fun in this weekend, in this day of the Vios Cup. We got a lot of other activities, fun and exciting, going on around the track. And now it's time to check in with all of those. For that, we welcome our crowd correspondent, Kuya Darbs.
Great to be back here in the Philippines.
What's up, Kuya Darbs?
Magandang umaga, Pilipinas. It's great to be back here in the Philippines. Kuya Darbs right here in this space right now in International Speedway, Clark Speedway, which we're going to be joined in the second leg of TGR Vios Cup. Magandang umaga sa inyo, Jot, Gab, and James. Now, my friends, we're going to be joined later by the GR Yaris coming from the parade. Pero, gusto nyo ba pumunta na tayo sa exciting part? Don't worry, I got you. The car behind me is called GR86. This actually took 10 years for it to have another refresh. Kung nakikita nyo yung nakikita ko ngayon, my friends, you could literally say it's worth the wait. But you don't have to take my word for it. What I want you to do is come here, join me, and check this bad boy personally kasi makikita nyo kung gaano kaangas ang bagong GR86. My friends, nandito tayo ngayon sa event center at dito sa activity center is our sponsor, Bridgestone. At makikita mo dun sa dulo is Petron Treats where you can grab snacks. Pwede ka din kumuha ng pangmalamig dyan just in case naiinitan ka. And of course, in that corner right there is Brembo. Now, you might be wondering, Kuya Darbs, ano ba tong stage sa likod ko? My friends, this is the stage wherein it's gonna be awarding yung mga favorite mo pagkatapos ng each race. So you have to make sure you come here para isupport mo sila. Okay? Ito, gusto mo ba ng pro tip? My friends, kita mo ba tong passport? You have to make sure na dapat itag or may stamp ito para magkaroon ka ng exclusive merchandise coming from TGR Vios Cup 2022. And of course, you'll see more of me later kasi magbablog ako, so you have to make sure i-ready mo na yung hugot mo, okay? Now, make sure to watch us, stick around. Real Talk Darbs up. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Kuya Garbs. Kuya Darbs is going to be doing this great. I love what he does out there.
Yes.
Because he's going to get the. He's going to do the pulse check of the crowd out there. But we appreciate also the walkthrough, Kuya Darbs, and the all-new Toyota 86, ladies and gentlemen, an absolute stunner. We waited 10 years for this. I was there during the last launch. That's my age. 10 years waiting for. You're handing me the new mic? Okay, 10 years we've been waiting for this all-new Toyota 86, so it's time to put that wait to an end and get to meet the all-new 86 up close. And so let's get it led by the fleet, and it will be led by the all-new 86 and the rest of the GR lineup. Bring them on! These are, for me, the real stars of the show today.
Woo!
Course, the live models that we have walking in front of the car. Gab, you were there as well, weren't you, in Subic?
Yes,
10 years ago?
2012, and I remember it was, oh man, the talk of town. I remember driving that car. Ooh, it gave me goosebumps.
You know, this every now and again, and in this case, every 10 years, an icon is born. And this is why it takes so long for the rebirth, because it really does set a new standard. And in this case, it set a previous standard for sports cars because it brought back the old school. And I think this is where people really fell in love with the car. The rear-wheel drive, the very mechanical feel. This was back to basics in a way that only Toyota could perfect that formula.
Yes, and this time, you know, it punches with a bigger engine, 2.4.
2.4 liter, yes. It's all grown up now.
Yeah, and the new GR, 86 GR is actually the one where in the tent where Darbs was coming from earlier. So for those of us who are here at the Clark International Speedway, you can go ahead and check him out. Over there, I went there earlier, and boy, it was magnificent.
Woo!
Just
yes.
look at the front end now. It almost looks like it's smiling. That big, the new face of the car, it looks absolutely stunning. It still has that roadster look, the long bonnet, and then that short overhang on the rear. Oh my God, this is love in metal. This is absolutely
love
beautiful.
On wheels.
But you know
right
what?
there.
Let's not forget, behind it is, of course, the rest of the GR lineup. We got the GR Yaris over here. This is the hottest hatch you can get right now. The waiting list on this car is crazy.
Actually, I kind of tried. You know, I've been trying still. It's that beautiful that you just want to have it.
You know, everybody's been trying to pull strings with our friends at Toyota to bump them up that waiting list for the GR Yaris. But you see, even Sir Elvin is not looking. He's like,
he's like,
because he doesn't want to be put in that position because everyone's asking to be bumped up on the list. And also, you can see the rest of the GR lineup there. We've got the Vios and the Altis as well. We've got the Corolla Cross Hybrid is already in a GR format. We got the Hilux, and now, of course, we got the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup cars right behind us over here. So you can see the whole how it is all trickling down, right, Judd?
Yeah.
I mean, you started there here on the racetrack, and you breathe. It's born here. The GR is born on the racetrack, and then it finds its way into the showrooms.
And you know, you just see how this is a spectacle for me every single time we're out here on the track when the cars line up, because it's the calm before the chaos that we all enjoy.
Oh yes, it is. And you know, these aren't just racers. These are the people that are testing also the car. This is what happens, and 10 years from now we get a new car. So they race for a better DNA of future cars.
That's exactly right. And for Toyota, it's a matter of making even better cars, because we all know that they make the best cars out there. So how do you improve on that? Well, you just make them even better. So you set the Toyota standard and then you level up from there. And that's what this is all about.
Yeah, that's why we say that here in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, we are engineering Toyota's future DNA.
Exactly.
And you know, when you talk about a factory of ideas, a racetrack, and Gab, you'll attest to this, it fast tracks everything. If you're going to do research and development, do it on a racetrack, and it really pumps out the best ideas and it filters them out. Which ones work, which ones don't, because you're putting them through extreme testing.
Yes, definitely. We're pushing them through the limit.
Yep, and that's how they engineer Toyota's DNA, because now the excitement is injected back. Now we've got all the cars here already behind us, so let's bring out the drivers and let's meet them one by one. And while they're making their way out of their cars over here, we just want to make sure that everyone understands why this is so significant with the all-new 86, because it has taken one whole decade for it's not a facelift, it's an all-new model, for this transformation to happen. You don't just rebuild an icon in 1 year or 2 years. It takes a whole decade. It's got the all-new GR, has a 2.4 engine. Of course, it's a complete total revamp and facelift there, and they focus on the improved design and, of course, better driver features, as if it really needed them. But that's Toyota for you. They don't wait till you need them. They just give it to you before you even ask.
That is exactly true. And of course, we are having for the track as the Supra as our pace car.
You know, James and Gab, it's really another reason why you always have to tune into the Vios Cup, because you never know what surprise they're going to get. For our viewers, they're very lucky that they're getting a peek at the all-new 86. It's going to be available very, very soon, but this is a sneak peek that you get just by tuning into the TGR Vios Cup.
Yeah, you could only see it here.
Yes, because it's August 26 pa, malayo. Well, not malayo, but it's not today. So you are getting an exclusive. And it's not just a peek, because you're peeking at it here. If you want to actually touch it, you want to actually sit in it, you want to smell it, you want to get really close, we have them on display over there in the main tent, as well as the GR Yaris.
We could drool over those cards,
And
ladies
by the way,
and
these
gentlemen.
are also now available with a 6-speed automatic transmission. A lot of people have been asking about that with the previous model. This one comes with a 6-speed automatic transmission, and it's available in 7 striking colors. Ignition red is the one that we see for the parade cars. So now that our drivers are all here, let's introduce them one by one. But before that, of course, there's something more important, right? Take it away, Gab.
All right. So, next up to lead our drivers is for the Oath of Sportsmanship. Please welcome Assistant Vice President of Marketing Services Department, Mr. Elvin Luciano.
Right. Vios Cup drivers, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear and agree to abide, adhere, and uphold all rules and regulations which has been set forth by the Automobile Association of the Philippines and the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, to practice good and fair sportsmanship behavior at all times. So help me God.
All right, thank you very much, Sir Elvin. The oath of sportsmanship has been undertaken. This means they are now already officially ready to race. So, Jut, why don't we get to introduce, first up, the promotional drivers.
All right, here are your stars on the track today. Drivers, we ask that when we call on your name, please enjoy your moment, step forward, let everyone bask in your glory. We start with Car number 18 from Toyota Team Cebu, Jaron Messina. All right, Jaron. From car number 69, Toyota Team Cebu, Ian Rosales. Car number 19, from Alzona Racing Team, Toyota General Santos, Alain Alzona.
Car 61. Sorry, you're losing.
Car number 61, TSJ Avengers Racing Team, Julia de Los Angeles.
Woohoo!
Car number 44, Toyota Team Cebu, Alan Palacios. Car number 5, Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines, Fabio Ide. Car number 7, Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines, Daniel Matsunaga. Car number 66, from ODR Racing Team, Jay Lau. Car number 88 from JBT Racing, Toyota San Fernando, Romel Guevara. Car number 36 from JBT Racing, Toyota San Fernando, Bong Garbes. And wrapping up the promotional class, car number 86 from IGWT JAV Racing Team, number 86, Teddy Javines.
Two.
These are your racers in promotional class.
Class photo for the promotional class. And don't forget, promotional drivers and all the other drivers who we call up, you're going to have one final class photo at the end of this, all classes combined. So don't go anywhere too far. Next up
is the sporting class racers.
Thank you, promotional class. We need you off the green line. Fabio?
Yeah, they're talking strategy right now. All right, let us go back to the sporting class racers. First up, number 63, Toyota Otis Avengers Racing Team, Joaquin Garrido. All right. And we have number 76, JBT Racing Toyota San Fernando, Darrell Garbes. Woo! And we have a female racer, number 73, JBT Racing Toyota Isabella Myla Olivia. And we have a son from the Garbes family, number 21, JBT Racing Toyota San Fernando, Giro Garbes. Now ang crush ng bayan, number 6, Toyota Gazoo Racing Philippines, Troy Montero. Then we have number 27, RMS Cars Racing Team, Roy Sarmiento. Then we have number 45, Toyota Balintawak Avengers Racing Team, Miguel Quinones. Then from Toyota Team Cebu, number 95, Russell Cabrera. Then we have another female racer, number 13, from Toyota North EDSA Avengers Racing Team, Elise Menorca. Woohoo! And there you have it. That's our lineup for the sporting class. It's time for the class photo.
Class photo.
Let's get the Toyota models. Let's get those banners up. And they are pumped.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's your sporting class. Thank you very much, guys. If our photographers say it's okay, you are now excused from the green line. Go over there to the main arc because we will call you again for a class photo with all the classes combined. And now we move over to the super sporting class, starting off with car number 81, JBT Racing Team, Toyota Isabella Red Diwa. And now from Toyota Team Cebu, car number 43, Lord Senyo. Car number 33 from Toyota North EDSA Avengers Racing Team. He is the young gun, Inigo Anton. Followed by the R Racing Team, car number 99, our proven race winner as well, Gerard Loy. And we have from Toyota Marilao Avengers Racing Team, another young gun, car number 12, Daryl Taylor. And we have car number 41 from the Avengers Racing Team. It is John Dizon. And last up, we have car number 55 from the R Racing Team, Brian Coe. And there are your super sporting drivers. Let's get our models back for the official photo. This is a class photo for the super sporting class, after which we will ask them to join the other racers and have one big class photo for all three classes combined.
Woo! And there you have it.
That's it, ladies. You have now met the drivers, and you are now, but we are ready to start all the action very, very soon. Let's just wait for the photographers to get their mark. Okay, let's go.
Yes, it's a bright and beautiful day. It's time to get the racers on.
All right, so you have met all the racers. We wish them all a very good luck out there as they're gonna put, like you said, it's round number 2. Everything has got it's just getting more and more tense, and we're gonna be covering it for you corner by corner, minute by minute, gear change by gear change. You won't miss a thing, so stay with us. We're gonna be excusing ourselves in just a bit.
Yep.
Gonna leave you with Jut.
We'll see you later. We'll see you guys.
See you in a bit.
Thank you, James and Gab, and we thank also all of you guys. We thank our drivers. We wish all of them luck, drive fast but safe. And for all of us watching the action who will be monitoring every turn of the Vios Cup, well, let's enjoy it. But you do know, right, that there are 3 races every leg of the Vios Cup. So yesterday, we already had 1 race in leg 2, and that means that the grid we'll be seeing later on is the reverse of the results of yesterday. So just a quick mention of those who won the races yesterday. In promotional class, it was Julia de Los Angeles taking the top podium. In sporting class, Russell Cabrera took it. And in super sporting, Gerard Loy came out victorious. But like we said, it's a 3-race weekend. The points are piling up. There's already some separation between the drivers from the first leg. That's how important, this second leg will be. Because for those who fell behind in leg 1, what we were saying, James and Gab and I earlier, is that if you fell behind in leg 1 and you don't make up for it here in leg 2, then it's going to be tough moving forward to get to leg 3. But we have so many talented, incredible drivers here in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. And we expect every third leg, every final race to be ultra competitive. And you can just expect that it's going to be a competition, a fiery one here in leg 2. And we ask you to please join us. We promise you we're going to be giving you a lot of entertainment, a lot of thrill, and fast, beautiful, incredibly built cars from Toyota Motors Philippines. Thank you guys for tuning in. And also, aside from, of course, James and Gab will be taking you through the action later on, I'll be checking in with you from the pit lane, talking to the drivers every after race. Every now and then, we need some news from them. And Kuya Darbs, don't forget about Kuya Darbs roaming the Clark International Speedway. He's sure to be bringing in a lot of fun into this broadcast as well. But you guys make it. You guys make the show. So let us know, what do you guys think? Who do you think will come out victorious in races 5 and 6 of the TGR Vios Cup 2022? The comment box down below is still very much open to all of your thoughts, comments, to all of your cheers. So please hit the comment section. Let us know who you think will come out victorious. And in just a bit, these cars you see behind me, they'll be blazing through the track, trying to outduel each other. We mention this every leg. That first gun start where the engines are revving, there's no thrill quite like it. We can't wait. We can't wait. Right now, The drivers are getting their class photo in. It's that moment where it's not really a competition yet, but that's gonna change in maybe about 10 minutes. It's all fun games and a lot of siblinghood here on the track. These guys, believe me, these racers are fans of each other. But when they are inside their own cars, off to their top speed on the track, nah, it's just competition at that moment. But that's what we enjoy about the TGR Vios Cup. We know you enjoy the action, but the camaraderie between these drivers is something to also note. So we're going to be seeing a lot of those. Later on also, we'll have the autocross. Our friends from the media, some guys, you know, our celebrity influencers will also be involved in the autocross challenge. And also, maybe some of your friends in the GT Cup, where we had competition in different Toyota dealerships nationwide. And those who are the best of the best get to come out here to the Clark International Speedway to try their talents on the actual track. Do watch out for that too. Maybe you get the chance to join us here in the TGR Vios Cup maybe next year. Who knows? It's such a fun weekend here over at Clark every time you have the Vios Cup, and we want you to be every bit a part of it. And stick with us. Like we said, a lot of action going out. We'd like to thank everyone who are tuned in. Sit back, relax. We also want to say to those who are joining us here in the grandstand or in and around the Clark International Speedway, please, just be mindful. Just don't forget to practice our health and safety protocols. All right, thank you so much. Good luck to our drivers. Drive fast and drive safe. We'll check in with you later.
Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron, together with other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, OMP, Tuazon Racing, ABT, 3M, Rota, My Toyota Wallet, Kinto One. To our guests, please practice the safety protocols. We're also used by now. Wear your masks, keep a safe distance, wash your hands frequently, and stay safe, everybody. To our online viewers, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Send your love and support to your favorite racers by sending us messages on our live stream. 2022 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup.
Much for those sponsors. As you can see, nandito ako ngayon sa grandstand for us to see the bird's eye view of the race. I can feel the energy. Grabe. Pati yung energy ng araw, feel na feel ko. But you know what, guys? Gusto kong malaman ng energy, hindi lang ng energy ko, but ang energy din ng mga tao dito sa grandstand. Kasama ko ngayon si AJ De La Cruz. Yan. Is this your first time watching the race?
Yes, Kuya Darbs. First time.
Super first time. So how's your experience so far, brother, sa first time mo?
Masaya kasi makakapanood ako ng Vios Cup.
Makakanood ka. Patingin nga ng mukhang masaya sa camera. Pakita mo nga, smile ka. Yan.
Yes.
Sino kasama mo ngayon?
Fiancé ko. Sa gilid.
Fiancé?
Yes.
Sana all. Grabe talaga. Thank you very much. Ano message? Sino bang sinusupport mo dito?
Alain.
Si Alain? Oh, message mo sa kanya.
Sana galingan mo, idol.
Gagalingan talaga yan. Sir Alain, representing General Santos City. Of course, syempre, hindi lang pwedeng isa, dapat dalawa. Sir, kumusta kayo? Anong pangalan nyo?
Okay naman, I'm Jan Spiritu from Bulacan.
From Bulacan?
Yes.
Sir, sino pong sinusupport nyo dito sa race?
We're rooting and supporting Mr. Red Diwa.
Yon, Red Diwa. May message ka ba kay Red? Baka nakikinig siya ngayon.
Yes, good luck, Red Diwa. Bring home the bacon!
Yon.
Yes!
I can smell the bacon! Wait lang. Bakit ka nandito? What's the reason?
The reason, super fanatic ang mga kids ko. Kaya kami nandito ngayon.
Wow, itong mga kids. Ano pangalan ng mga kids mo?
Jeremy and Ijiro.
Jeremy and Ijiro, say hi to the camera. Yon, grabe, amazing. That's it, you guys, dito sa Grandstand. Later on, ipaparamdam ko pa sa inyo ang energy ng mga tao. Maraming salamat. Back to you guys!
Thank you, Jut and
Kuya Darbs.
Kuya Darbs.
Kuya
Sorry,
Darbs is-
a big brain fart right there.
Brain freeze naman. Brain freeze.
Oh, yes, brain
it's
freeze.
okay
Sorry.
because we're changing
Pardon my
temperatures over
French.
here. We are now broadcasting to you from the great outdoors. That's right. This is not a green screen background. Watch, huh? Oh. That's real stuff over there. We're trackside, literally, Gab.
Literally, welcome to our new home.
It's going to be very exciting. Welcome also to leg number 2 of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. My name is James Deacon. Alongside is
Gabby Del Merced.
Glad you didn't brain freeze on that one too.
Ooh, that hurt.
And we'll be joining you all the way through until the last checkered flag gets dropped on the end of the day. So there's plenty of excitement in store for us. There's a lot to play for. So buckle up, get yourself a good seat, because the action is going to be coming your way pretty thick and fast.
Yes, it is. So we have first up is the promotional class. So they're up and ready anytime now.
Well, this
so to
time we
speak.
can actually look. We can go, yep, they're not ready yet. So they're over there in the back. But we are ready definitely for you. And what we can tell you so far is that they already raced yesterday. So they did already get one race out of the way. And we can see already on our monitor screens that Fabio Ida is on pole position. This is a great place for anyone to start. But just so people know how we do it in the format here in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, is we mix the grid. We basically do a reverse grid. Maybe you'd like to explain, Gab, in racing terms, what the reverse grid is and what it does.
Well, basically with the reverse grid, obviously, whoever's at pole for at least Toyota, it's the top 6, right?
Yes, that's correct.
It is the top 6. So all the way from first all the way to 6th place, it goes in reverse for the following race. And not only that, there is also a weight penalty in a sense that, you know, if you're first, I'm not so sure on how much kilos corresponds to what, but obviously the first placer gets the most amount of kilos, then the second placer gets second to the most, and so on and so forth. I think it goes up to third. So it's going to be pretty interesting. So the person obviously who won first was Bong Garbes, and second we have a female, which was Julia de Los Angeles, that did it on the 4th race. And now they're 6th, 5th, and 4th, which is Ian Rosales, who bagged 3rd the last race.
And basically how this plays out for you guys, or what's in it for us, is certainly a lot of excitement. It's like putting a little bit of MSG into the mix, right? I mean, that's how we call it, because in a way, what we're trying to achieve here at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is to develop new drivers. This is not a race to see basically who the best in the country is. We already know basically through the other series and stuff. What we're trying to do is develop new talent, bring them through, and then give them a stepping stone or a ladder to international racing. And this is very important in getting them there, because it throws the mix around. When you add weight and then you reverse the grid, basically the order is completely put on its head. So the slower guys have a chance to sort of feel what it's like to start in first place, and then the faster guys have to work a little bit harder to get back there. So it's all forms some training exercises that you wouldn't really get anywhere else. So it's a really good, I think it's a great format, not just for the driver training, but for us as spectators and fans. We get to see a very unexpected race, because you're really creating this situation where the best of the best now have to fight their way through the field.
Yes, definitely. There's going to be a lot of dicing over there. There's going to be a lot of like trying to overtake, and obviously Clark, it's a 4.2 kilometer track. It's a pretty technical track. We have a lot of elevations. We have a lot of like either from tight turns to sweeping turns, especially the last turn wherein you're pretty much flat out. on third or fourth gear, whichever gear you want to take it, depending on the car. So it's gonna be an intense race. Plus, you have 12 whole laps to go with. So no one wins on the first lap. There's a big saying with that. So it really goes with strategy. Are you gonna try to overtake? Are you gonna, sit back and see how each driver, performs? Because from looking at it from afar, it kind of feels like they're all using the same racing line, but no, everyone has their own driving style. Some are more aggressive, some are smoother, some like to take certain turns later. And obviously, with other drivers also, some take some turns differently from others. But, aside from our babble, let's bring it back to Judd, who has more of the action.
Thanks, Gabby. Well, if you guys are seeing behind me, there are less cars on the track now. Reason for that is, of course, when we did our parade, we had all drivers in cars from the three classes, promotional, sporting, and super sporting. But for the very first race here on this Saturday afternoon or morning, it's still the morning, we are just going to have the promotional class, the fifth race of the TGR Vios Cup 2022 promotional class. So we saw the sporting and sporting class drivers and cars exit in the meantime. And James, Gab, I was just reviewing the results of the promotional class over the first four races of the Vios Cup 2022. And one name stood out for me, Ian Rosales, who was standing at the podium in every race that we've had so far. He finished second in the first race, won the second race, and then was third in races 3 and 4. We'll see if he continues the streak. But what interested me the most, if you guys remember when we were talking to him back in the first leg, he was just saying he was just out here to enjoy and have fun. James, Gab, what better way to have fun but by doing what you love and winning as well, right?
Absolutely. It doesn't get any better than that. And, in this kind of series or any racing series, it's consistency that really pays off. So, that Gab, you were saying about the saying that we have in racing where you won't win on the first lap, but you can certainly lose on the first lap.
Oh, definitely.
That's the saying. So you don't win on the first corner, but you can lose the race on first corner. So it's also an exercise in discipline, patience, and maturity.
Oh, yes. It's a good tidbit of information. Thanks, Judd. So we have so far Ian Rosales. I mean, he's been the most one of the most consistent so far. And obviously, this isn't just like a one-time thing wherein like you win race 5 or race 6. This is a whole series. So everyone is there to bag the grand prize, which is the series to become the series champion. And that won't even just happen in this leg. There's another leg after that, and there are another 3 races after that. So it's really all about conservation, consistency, and really just winning it every single time.
When you put a brand new Vios up for grabs, you tend...
Oh, yes.
We failed to mention that, too. I mean, we're not just racing for plastic trophies or anything like that. I mean, there is, aside from the honor and the prestige of being the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup champion, which is the premier racing event, not just here in the Philippines, but this could hold its own anywhere around Asia as a one-make series. I don't have the official figures in front of me in terms of volume and size of grids, but definitely the Vios Cup has set records already in its tenure, in its time here. We've had up to 60 cars, I think, at one point. I think
68 was 68, the last time I was... Yeah.
Which is absolutely staggering. And even now, we're still smashing different records. And we've just come from a pandemic. So for Toyota to fight through that and to be able to come out even stronger just goes to show you the kind of brand that they built and the legacy that they're building here.
Yeah, the resilience and the dedication that Toyota has for this series. I mean, it's not just like, okay, get the car, slap in a bunch of razors. No, Toyota has this whole program wherein it teaches them from ground level on what to do, and it's just this constant learning, and it's these things that it's life lessons if you think about it. You bring it outside, the discipline that you get, the sportsmanship that you learn, you bring it out in different parts of your life, from work to your family to your friends, how you treat the cars or how you even drive on the road. You're a lot more respectful. You know, there's this saying that racers usually end up driving slower at the streets. I think that's generally true. I know I have been.
Yeah.
You know, because you release all this tension and all this like aggression out at the track, and when you're at the street, you know, when you're at EDSA, you're just like, yeah, everyone pass me. You're a lot more conscious. You know what to do. You know, defensive or like the way you drive. It just makes you a better driver all throughout.
Because you have nothing left to prove, in other words.
Exactly.
This is the ultimate proving ground right here, right now. This is where it all counts. Once you hang up that helmet, nothing else matters. It's in the same way, same analogy that once I get away from here, I'm not that talkative, believe it or not. Because
I'm having a hard time believing that though.
because I have to be talkative here. So when I get home, all I want to do is just keep as quiet as possible and preserve that voice. So the same thing Gab's saying about the racers, once you get it out of your system or you do it professionally, you have nothing left to prove out there. Also, I just wanted to make a comment about what you said about the commitment of Toyota Motor Philippines in this series. It also shows the corporate culture that they have with their clients, because this is, as you said, there's a ripple effect. It's showing us the inner core of Toyota's culture, which is they are committed to everything they do. This one, we went through a severe pandemic. They built racing up, and then we went through this global pandemic, and they still brought it back. This goes to show you that they'll be there for you as a customer in every product that they sell you, in every product that they make. That is the commitment that they're showing here to their customers right now.
You know, time and again, you've seen it. You know, Toyota with how their customer care is, and not only that, their cars have been, you know, the most resilient cars ever. I've had Toyotas ever since I was a kid, and they're the ones that are still going. You know. It's quite fascinating, and especially now with the whole Gazoo racing, wherein this isn't just a race. The technology that they get, the things that they learn from the cars, from the track and everything, they adapt it to their everyday cars. That's why you could see the performance is optimal. You know, even the sleek, even the aerodynamics of the car and everything, they just go above and beyond. Like what James was saying before, you know, before anyone asks it, that's what sets them apart. Before anyone asks it, they already give it to you. So it's such an amazing concept.
Yeah, even before Steve Jobs coined the phrase, because he was famously known to say, how do you know you want it if I haven't invented it yet? Well, that can be said for Toyota, is they were giving these things to you even before you wanted it, because they are always a step ahead. The reason they're a step ahead is precisely through programs like this. I think the case in point, the best case I can make is for the 86. There was nothing wrong with that car. It was already an icon, and it already dominated the space that it was in. It was already, what more do you want to improve there? Well, Toyota found a way. That's it. They're constantly improving to make their cars even better, because that's it. It's a constant, relentless pursuit of perfection. That was a tagline that they had for Lexus, and you can see it rippling through the entire Toyota DNA. The relentless pursuit of perfection, because perfection can never really be attained. That's what it is for everyone, for humans. There's no such thing as being perfect. But if you're in the relentless pursuit of it, you will constantly be improving and improving and improving. So we're almost ready to take the cars ready to do their warm-up lap. Why don't we check in with Jut and see what's the latest down there on the grid. Jut?
Well, James, right now the mechanics have left their drivers on the track, so we're about to start in just a bit, but of course we'll have the formation lap first, and I find it just sometimes so ironic and crazy that it's most nerve-wracking when the cars are still stopped. You know, everything flows once it's running already, they're racing, and of course it gets exciting, but the tension right now that they're still stopped is when it's at its highest. And right now, these drivers are locked in. You see them all focused in their own vehicles, and they're just ready to rev it up once they see the green light there. But again, first up will be Formation Lab, and then after that, we'll get things going in the TGR Vios Cup 2022.
What you're describing there, Jut, is exactly Wakudoki. That's the exact thing that you've just described. It's the anticipation, it's the fear and excitement all mixed in. These are contradicting emotions coming from polar opposites that create this effect that they call in Japanese Wakudoki, which is the tagline of the Vios Cup, because it always brings out that excitement. The anticipation is usually more stressful than the actual event. And that's what goes through your mind when you're there, because there's nothing you can do. I mean, you're running through, I guess, a gazillion scenarios in your head. You're looking left and right going, okay, if this guy comes up behind me, I'm going to do this. But if he does that, what's happening in the racer's head?
I mean, especially like what Judd was saying, this is the calm before the storm. But actually, it's where your brain is in total chaos. You know, right before like warming up, you're already thinking, okay, should I do I warm it up that much? Do I not? You have to look at the weather condition. And speaking of like wakidoki, even the weather's kind of going like, it's extremely sunny here right behind us, but I'm looking straight and I'm seeing dark clouds right there. And, you know, we say it time and again, when in Clark, you never know what happens. It could be sunny, and the next minute, boom, total rain.
It's literally bipolar, this place.
Yes, definitely bipolar. And, you know, having that and thinking about track conditions and warming up, you just have all these different scenarios. But what's amazing is as soon as that, like, last red light, they drop, everything just, like, goes into laser focus, and you're just like, okay, yeah. A turn at a time, a car at a time, and everything. So as you heard the horn there, that's the signal. I think it's 30 seconds left, or like
I think it's 3 minutes. It's
3 minutes. 3 minutes before they start doing their warm-up lap. So I'm sure they're pretty rigid inside the car right now, thinking of like just wanting to release all that energy.
Exactly. That's pretty much. I mean, I haven't been a professional racer, but I have been able to race a round of the Vios Cup and been invited to a few invitational ones. And I can relate to what you're saying, Gab, because it's the tension. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you can overthink, but you just want those lights to go out. Come on, it's all come down to this. You prepared already. There's nothing more you can do. So you just want to get out there and prove yourself and just see what happens, because you're going to have to react to so many different variables. You cannot control that. Yes, you can plan what you want. We got JP in the house. JP Twassen, of course, has been in charge of this Vios Cup event and since the very beginning as well. So that's another thing. When we talk about consistency, Toyota really work with only the best. That's a backhanded compliment for us, isn't it?
Pat ourselves in the back right there.
A little cheesy, but yeah, well, you know, nobody else is gonna toot our horn. So no, but it goes to show that they work with the same people all the time. You see our sponsors here. We got Brembo, we got Petron, we've got Denso, we've got all these sponsors that have been with us from day one.
Yes, and it really goes to show back to what we were saying, their whole philosophy. Wherein it's really just about relationships. It's about taking care of each other, and you know, James, you know it best because you were there from the start. Actually, in the beginning, you were, I think, one of the racers. I
was the first. I was the racer in the inaugural Cup of the Vios Cup 2013 that happened. But it started in 2013, but a typhoon wiped us out. So the first official race became 2014. But yeah, as far back as 2013 was the original inaugural Vios Cup. And yeah, every time I hear these sirens over here, I get the feeling what's the opposite of PTSD? Whatever the opposite. Yes, I can.
That good excitement high. Yeah, you have the bug. You definitely have the bug.
Yes, it's whatever. Yeah, I guess that's it. It's the bug, the opposite of PTSD, because the memories come flushing back, but in a good way, in a great way, because you remember what it was like, that feeling, and then, boom, it's like this tunnel vision, like you said, this laser focus. All of a sudden, all the noise becomes this, whoop, and then a focus, and that's it. And it's fight or flight. It's your primal instincts are taking over. Sometimes you're thinking about, okay, I'm going to do this, do that, but then it just happens all in instinct.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is training. This is where training becomes super important, because when you're trained properly, you don't have to think about everything. you know, those become instinct, the gear changes, etc. You know your spatial awareness. You just have to focus on what's going to be thrown at you, and then you can react. But you're not thinking of the mechanical side anymore, because you become one with the machine. And another thing about the Vios Cup is that this is really the fairest way to go racing, because it is a one-make series where everybody gets the same hand. If you were playing poker, you'd all be given the same cards and see what happens. Well, you can't do that in poker because it's a 50. But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah,
I think
there.
you know what I'm
grasp
saying.
the concept.
Yes, the concept is, don't overthink. But yes, it's basically putting everybody in the same machine, so it's only driver skill. And to a certain degree, team skill that comes into play.
Yes, there's a big amount of communication that comes into play.
And preparation.
Yeah, obviously, like each driver drives differently, and how they relate it to their engineers and how they talk to their engineers will really be key on like how they dress up the car, because obviously there's no perfect like roundabout way we're in, like, okay, this is the perfect setup. No, each driver, it has to be tailor fit to each driver, because it may be perfect for driver A, but driver B finds it like a lot of understeer or a lot of oversteer, or you know, things like that.
Or driver A, it's a perfect setup for him or her, and then it starts to rain, and it's no longer a perfect setup. So, or it gets too hot, or it gets too late in the day where the temperatures have changed. So there's always something for everyone. Everyone becomes all moving parts in one big finely tuned machine, which they call their team. And the teamwork is just as important. We always want to give credit to the team, because it's easy for a newcomer to be watching this and going, it's an individual sport. It is far from that. You could say, well, individual sports are like maybe golf or maybe tennis, but even those guys have coaches and caddies, etc. But with the Vios Cup or any race, your team is so important, because they have to prepare the car, they have to prepare your strategy, all your coaches have to prepare your mindset, but you are that last final component where it all comes down to you. So that's where the pressure comes on the driver, where there is sort of an individual aspect to it, because all that hard work rests on that one person.
Oh,
but
yes,
then again,
drive it home.
You're only as strong as your weakest link. Like I said, you could have all that, but if the wheel comes off because somebody didn't tighten it properly, that's where the teamwork all comes in. And now we see the cars, Gab, they are lining up. We have a new, I don't know if you noticed, we have a new start line here at the...
I didn't know that.
Yeah, look behind you. It's been moved up a little bit.
It's fresh paint right there.
Fresh.
Yeah, that's actually quite fascinating, because obviously they're closer to the first turn right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We have our starting grid here. Let's take a look at on pole position. We got Fabio Ide, followed by fellow Japanese, Brazilian-Japanese Daniel Matsunaga, Jaron Messina we just lost that. We lost our screen there for a second. Ian Rosales, who's the one that just been talking about, is also, he podiumed yesterday, so he's in 4th place. You got Julia de Los Angeles and Bong Garbes in 6th.
Yes, then we have on number 7th is Alan Palacios, 8th is Elaine Alzona, 9th Jay Lau, and 10th Teddy Javines, 11th Romel Guevara, and you see the marshals starting to run. They've given the green flag. All right, we're gonna see red lights right about now. You can already hear the cars revving up. Okay, wait, there's one more car. All right, as soon as there they are. They are waving the green flag. The red lights are about to turn up.
How cool is this, Gab? We literally just swivel our chairs, and we are now looking at live the start of the Vios Cup. Leg number 2, car number 5, Fabio Ide takes the lead. Will he be able to hold that lead all the way? He's trying to close in on Daniel Matsunaga. He's losing a little bit of ground to Daniel Matsunaga. Let's see how this plays out in the first corner, Gab, because I think Daniel had a slightly better start than Fabio over there. But Fabio's getting boxed out. Oh, we had a little bit of an incident.
A bit of a contact right there.
A little contact, but it doesn't look like it turned into anything nasty. But Fabio Ide has lost his place. He is now in 3rd, possibly in 4th place after this corner settles it. Yes, he's still on the inside there. He's now dropped to 4th, but this is all provisional because they're still dicing it out and anything can happen in the sequence of corners.
And you know, it's time and time and again, it's been proven the first turn and the first lap is just always the most interesting one to watch.
Yes, it certainly is because it's a lot of people. This is where you can gain a lot of places, but this is also where you can lose a lot of places. So,
yes, you know what? I'm seeing number 69. If it is correct, it is actually Ian Rosales all the way up front. This is how amazing it is if you think about it. You know, he was all the way in 4th place. With that much, he has a weight barrier
disadvantage, yeah.
Obviously.
Or penalty, we call it.
Weight penalty, but what an amazing takeoff that is.
It is, but look, he's being caught at the moment by what looks like, I'm not sure if it is Jaron Messina. We'll have to double check the numbers again. So there's car 69. I couldn't see it there with the glare. Is it car number 8? It is Jaron Messina, who's right behind him. So he has a lot of work still cut out for him because that place is certainly not secure yet.
Yes, it's actually quite tricky, especially with how weight
the weight
penalties go. Is that when you're there, especially at the straightaways, obviously you're not gonna get the optimal speed compared to the others. There's still gonna be a few kilometers there where you're just like going, maybe they're going around 100 plus and you're going 95 or something like that. Yeah, there's still a few horsepower, and you can see it right over here.
Yep, and also, Gab, maybe you can help enlighten us and the rest of the people watching at the moment about how long does it take you to get into the groove? Because right now, it's almost like every man for himself. You're trying to figure this out. You get through first corner, he's right in your bumper. Are you in a groove yet? Are you in a flow?
What? It's especially in the first lap. It gets pretty tricky because obviously you have all these nerves, and when you're bunched up all together, usually you're just really trying to A, stay away from trouble, B, stay in front. And yeah, either you're at the back trying to overtake, or you're up front looking at the people behind you. Usually at that case, you're taking a total different line. You're either taking a defensive line. Oh, and there's a bit of contact right over there. I think that is
hard to see from the screen. There we go, 19. That is Alain Alzona. And Alain had I was about to mention, after you were going to finish your ad-lib, about how he had a beautiful pass just before that spin out. A beautiful, beautiful pass. I was just going to compliment him on, and then he had that little bit of a spin out. So we got 69 here. That's Ian Rosales, Jaron Messina, Daniel Matsunaga, Fabio Ide in 4th place. That's what it looks like as they cross the first lap.
Yeah, actually, we just saw a pretty quick overtake from Jay Lau. I think he just overtook Julio de Los Angeles. It's been a pretty interesting race. A little bit of contact here and there, but all throughout, you know, it's still edge-to-edge racing right there.
Absolutely. Now, what we were going on about a little bit earlier when I was talking about the flow and getting into a rhythm, because obviously right now you just got ahead, but he's just biting right there in so you haven't been able to sort of get into your flow. And this, for me, is the difference between once you're in your flow, you can think ahead and you can respond rather than react. When they're this close and you haven't built your flow or your rhythm yet, you're reacting to everything. Is there a disadvantage when you're reacting versus responding?
Of course, because like reacting is more dealt with emotion. And definitely when in racing, it's a lot of people think that this is just a physical sport. There's a lot of mental physicality that goes into it. It is much a mental game as it is a physical game, so to speak. So if you're just reacting to certain things, it's just that split second. Even if it's like half a second, it's like a lifetime in racing. As you can see, you know, with races, especially when you go to the very top, it's not, you don't win by seconds. It's like a tenth of a second. It means the world to a racer. And you can see it really right now. And obviously when we're talking about reaction and responding, it'll take a couple of laps, especially when you're just starting to race. You know, as you develop with your experience, it starts getting easier for you, and you start getting the flow and getting your nerves at bay from the very start. But with things like this, usually it takes like a 2-3 laps when you're in mid race. That's when you kind of compose yourself. You could, your vision goes a little further. You can see your peripherals a little more, and when it's funny that a lot of people say like, oh no, you have to be rough. No, the smoother you are, the more patient you are, the better you are at racing.
Well, I mean, if a lot of people are watching us and are just getting into racing, but I guess boxing, I always like to use the same analogy too, because I find so many similarities, because the reacting and the responding thing, if you're in a close quarter, it's a brawl, and it's just almost luck at that point who's gonna knock one out. Whereas if you give a little space and you start thinking about the shots and stuff, then it's responding, you're planning. So these guys, what we're talking about is if you build your little gap there, you can fake, you can throw a dummy at the guy, set him up for something. But when they're just right there, it's very hard because you're just surviving. You're in survival mode. And I think this is where we see Ian Rosales right now. He's right at the moment, still in survival mode, because that gap is just so damn close. It's 0.424 of a second.
Yeah, 0.424, and their lap times are almost identical. So Ian Rosales is doing like 2 minutes 129, whereas Jared Messina is literally doing 2 minutes 31.103. So it's not even a 10th difference. It's like 0.02.
And what's a blink of an eye?
Second. That's even less than a blink of an eye.
Less than a blink of an eye.
That's a lot less than a blink of an eye. That is crazy. And that's what we're saying with racing. It's not those big seconds. It's really that technicality, like that 10th of a second, that point of it. And Ian just hit the 30s right now. So it's quite interesting.
Yes, the 39.34 versus a 31.020 is also another blink of an eye.
Yep.
So he might have broken the 30, but look, it says what 0.020 is just.
And speaking of, wow, Danielle Matsunaga, what an awesome overtake that is.
That was bold and clean too.
Yeah, because I saw Jared Messina actually going a bit defensive over there, and I was like, oh, is he not defensive, but he was. I thought he was overtaking taking the inside line. No, that means he was going defensive with Danielle Matsunaga, but Danielle just got him on the mid turn over there, because with the first turn, it's a very technical turn. You're going up track, so you have all this grip growing up, and you have to like kind of sling out and go back in. And that window when you sling out just to hit that apex right in the middle, you could just get overtaken right over there. So there's like more than a million ways to to attack the first turn, basically.
Well, that certainly Daniel Matsunaga had that was a beautiful maneuver. Although it does look like he has contact, it didn't look like it come from that overtaking maneuver. But yes, obviously another thing people need to be made aware of when watching these races is, every incident is investigated by the stewards, because once again, we're setting a foundation for the racers of tomorrow, which means that they really have to be as fair, and they have to know the rules, and they're very, very strict here at the Vios Cup, because any type of infraction, they're very strict with it that way. They give penalties. So I don't know what happened with the bumper of Daniel Matsunaga. It's not my job to know what happened, but just so you know, the results become provisional, because later on they will deduct or they will add penalties, etc. Not saying that that's the case here, of course, because that was a very clean look, a very clean pass in our eyes.
But it looks like Danielle is being pretty aggressive right over here, and it's quite interesting looking at the car, because the bumper actually looks like it's smiling right now, right? It's like, hey, I'm coming to get you type of smile. But anyway, back to what you were saying. What I find fascinating and what I love about Toyota is that they really take into account safety. They really take into account like every infraction and everything is looked over by the stewards, because you know it isn't just racing for them. It's not the wild west wherein they slap you on with cars and you can do whatever you want. There are strict rules and guidelines, and these guidelines also help you with that ladder effect if you want to start racing other races, or if you want to go open wheel, or if you want to go international. This foundation will lead you to a better driver. This foundation will lead you to a racer that can go and compete and represent your country if you would want that.
You know, I think the best examples I can think of right now for that are the karters that joined the Toyota Vios Cup, the Gazoo Racing Vios Cup over the last few years. Those guys are brilliant, right? They're the kids. They're really, really good. But they pick up a set of habits in karting that cannot really be applied in
I like
touring
the way
kart.
you said that.
I'm measuring my words because in karting there's a lot of bumping, right?
Oh yes,
and it's acceptable to a certain degree because you've got the karts are kind of designed with that in mind, right? Especially this is great. Wait,
I mean, just look at that. You know,
J-Lao.
that like overtaking right there. So that's 69. So Ian Rosales bumped down all the way to third right now.
Yeah, no, 69 he's still in first. You're talking about J-Lao.
J-Lao.
Yes, so J-Lao has
66.
a little bit run out of, is getting overtaken at the moment, but Ian is firmly in first place at the moment, and he's got now Daniel Matsunaga breathing down his neck. It was Jaron Messina, but they've swapped places. The pressure is now on with Daniel with the smiling bumper, and he is definitely, Daniel is another great example of how many people have come through this series. And initially, it just seemed like it was okay. Let's get him because he's an actor. He's very popular. He's a celebrity.
Guapo.
And he's guapo, right? So I mean, people might think, oh well, they're just getting him for his looks, etc. No, they're training people to show that everyday people can become real racers. And look at Daniel Matsunaga now. You know, if you thought he was coming here as a pretty face, he is now really, he's been bumped up. He's been bumped up from celebrity class to promotional class. The same thing happened to Troy Montero. Same thing happened to Samuel G, to Pamela Baranda. These are racers that started as celebrities. Oh!
And there's a three-way battle right here. It's quite fascinating. You know, that's what's... Oh, okay. That's what I was talking about right over there. That opening right there. If you just open a little too wide, you may get overtaken, but oof.
That was close.
That was close. That was a good bit. But now Danielle knows that J-Lau's right behind him. Because the whole time he was just thinking, Ian Rosales, I just gotta overtake him. You also have to look behind you, because while you're dicing it out, while you're trying to look for that opening, you're also rubbing a bit of time. And right there, there's this guy right behind you who can see literally everything, just waiting for that opportunity.
And you know, if you know, Daniel is obviously very aware, and his team would have made him aware if he was. Oh, okay, here we go. He's very. Oh! What a beautiful pass on the inside.
Pushed him.
It's not over yet. It's not over.
Yeah, because this is a pretty. Okay, this is our back straight.
Yeah.
So you have to have the horsepower to make it here.
Come on, it's Daniel Matsunaga versus Ian Rosales, and we've got J-Lao and Jaron Medina. We could have a big upset over here.
J-Lao gets it. Will he be able to stick it in?
Daniel is on the outside.
It looks like it.
Oh! And he holds it. He holds the position.
Damn.
He almost spins out. Ian Rosales has still maintained his position. Daniel Matsunaga has lost his bumper completely. He's still hanging on in second place. The stewards are going to be busy.
Wow, that's exciting.
It's not over yet, Gab. It's not over yet. Daniel has got revenge written all over that front bumper.
Wow, and you can see Ian is not holding back right here. way to defend right there. That was like a pretty solid like T-bone, and he was just able to escape it. I don't even know if like maybe there was a little bump also from J. Lau to Daniel Matsunaga, which caused that ripple effect. We have to see in a different corner as well. Well, each of the drivers do have their GoPros, where you can see the onboard camera and see what really happened. We'll all see that later.
And we also have to just, I mean, again, we're assuming, it looks like Daniel lost his, no, he's still got it. Oh no, I was gonna say
bumpers now.
I was gonna say it's easy to spot because he hasn't got a bumper, but no, that's J. Lau. J. Lau's lost his bumper too. So they're both
Damn! Hey, that's a bit of lightning right there.
Yes, that is lightening the car. But this is gonna be gonna be insane. Absolutely insane all the way up until the checkered flag gap, because these guys are not gonna let up. Look at J. Lau now, right there on the, I was gonna say bumper to bumper, but that doesn't apply because one's got a bumper, the other bumper to headlight.
Wow. You know, it's there's so much things already happening, and if you look at it, we're just midway. Woo.
J. Lau is, you see, this is what Gab was saying about earlier on when she's saying there's so many different lines into the corner. So J. Lau is out there trying to get that line in to Ian Rosales, but Fabio Ide comes on the inside of that. You really have to be attack and defend at the same time.
And I think Julia de Los Angeles actually was able to sneak in to third. Let's double check.
Okay, we got 69 and 66. So he's still ahead. But there 66. And it should be Daniel Matsunaga in third, unless something happened off camera that we didn't see. But J. Lau with the bumper, front 69. Bumper missing.
Oh,
no, it's still.
So it's J. Lau in second now.
Yes, and Daniel in third. There we go.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay, Julia's in third.
It's Julia in third?
Woohoo! Way to go, a female in third.
Wait, does she have a bumper too, or is she?
No, she's complete.
She's complete? Okay, because I'm getting confused now. Julia de Los Angeles has looked like she's passed Danielle Matsunaga for third place. That is girl power right there.
Yeah.
She has. She's done it.
Yeah, you know, with these things, with these like small contacts, like some people may think like, yeah, you know, it's just body work. But these small infringements,
it's on! It's on! He's been overtaken, but he's on the outside. He's on the inside. No, he's got it.
He's on the inside.
But wait,
got it so
he's
far.
on the inside.
Let's see if he can take it, because they're both there. Oh!
He has got it. Okay, but Rosales goes on the outside. Rosales is on the outside. If he could stay on the outside, he has the inside line for the next corner, but he can't. He can't make it stick.
Yeah, because
and now he's gonna get
it with a corkscrew. Julia just tried a little bit. She knew she couldn't stick it, so backed off a little bit. Good move for her, preserving her car right over there. So much action.
J. Lau has taken it from Ian Rosales at the meantime right now, but it's anyone's game because we have seen so many swapping of positions over here. This is getting to be, this is a truly exciting race. And what a way to kick it off today with the first race of the day being like this. I've run out of breath and we still have how many more to compensate? Another 5?
Yeah, well, we're just starting the second half right here. And man, going back to what I was saying.
Yes, and we're only halfway through the race.
we're only halfway through the race. When you see these small incidents and you think that, it's just body work and stuff like that, but those little infringements right there, little contact right there, you could mess up the alignment of the car, you could mess up the steering, and obviously those little scratches and bumps, it really does a thing to your driving and the setup of the car. So how this car will last till the end of the last lap, we do not know.
Yes, and we also don't know, and I'm not trying to jinx anybody here or throw shade at anybody at all. I'm just trying to inform those who are very unfamiliar with the system, is that everything is a provisional result until the stewards finish with their meetings. And with the amount of body parts that are strewn all over the track, we can expect to be a long meeting. Another thing I wanted to mention I didn't get to, because we're assuming there's a lot of first-timers watching us here. They might say, well, why don't we, if you you just complain about everything. You can't really, because I mean, you can complain and file protests, but you have to pay, and that money is not refundable if you lose. So you can't just be basically making up stuff against people going, you know, I want you to investigate him, because the steward's time takes money is worth something. So you have to put down, if you're very sure that you've been unfairly dealt with, or you think that somebody, you know, you want to protest.
You're in the right. You know, it weeds away all, basically the whining, so to speak. And it really just goes back to, you know, truth be told, like whoever
Put your money where your mouth is, in other words.
Yeah,
if they could only just invent the same system for Facebook, for commenters, and Twitter, you know, before you make yung mga mema, may masabi lang, magbayad ka muna.
Yung mga alternative truths.
Well,
but let us not go there.
Malalim yung
not go
usapan.
there.
You see, Toyota's showing us the way. Oh, look at that bumper just flew off again.
Oh, yes. You know, sometimes that's actually better, because when it becomes, you know, detrimental to the track and like the safety of the people, they could actually flag you down and your race is over. So sometimes when you have that flapping bumper right there,
you start weaving, right?
Yep, it is better to wave it away.
Yeah, start weaving that car and getting it to fall off on its own.
Let it go.
What Gab's saying is they can show you the it's the black and orange flag, is it?
Yes.
The black with the orange circle.
Yeah, there's something technical happening.
Yeah. You're basically being called in because your car is not roadworthy or race-worthy, should we say, because it's got either a hanging part off it. So, like this one here, I mean, it's not big enough, but you can see it as an example. If that thing's flapping away and gets any worse, you know, they do have the option to pull you in. But if it flies off, they go, oh, I guess nature took care of that.
That is true. You know, so is life. If you have any baggage flapping, you let it go.
Are you projecting now, Gab? Are we still talking about racing?
I seem to be a bit philosophical today.
Yeah, here we are talking about psychology, responding, reacting.
Early morning.
Come for the racing, stay for the psychology and the therapy with Gab and James.
Yes, I have my PhD. I'm here anytime.
So here, look, we're down to the last third of the race. We have a 12-lap race. We have 4 laps to go. It doesn't seem like much, 12 laps, but look, with this excitement, I'm out of breath already on the 3rd lap, and I don't know how to catch it now, but 4 laps to go. As they cross the line, it'll be 3 laps right now, which is coming up right now as Jay Lau crosses here in 1st place. Then you have Ian Rosales Julia.
Julia actually, it's pretty fascinating is that if you look at it, they seem to have their groove. Jay Lau has a bit of distance already, more than 3 seconds away. Then you have Julia, who's like 2 seconds away from the 3rd placer, which is Alain Palacios. But a while ago, I think I saw number 7 right behind her, which would be Daniel Matsunaga getting his groove back on. Let's see it, but there is still a lot of battling in mid-grid right now. Yeah, fascinating race.
Yep.
And you know, when it comes down to the last 3 laps, that's when it starts kicking in with people. It's like, okay, I don't have much time anymore. It's now or never. And then this is the time when you see either they start getting a little more rattled, or they get a little more aggressive, or they're setting up their power moves.
Yeah, power moves. I like that because as Jut was mentioning a couple of times earlier in the opening, it's about round number 2 where, you know, you either build a gap away from your competitors or the other way around. You know, they build away from you, because this is a championship series that we're dealing with. Every point counts and every point adds up. And if you lose 2 in a row, it's hard to catch up in the 3rd leg.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's why consistency is key over here. You may win 1 race or 2 races, but if you didn't finish in the 4 races that you've raced, you're not gonna get the overall championship. And what everyone is gunning for is the overall championship. Because what James said, it's not just plastic trophies. It's a car. And I've raced a lot of races in my life. I've raced for decades, and never have I had a car as a prize. Oh wow, what would I have given to have something like that for a grand prize?
And even if you just take out the car as a prize, which is already in itself just, you know, a tremendous prize, and it's already, I think, by memory, the biggest prize we've given in racing locally. It's also the time and the effort that everybody spent over the year. You don't want to let those people down. That's a huge weight on a driver's shoulders, or anyone's shoulders really, but the driver again gets the final, you know, gets to hold that wheel in the end and put all of that work together and make it come together. So yes, there's so much pressure on these drivers, but that's where diamonds are forged, right?
Yes.
Under pressure. And we're only training you here for what you're going to experience more of overseas. So there's no candy coating, there's no softening this whole package, because we want you to come out and represent the country, and of course Toyota Motor Philippines, Gazoo Racing, with pride. We don't want to just put anyone out there. Look at Daniel Miranda, who's been representing us all around the world, Australia, and different, I think he had the Renault series for a while.
Yes, he had the Renault. I was with him in Thailand. What race was that? It was a pretty, it was a one-make race also as well, and he did well with that also. Shoot, it escapes me. But anyways, yeah, you're talking about the ladder effect. You're talking about like how this whole series develops. And speaking of, like, we're only watching. This is the beginning. This is the starting line, promotional class. So these racers, you're gonna eventually see them next year either in sporting, then eventually, you know, they're gonna go to super sporting as they hone their skills. And now we're at the last lap. You know, we're at actually the last 2 laps, and as you can see, it's do or die right now. And so they're really plotting themselves to be part of it.
Okay, so we are in the last lap here. Our lap counter here that we're looking at is just a little behind. So we're told this is the final lap. And what a race it's been so far. Look at the bumper there of Daniel Matsunaga. He's just one of many now. He set a trend. He started a fashion trend with this, and it looks like another bumperless car will win this race if he continues going the way he is. Jay Lau is ahead of the pack with Julia de Los Angeles in second place. So Daniel looks like he's going to get a podium position. As we are actually seeing them cross live, we're going to flip our chairs around, Gab, and we're going to see this happen in front of our eyes. That's a big gap there.
That's a big gap. You know, solid first, solid second, and solid third.
You wouldn't have guessed that earlier on in the race because they were bumper to bumper until the bumpers came off.
And that is it. We have first place and second place, and running number 7, Danielle, third.
Wait, is that the final one? I don't see the checkered flag.
Oh, yeah.
So, no,
okay.
Our monitor is correct, and they do have one this final lap. There is one lap.
So this is the final lap now.
Yes.
This is the final lap. So it's do or die. If there's going to be any overtaking right here, it's going to probably... Oh, and there's a spin-off right there. It's too far for me to see. Oh,
it's car number 19. It's Alain Alzon. That's his second one.
That would hurt. Last lap right there. It's like what we were talking about a while ago. Now's the time for those harakiri moves. And sad to say, you know, he got the bad end of the stick on this one.
Well, I hope he doesn't turn around and say, well, I thought it was over. You guys said...
Thank God they don't have radios inside their
but
I
heard you. Okay, well, now let's just establish, because the race control were in our ear saying that it is the last lap. We actually have the updated version here, so we'll just stick with this one because we want to avoid confusion, especially with the drivers. Sabi kasi ni Kuya James eh.
Yeah, so it looks like, you know, looking at the time differences from first to third, they're pretty solid in their steps. Just as long as they don't make any mistakes, I'm guessing 1 to 3 is gonna be your finishers right now. That's happening right now.
Do not give them the commentator's curse.
But the thing is, I want excitement. No, I'm just kidding. But what we're looking at right now, 4th all the way till like 8th place, they're pretty much stuck up one against the other. They're pretty stacked right there, which gives room for a lot of overtaking.
And you got to give it to Julia de Los Angeles. She pretty much came out of nowhere, and she went her way up that grid, and she's now in second place. It looks like it's a little too far. I don't want to put the curse on anybody, but it does seem like unless something, let's just not say it until J Lau crosses the line.
You know, Julia is
She's
actually getting pretty close. I mean,
she is.
give it another few laps. You know, what's fascinating with how we were watching Julia is that patience, when we were talking about patience, she's one of the best examples of that. Like, patience is key. You know, she was buying away her time. She saw a lot of scrubbing. She saw a lot of overtaking. You know, and she knew, like, okay, I'll just wait for my time when to attack, and when I do, I'll stick it in.
All right, and she certainly did. She stuck it there in second place, and that's a lot to be proud of considering her starting position. And also J Lau has a lot to be proud of. I mean, that was a great race. I mean, it started with Fabio Ide on pole. And as we were talking, oh, look, car number 5, Fabio Ide, just I mentioned.
Which is going to be heartbreaking for him. I mean, last few turns, and it looks like he's not going to make the checkered flag. But I know I assuming it's the same over here, as long as you finish 75% of the race, I don't think you're going to be DNF.
But, you know, he will get to be last in this.
He will get to be last, and sadly, last, you don't get points for that. But congratulations to our winners. Look at that. At first place, we have J Lau. Second, Julia de Los Angeles. Third, Danielle Maturago. Fourth, Elaine Palacios. Fifth, Ian Rosales.
And we got Jeron Messina in sixth, Elaine Alzona in seventh place, despite a couple of spins. Bong Garbis in eighth, and Fabio Ide, who was not able to finish on the last lap. He retired, and that puts him in ninth place. Of course, Teddy and Romel didn't get to go out at all today. So that is how it ended up on the first race of the day. But this is the second race for round number 2, the second leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. I know it's a little complicated, but basically we have several races throughout the weekend. So this also gives a lot of opportunity for people to catch up. We want to make the most out of it.
Oh, yes, definitely. And
you're here already, right? So let's give you 5 or 6 races. We got Ellen Ford over there. She's Fabio Ide's girlfriend, and she's come here to support. Oh, she can't see us or hear us, but you can see a lot of the drivers. They bring their support crew with them.
Oh, yes. And really, morale is like a big booster over here, because you really you need people to back you up. You need that boost of confidence. So the people listening to us right now, if you're physically here at the Clark Speedway, come up to your favorite racers, you know, shake their hands, wish them luck, you know.
Fist bump naman, may pandemic pa tayo, may pandemic, ma'am.
Pandemic pa, like elbow bump,
or you know,
wish them luck.
What most people do nowadays, which is the awkward dance between, they're not sure, they put the elbow and the jiggle.
It's like a weird chicken dance.
Yeah, it's like
and you end up not touching each other. Yes, that is true. But wow, it's gonna be interesting.
All right, let's go back and let's see. Maybe we're gonna get some highlights.
Yes, let us see.
No, they want to put us on camera. That's what they want to do. And we're not slouched, but we are, just so people know, we're twisting our chairs back because we have a perfect view here of the racetrack. Fabio Ide waving over out there to get some help, of course, being brought out of the car. You can't just get out, can you? Are you allowed to do that?
Well, it really depends.
Depends on
it's
the
the
position
end
of the track.
race, so he can get out. There's no other cars. But obviously, there are protocols, especially if you're in the racing line. We're in right now. He is within the racing line. You know, it's a blind spot. You don't really know. It's tight. It's at the chicane area. There are certain rules and precautions to these things, because you could get into a really bad accident if you aren't careful.
Absolutely. I just want to also say a shout out to the Toyota Vios as well, because look at Fabio Ide's car and you can see all the other cars. Look what they survive. Look how
That is
well
true.
built these cars.
Resilience is key.
I mean, we know they're the best-selling compact car of all time here in the Philippines, and now we see why. So if you made them a fleet car, if you made them your harabas at home, or however you treat them, it's not going to be worse than the way we treat them over here, and they still keep on ticking over.
Yep. End of the day, they go back and running.
These are stock cars, by the way. A lot of people might say, "Ay, kasi that's a racing car." Now, no, these are, the whole point is they are stock cars, and all parts have to be approved by Toyota, and they are official Toyota parts from GR Racing, etc. Because they're not going to. They're basically selling these same cars at the showroom.
Yep. If
right?
you want to get this, you could get it right there at the showroom.
Well, why don't we check in with Kuya Darbs and see what the crowd's reaction to all of this has been?
Hi, Kuya Darbs.
Yes, James and Gab, grabe. Yun yung literal na bumper to bumper. And as I can see, hindi lang ako ang na-excite, pati ang ating mga audience. Beside me right now, what's your name, sir? JD. Oy, parang sounds familiar yun ah.
Nice.
Sir JD, this is your first time?
Yes, first time sa live.
Sa live? Pero
Yes.
nanonood ka na before?
Yes po, meron na.
So, anong dahilan kung bakit ka nandito?
Actually, I'm supporting si Miguel Quiñones.
Miguel Quiñones
Yes.
is your rooting for him.
Yes.
I've heard isa ka sa mga nag-support sa kanya.
Yes, sir. Opo.
O anong may message mo kay Miguel?
Yun, bring home the bacon, Migs, and I know, kaya mo yan. Let's go.
Anong reaction mo kanina? Grabe, super bakbakan, super dikdikan yung labanan.
Actually, I'm not expecting na gano'n. Talagang maganda yung maganda yung laban nila, and very talaga siya. Super dikdikan and interesting talaga yung ganong
Yun, grabe talagang you bring your kids with you.
Yes.
Ano pangalan ni baby?
Zane. Si Zane.
Zane, mag-hi ka sa camera.
Say hi to the camera. Say hi.
Oo.
Hi.
Tsaka you start them young.
Yeah.
Meron din tayo kanina, fan.
Actually, yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Beside me right now, sir, anong pangalan?
John Ferds.
John?
John Ferds.
John Ferds. Sir, first time mo ba?
Matagal na. Mga 6 years ago pa.
6 years ago?
Oh, yeah. 2016.
2016? Oh my God, we have a fan here. Ever since ba, naka-attend ka ng Vios Cup?
Actually, dito na pumuti buhok ko eh.
Ay, talaga? Pero medyo brown siya ngayon, sir.
Medyo
medyo nainitan. Okay, so 2016, what keeps you coming back dito sa ating event?
Actually, yung excitement plus the camaraderie and brotherhood na mga nanonood dito plus the organizers, okay sila. And then the racers, very accommodating sila.
Exactly, no? Super parang pwede mo silang i-reach anytime. Kanina, super bakbakan, super bumper to bumper tulad nga na sinabi ko kanina. First time ba yun since 2016 na ganun kadikdikan?
Actually, mas malala pa dyan.
Oh.
Pero yun nga, dahil racing incident and sportsmanship, all ends well.
Of course. Anong, sa 2016 ka na nagpa-follow, you're a race fan. Anong favorite car mo?
Siguro, very biased ako. Evidently, Toyota Vios.
Talaga?
Oo.
Umatay?
Nandito pa nga hanggang ngayon eh.
Talaga? Meron ka? You're really driving a Toyota Vios car. Amazing.
Mm.
Okay, anong message mo doon sa mga super fan na katulad mo na nanonood ngayon?
Well, magandang year in and out, sinusubaybayan nyo yung race para makita nyo yung development ng mga racers, how they graduate from promotional to sporting class, and then also yung mga new teams na sumasali, plus of course, syempre yung habol natin, celebrities.
Yan, mamaya. Bangka kasi ako, ako nun sa autocross.
Yun po.
Okay, sige. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
there you have it, guys. Back to you.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much, Kuya Darbs, and good to get a finger on the pulse with the actual public, because sometimes we can feel a little bit detached up here. We see the cars, but we can't really feel the excitement. And we do this just for you, really. At the end of the day, this is just for you guys to give you a show. And we had certainly a show kanina.
Oh,
didn't we?
More than a show. And what's fascinating with what Judd and Kuya Darbs does is that, they give you an angle that you don't usually see, which is like from the drivers all the way to the spectators that over here. So you get that all around feeling and approach. And speaking of approach, let's head it over to Judd.
Thank you, Gabby and James. We're here with the first two drivers across the finish line here in race 2 of leg 2 of the TGR Vios Cup 2022. First, let's talk to the man of the moment, Jay Lau. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, brother.
First podium finish, and you're going to be standing on the highest podium. Talk to me about that
Thank you.
race.
So they call me here the DQ King because I'm always disqualified for some reason.
Hey, you proved them wrong now.
But honestly speaking, I would like to thank my teams, my teammate, my team, my crew, my coach, everybody in the staff in Toyota Gazoo Racing. And also, I would like to thank you, God, for giving us a clean race. Yeah, we deserved it.
Jay, I also wanted to ask you because there was an intense battle in front of you early on between Ian and Dan. And it seemed like you were saying, go ahead, bakbakan kayo dyan. I'll wait for the perfect timing. What did you see that convinced you that, okay, it's time to make my move?
Yeah, so I was just watching them while they battle it out. Of course, there's a lot of unexpected moments that would happen. And then I saw my chance, so I just took it one by one. I started from the bottom, number 9, I think. So I started my way back there, and then I slowly, one by one, overtook them.
And,
patiently.
well, you ended up number 1. Congratulations
Thank you,
Jay.
Jed. Thank you.
All right, now we have with us Julia de Los Angeles. Julia, you won yesterday's race. That
Yes.
meant you were farther behind to start the race. You were
Because of the
carrying...
reverse grid.
Yeah, you were carrying how much weight?
40 kilos.
40 kilos.
Yeah.
To still finish second in this race is mind-blowing.
Yeah, I still can't believe it. I was just trying to finish the race because that was really my goal because I knew I had extra weight. But then I was like, it's just added weight. So I'm just gonna keep fighting and I'll see where I end up. And fortunately, I ended up here in second place.
I think in the TGR Vios Cup 2022, this might be one of the more eventful races in terms of bumpers flying around, and you are one of the survivors.
Yeah, I'm so happy because actually, this morning or I think yesterday, my bumper. Yesterday in yesterday's race, my bumper actually got damaged, so we had to change it. And luckily, it held on, and yeah, I'm happy that my car is in one piece.
All right, because we look forward to seeing that again later on. Congratulations,
Thank
Julia.
you.
Okay, so we talked to the top 2 drivers, the first 2 to cross the finish line. We have with us, of course, another quick one in this race. Daniel Matsunage is here. Dan, congratulations.
Thank you, bro.
I want to talk about one specific stretch in that race. You know what I'm talking about when Ian was in front.
Lucky lang yan, lucky.
Ian was in front of you and you were...
I couldn't pass him.
Yeah, and there was a moment he was sideways, you were pushing him, you lost your bumper, so many things happened.
I know J-Lau is so fast eh. Siya yung pinakamabilis sa lahat. And then I know he's coming. I said, oh my God, something's gonna happen. So I keep trying to overtake Ian, lalo sa ending, pero yun, so many things happen.
I know you're
I couldn't
tired.
even open my door. I got so dizzy. I'm still like floating.
There
But,
were
mainit.
a lot of cars, Dan, that lost their front bumpers. You lost
Ako
your
rin
front bumper and your rear somehow.
At least he got lighter.
That's true. Did it help? Did that help?
Maybe.
But
my door I couldn't even open. My mirror I had to open twice and slap my mirror for it to open. So.
all that helped.
Yeah.
Asking him to give me third.
I was like, bro, one time lang. Grabe naman. Let me go podium one time lang. Grabe.
Well, it's all fun. This is what we love about the Vios Cup. When the race is over, Alan Palacios coming over to congratulate Dan. Maybe later in the third race, maybe Dan would be generous enough to give you a spot.
Yeah, now you can have it, bro. It's okay.
He has to be, right? Dan, I know.
Joke lang. Ha? We compete mamaya.
I know you're looking forward to resting. We'll let you go. Congratulations,
Thank you,
man.
Thank you, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
James, Gabby?
Wow, that was certainly a happy Daniel Matsunaga.
Yes. What I like about Danielle is like, win, lose, he's always smiling. Yeah.
Always smiling.
Always.
Well, if you had perfect teeth like that, and that wow, malabas yung ano ko.
Yun na pala, kaya pala napakagwapong Danielle.
Yeah, well, you know what? Of course, you got a smile like that. It becomes kind of like your own weapon, and you use it on demand. But you know what? Let's go back and just check out what happened in that race. So much to see. Let's see if we can see it in slow motion. How about that? Let's check it out. Here's some of the highlights. And this is, I think, what Jut might have been talking about earlier on. Okay, it's frozen. That's a little too slow motion for us.
But it looks like, over here, everything's still complete.
Yes, this looks like the first
the
corner start. And, well, yeah, we're obviously having they're a little too slow at the moment. Maybe they look like photos, but we'll get that fixed in just a little while because we want to show you exactly how it happened. It was just extremely. I don't even know if I was one of the editors now. I just wouldn't know where to begin.
Oh yes, there was just so much. Not even like I'm sure we even missed a few like from the mid grid. Few contacts here and there and stuff like that.
Even just if you go with the leaders, how many leaders we had? Started with Fabio, then it went to
J Lau.
No, before J Lau was. Before J Lau there was someone else. Then it was Ian Rosales, and then it was J Lau, and
it just kept on bouncing
it kept
around.
on bouncing
Actually,
around.
the top 6 did an amazing performance.
Amazing.
Right here, and that's what we were talking about with the reverse grid and everything.
The MSG.
It just gets it. Yeah, we dub it as MSG starting today.
Our little magic syrup.
Yes, magic syrup rule.
But
right
no,
there.
it goes to show because if you've just joined us and you missed that first part of it, we were talking about the weight penalties, we were talking about the reverse grid, but it really does provide for some exceptional racing, and we certainly saw it there because you're upsetting the order a little bit, and some people have to fight through new challenges and stuff. And for the crowd, it's absolutely sensational. Let's try again and see if we can get the highlights back up. So this was first, looks like, no, this is not first corner. This is through the
chicane right here.
And in the lead at this time was 69, that was Rosales. Okay, so before J Lau came in, it was Rosales.
And I think, it's Danielle at third over here.
Yes.
Yeah. You could see the aggressiveness in the corners and attacking the turns right there. He wanted to it. Oh! And there's a bit of contact right over there with number 19.
Is that Alain?
Yeah, I wish we still had the board right now.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do it without the board. But, okay, so now we get into, so it's still Rosales in the lead. Obviously, we know that Rosales lost the lead to J Lau in the end. But some of those really entertaining. That's when
he went wide.
Matsunaga, had a beautiful pass on Geron. Down into the corkscrew.
Yeah.
Then here's another one. This is where J Lau overtakes and begins his run for first. So he was checkpoint.
Yeah. So I mean, it was a hard climb. With the dicing back and forth, and one time, sometimes it's even worse to be sandwiched like that. See, over there, if we could reverse that right over there, but it looks like there's both contacts because both bumpers from Danielle and J Lau fell and extremely basically at the same area.
Yes, and that's what basically took out. Now we know exactly where the bumper was taken out. It was in that maneuver with Danielle Matsunaga in that particular sequence. And boom, again, that's a side-by-side little side door bump or side mirror bump. But look at the amount of spare parts flying around the track.
You know what? Sometimes with these things, not just about, I'm not just talking about alignment. And when you hit the bumper and it goes out like that, the edges have a tendency to like start rubbing on the tires. And when it starts rubbing on the tires, I mean, you could either get a flat, or you could get like a flat spot, or you know, it just takes away the thread and everything, and it's gonna be hard, and especially when you have that at the beginning of the race, to maintain a car and bring it home in the condition that you want it to be. It's gonna be very difficult.
So there, that was the one where J. Lau, and it was so close, because if Rosales was able to maintain that inside line, which he wasn't by just a little bit, all he had to do was get half of his front end in there, and he would have been able to defend that. But in the end, it wasn't enough. And in the end, it did show that J. Lau was the faster car.
Yes.
So he did pull out the gap, which Ian wasn't able to do in the beginning. So Ian was really defending. Ian was also carrying a little bit of weight, finishing in third last race. So he was probably having a little bit of trouble trying to defend with that extra weight. But look, this in the end, J. Lau, the faster car, faster driver, won. He calls himself the DQ king because he's always getting DQ'd. We don't know if that's going to happen. Again, not our job to speculate, but even though that's on the drivers' minds all the time, it's like it ain't over till you actually get your official results in.
Yes, and we'll have that obviously later. Right now, what you're looking at over here is the warm-up lap for sporting class. And right now we have leading at pole Lord Seno, a crowd favorite right there. Then we have at number 2, John Dison. Number 3, Brian Ko. That is our top 3. And for number 4, Inigo Anton, the prodigal son. And we have at 5th, Red Diawa. 6th, Gerald Loy. And so that basically comprises our reverse grid.
All right, and now we have the warm-up lap all pretty much underway. We're going to get into the official lap as soon as they get over here.
Okay, yeah, and before we do that, let us talk about the rest of the grid. So number 7th, Roy Sarmiento. 8th is Troy Montero. 9, Miguel Quinones. 10th is Russell Cabrera. 11th, Joaquin Garrido. 12th is Mayra Alivia. 13th, Darrell Garbes. And then his son, Giro Garbes. And at 15th is Darrell De Leon. So it's a pretty big grid over here at Sporting Class. All 15 drivers ready to race.
Ready to race indeed, and if it's anything like that first race that we had, I'm gonna need like, what's the equivalent of an anti-coffee? Because, you know, it's a coffee is, I wish I didn't have that second cup.
Chamomile tea?
Yeah, maybe some chamomile tea, that's right. Something to calm me down.
For you, sir.
And put a little bit of rum in it or something. just because what a race. I mean, really, it was a great start. And now we're going to be watching the sporting class. And the sporting class, of course, is we break them up into different categories in terms of experience as well. So we should be seeing a bit more experienced drivers here. And if that was just the entry level, as they call it, promotional class, you can expect to see some more fireworks with this bunch over here.
Yeah, if you think about it, all these racers already have a bit of series under their belt, and obviously a bit of wins as well. So you could compare and contrast also with the driving styles and like how each racer maneuvers. And it's interesting how to see the evolution of like from promotional class to sporting class to super sporting class, and how it mixes in. So now they're all forming up towards the grid. You know, a lot of people could just see that it's there, the placements are there with the startup lines, but there's a whole different array. You could angle it more to the left, angle it more to the right if you want to start overtaking in the middle. You know, even if you're in first place, you're still in the outer line. That is the racing line, but obviously when it's in a tight run like this, being in the inside line, which is the defensive line coming into the first race, which is the inner part of the turn, would always be more advantageous. So right now, the person in pole has to go diagonally all the way to like now it being Lord Seno to John Dizon. and going back. So we're looking at it right now. Okay, the marshals are up. And I see the green flag, so the lights are out. Anytime now.
So the green flag indicates it's all ready to go, and car 55, that's Brian Coe, has a pretty decent start. He goes down on the middle there in between car 41 and 43. Lord Seno, and that's John Dizon. Is he going to be able to make it? He's got himself sandwiched in between, but he's not in a great spot to be able to make that into a place because he is right there. He's being blocked, basically the inside line, and he's got nowhere to go on the outside line as well. So let's see how he fares out here. Can he hold his position? It looks like car 41 is John Dizon has taken the lead in this race. John being one of the young drivers as well. This is a pretty incredible start from John Dizon. He was able to win at least this sequence of corners, the very first corner, and he's come out on top in first place there. It's a different thing to hold it.
Yes, like what we were just saying a while ago. You know, even if you're in second place, that being in the inside line does have its advantage, especially going up to the first turn because you're in the inside line. And you just really have to have a good start with that.
And the other one who seems to have, well, at least jumped up a space is Inigo Anton as well. So Brian Coe is right there in the middle. So that's how it's Lord Seno who unfortunately has taken, I think, the biggest hit from that first corner.
Yeah, it looked like from the first corner he went really wide. You know, it was 3 abreast coming into the first corner. And, you know, it gets a little rough when you're not in the racing line because all that debris, all that dirt is all left at the right side of the track. And it looks like he just slowed down. So it's like John Dizon, Brian Coe at second. And is Inigo Anton a third or was
He
Lord
is. Inigo Anton has managed to climb up 1 spot into third place, at least on the positioning now. Yes, he did. He was able to get that. So it's really got to be heartbreaking there for Lord Seno because, as you said, he's positioned himself on the outside where it's all dirty, and there was not enough space to come back in because everyone was bumper to bumper in a little trail behind him. So if he lost 1 spot, he lost 3.
Yes, and that kind of hurts, especially knowing that you're at pole. You know, this is your shot and everything. Whew.
Okay, we're not going to rub it.
Yeah. It's not, you know what? Like what we said, it hasn't even been the first lap. They're going into what would be the second lap right now. It's still a 12-lap race. Anything can happen. And if Lord Seno was able to get there on top, I'm sure he could get up on top again.
Yes, and we just like to illustrate these examples because we always talk about the first corner and how you can gain so many places but also lose so many places. So there's a lot of gamble there. You want to give it everything you got, but we go back to the saying that we mentioned earlier on, you don't win the race at first corner, but you can certainly lose it at first corner. So there's a lot of temper. You have to temper yourself there. You got to discipline yourself. You got to make these decisions at microsecond, split-second speeds because, well, that's it.
Yeah.
Just staying on the outside was enough to sort of not just lose him that 1 spot, but he had nowhere to come back in.
Yeah.
Because if you lose that spot on the outside, okay, you can tuck back in, and what they call it, it's like a switch. When you tuck back in and then you take the next corner.
Yes.
So you can do that, but not when there's a trail of 4 cars. You got to get to the back of the train.
Yeah, and if you're pushed all the way outside, obviously 3 abreast doesn't give you room. You know, you're already outside the racing line, but if you're outside even like more than a car length away, all that debris is just, it's like slip and slide for you. So it's hard to be at optimal speed and to go there because like it's a sweeping left-hander wherein you could actually tuck it in with the chicane going down to the chicane and stay outside and you'll be in the inside line and still remain with your turn, but you still have to have all that speed going up. And if you're not carrying that speed, there's basically no momentum for that.
Yeah.
Sadly, you know, it just wasn't his day today. On that first race.
Danielle Matsunaga just walked past the control booth over here where we are, still smiling.
Yes, handsome as ever.
But I love how seeing that guy race because, it just goes to show that you can turn almost anybody into a racer. We've seen it happen so many different times. And he's become a real thoroughbred racer. I mean, you see the way he defends and the way he attacks. And, of course, still getting on the podium, which is great.
What's fascinating also is the dedication, because obviously, being in his stature, he's pretty busy with everything. And racing, it's a commitment.
You have to make time for this.
Yes, you really have to make time. It's not something that you can study theoretical. It's really putting in the work, putting those exhausting hours. And it's not just fun and games over here na naka-aircon ka. People sometimes think like, oh yeah, you're just sitting down, you're just moving your hands. No, you're in like fire retardant suits, and these suits, it's like being in a sauna. And what they say over here is like, when you're at the racetrack, you're already like 30 plus degrees. At the track itself, it's plus 10 degrees. And in a car without air conditioning, and obviously you're putting up the windows because you just want that, aero, you're basically sweating buckets.
Yep. Absolutely, can be very brutal, and we've seen people, like really just not conditioned, have to pull in because they just can't take it anymore.
People have passed out.
Yes, thankfully not while they're driving, so they're all been, because that's another thing about the Vios Cup is you're surrounded by the best in the business. You're not out there alone. So even if we grab you with zero experience, you're surrounded by the sharpest minds in racing, in Philippine racing. You're surrounded by the most experienced racers out there. Toyota really invested in the training.
Yes.
So they won't let you go out there if you're not, but people have pulled in.
Yeah.
I know of one or two have pulled in because they felt dehydrated or they just couldn't focus anymore, but that's the training kicking in as well.
Yeah, which gives me, I just want to do a quick shout out also to the marshals over there. They're the unsung heroes here as well. They keep it safe. They're always looking out for the drivers, and they're the reasons why we get to race each time well. No injuries or anything. They know what to do. They're always looking out. Each infringement or like each incident that happens over here, they report it right back to the stewards as well. They're careful with the flags. So if you see, for those watching for the very first time, a yellow flag basically means that there is an incident that happened on that certain spot. And a yellow flag basically means you are not allowed to overtake until you see the green flag, which means it's okay. The incident, or like if there's debris or anything, has been gone. Now a double yellow flag waving all throughout the track means it's a full course yellow, which usually is there's a car that's been stopped, or there's a more serious incident wherein they have to bring in the safety car to take out the rubble and stuff like that, or it's in the racing line. So you could hear the screams. I wish I could see what they're seeing right now. But yeah, the screams have been pretty intense.
Yeah, we and in the last race, that's all we could hear were screams. It was just screaming from start to finish. And this is also another thing we mentioned that there are more experienced drivers in the sporting class, and they're faster as well. But sometimes that means also, sometimes would you say less action because they're more?
Yes.
So it's nice also watching him. And then later on, we're going to be watching the super sporting class. But one thing about racing is you can never say what's going to happen. That's why we tune in. That's why we love it, because really it's one of those things that anything can happen, and usually does.
Anything can happen, and in this track, it usually does happen even with the weather, because I'm looking at it right now. It's still bipolar. I'm like straight ahead. I'm seeing nimbus clouds. Yes, science beholds me. Nimbus clouds right there, and looking at back out here, it's still okay. It's getting a little darker at the racetrack proper, but it's still pretty sunny. So you don't know, is it gonna hit, is it not? And sometimes it doesn't even hit the whole track. It could be completely dry all the way at like the first turn, second turn, and completely drenched, soaking drenched when you hit the chicanes and everything. So this track really gives you a run for your money.
And also, it's one of the it has one of the longest straights in, not even just in the Philippines. Obviously, it's the longest straight in the Philippines, but this can hold its own around the world, right, Gab? I mean, we're talking about a 1.1, or is it a 1 kilometer flat straight?
I think it's already, I know they extended it a bit, so I'm thinking it's a 1.1 already.
1.1.
Yeah.
Now, so there's a kilometer or more of straight, but that kilometer that we're talking about is coming after a third gear corner. So it's not like the straight happens from, first gear. You're already hitting third gear when you already begin the straight, so you've got a full kilometer. That's a lot of speed you can pick up.
Yes, that's a lot of speed, and it's not just like some, like for Vios, I think it's third, but for some cars it's already fourth, and you're like flat out, and you're carrying all this energy all the way up on the first turn, and then you go a quick dip down, and like.
But first you go up, right?
Yeah, it's
so
like,
first you have that elevation, which helps in the braking, I'm assuming, right?
Yes. And you have that mini Laguna Seca, corkscrew going down, which I love. And okay. It looks like there's a bit of a battle with Joaquin Garrido and Roy Sarmiento over here.
And while we're looks like he's going to have a bit of a look down the inside there. Joaquin Garrido taking a look down the inside of Roy Sarmiento, but maybe that's just a little bit of, hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
That's it.
As you progress in racing, the patience gets a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
The strategizing gets it's more pronounced in a sense that if you look at it, when you were talking about this a bit about reacting and responding. So these people, I mean, it's only been like 1/3 of the race, because we still have 8 laps left. And they are, you could see with their moves, they know what they're doing. They are responding to it. They're not giving in to their nerves, even though that obviously it's there. And this will come with the mental experience that you gain from race by race, series by series that you join in. This could only be gained through experience.
And this car number 41, John Dizon, is built up a staggering 5.359 seconds. That's, if you were talking about 10th before being a lifetime, what's 5.5? That's another galaxy already in racing terms.
You know what? Looking at it, John Dizon is a full second faster than everyone else. He's doing 2-minute 25s, whereas everyone else, I mean the top 5, is pretty much doing 2-minute 26. But Red Diwa pretty much has almost the same time. He's only 0.2 of a second slower than the lead guy, which is the John Dizon. This is going to be interesting.
But he has to get by Gerald Loy, Inigo Anton, Brian Cott. Those are pretty serious names to get past.
And he has pretty much, him getting to John Dizon is already a full second, which is going to be tough. But getting through Gerald Loy, which is like a second ahead, and then Brian Coyne, Inigo Anton, which is pretty much bumper to bumper, it's going to be tricky.
This John Dizon has a very interesting story in how he joined the Vios Cup. He was sponsored as well. He was spotted and given the car as a sponsored driver, and he's just delivered. Yeah, he's really been incredible.
Those are like Cinderella stories that, like, wow, those are amazing.
Yeah,
it changes a person's life right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it goes to show that, we say this all the time, but I can't help but repeat it, because I really believe that we're naturally gifted. Filipino naturally is gifted, or at least has an advantage in a race car. Just the physical makeup of us. I mean, we're not as tall. We're generally body size a bit smaller. These are all advantages in racing.
Yes, they do say that the optimal height is actually 5'5", 5'4", And I mean, us being Asians.
There's plenty of that here.
Yes, and siksik, diba?
Yeah, exactly. So like jockeys. I mean, it's not jockeys. The smaller you are, the better it is. So same with the race car and stuff like that. So I'd like to see more and more Filipinos get their chance to represent us overseas. But
yes, and you know what the traits of a Filipino. I mean, we're resilient as it is. We're resilient as a race, and we're maabilidad. You know, we're used to things like that, not just like everything being given to us. And I think that adapts well also in racing, because we really make do with what we have. And with racing, you really have to think of outside the box, and that gives you that extra edge. And I think that's why when we do go abroad, we do excel in it.
well, we certainly have the talent here, and the talent here is concentrated right now in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. We have 3 different categories for you. We had the promotional class, which we just finished the second race of the second leg just earlier on. We're now watching the sporting class, and then we'll head into the super sporting, so you can see these guys. These are the drivers of the future. I'm sure we're going to see some of them in international events down the line, because we're seeing some of this talent's got to go somewhere, and this is exactly what we're doing over here, giving them a ladder or a stepping stone into international racing and training them properly from the very beginning, from the foundation.
Yes, and I just want to highlight a little bit, there's been a bit of a battle for third. So Inigo Anton has been taking the defensive line because Gerald Loy has been trying to overtake. And speaking of overtaking, number 21, which is...
21 is...
21 is Gino Garbes, and is that Miguel Quinones? Number 45, yes. Miguel Quinones battling it out.
Yes, they certainly are. And I'm just looking at that lead of John Dizon, which is just, wow.
Yeah, he's comfortable with a more than a 6-second lead. And he's doing really well in pace. He's been very consistent. He's just doing constant 25s, which is technically a second faster than Brian Coe. And obviously with Inigo and Gerald Loy battling it out, they're going to be scrubbing time, which will help Red Diwa. And speaking of Red Diwa, look at him. He's pretty much already a second. A while ago, he was around 3-4 seconds ahead of behind Gerald Loy, but because of them duking it out, it might be a 3-way battle again. So Gerald Loy should be looking behind him just to see. There might be another Bulaga moment, just like what Julia did. She did that masterfully.
She did.
In the last race.
She really did do that masterfully. And that you mentioned the gap had been 6.5 seconds. It's now 7.7 seconds from John Dizon to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, so we've just hit the second half. So we have 5 laps to go. And already there's still, it's still pretty intense. Actually, this one, it's like a slow brew. I feel like most of the things that are gonna happen, it's gonna happen at the second half right here.
Absolutely, and we got also point out, pretty sure Lord Seno is having some kind of difficulties, because he is uncharacteristically off the pace. Now Lord is a race winner, so
he belongs up
he belongs up there. So that we just have to make that clear, that this is a guy that belongs up there. So 2:34s, this is not his normal times. Something is obviously, he's having some kind of issues today, because he was also leading the race.
Yes.
Remember, he had the pole position, but now he's really struggling there in the back. And let's just see what his last lap time is.
It's 32. It's way off pace.
He's a minute 35 behind the leader.
I don't know if there was an incident that caused that, or it's more technical troubles. But sad to say, he will be finishing at the near the last for this one.
Looks like we had a really nice pass in Acacia. I just saw that off the screen live, because we are up here in the very nice vantage point where we get to see the live action of the cars. And there was a great pass there from, that is car number, what? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, the blue one.
Blue one, yeah.
Okay, you look there, I'll look here.
Yeah, okay. All right. It's really down. Okay, there's John Dizon crossing the line. And let's see his 7.7 seconds. Let's see if he has extended that lead or he's gotten 8.6. He's doing a second a lap faster than everybody.
You know what's fascinating? All the way. Okay, it looks like Red DY is already trying to make his move over there. If we could go back to the top 5, that would be great.
I think here's the
Here.
21, 27, 83. Okay. That's Roy Sarmiento, Joaquin Garrido, and Giro Garbes.
So it looks like right now, the battle for second and the battle for fourth, it's split into 2 over here with the 2 sets of drivers right now.
The battle for second, the battle for fourth.
Yeah, a while ago they were all bunched up in donuts, but as like Red is trying to overtake, it's just when you do the defensive line, obviously it's in a slower line, and yeah, it scrubs time. So they've already bunched it up. A while ago, it could have been any person within all 4 racers. And Red Diwa is against Gerald Loy, who has a series championship with him as well. So it's going to be pretty interesting. And obviously, Brian Ko actually, he was able... no. He's sticking by being second, but Inigo Anton is right behind him.
There you have it, John Dizon. Wow, okay, here we go.
Speaking of, okay, they are 2 abreast all the way to Acacia.
That's Joaquin Garrido and Roy Sarmiento in the battle for 7th place. 6th place, should I say? 6th place.
Ooh.
Bumper to bumper, side by side.
But whoever took the inside.
Yes, but it's not over yet because he's going to get the advantage coming in. Yes!
Beautiful move right there. Oh, he's way too outside for that one. Yeah, he scrubbed a bit off.
So this is what we were talking about in the last race about the bait and switch or the switch back, where you go on the outside because you're already preempting the next corner. So you get yourself into a disadvantaged spot with the corner coming up, but you're trying to set it up for the next corner. And we just saw that happen beautifully with Roy Sarmiento and Joaquin Garrido in how that was done. You know.
What's amazing about this track is that, you know, if you really play your cards right, you're not even looking at one turn. You're looking at a series of turns. Like with that, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4 different turns. So you have to think that far ahead.
Yep.
Because you have to think of like, okay, which one can my line stick? And then you just have to double down on that, play your cards right, and hope you chose the right line.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it is one of those things, because once you get trained in this, once you know the racing line and all that, it becomes like you got to throw combos, kumbaga. You're not just anymore just making single maneuvers. You're thinking 4 steps ahead, 5 steps ahead, and then you also have to think a championship step ahead, where you're working out with points, because sometimes you can get greedy. You can say you're going to battle it out for this one position, but then you might lose that and lose the championship. So much to think about while you're behind the wheel and you're still operating this vehicle at its absolute maximum pace. So a lot of respect for these drivers. Definitely, it makes me miss it. It really makes me miss it.
You know, I found it really interesting that you compared it to boxing, because I've never compared it before to boxing. I've compared it to dancing, I've compared it to speed chess. But it's nice, that whole interaction, especially with dicing, on how the counter attacks and everything. There is a science to it.
There's a sweet science, yeah. Because you're working with the same kind of momentum. You know, because a car will behave the same way, like when we talk about boxing and you throw a punch, you can't cheat the physics behind it. So when they throw the punch, the body's going to be in a certain position to be vulnerable to a counter.
Yes.
And that's why not always the strongest person wins the fight. It's the one that's accurate. Speed and precision will beat power and strength any day. And timing, speed, precision, timing. So here it's the same thing. you know, if you set the person up and you watch the body language of the car, you know that if he commits to this, he's going to be vulnerable to that. And that's why I always see the connection, because I'm a fan of both sports. And the sweet science is, it's hard to sort of understand when you're just an amateur watching, because it just looks like they're just throwing punches. No, everything's calculated.
Yeah.
Everything is worked around your anatomy, your physics, the body movements and stuff like that, because you can't cheat it.
Yeah, and that's quite fascinating. And definitely with racing, physics definitely plays a big role in this. I mean, even just with how you taking away the setting up of the car, that being it all different. You know, when you move a car, obviously, okay, let's take the first turn, which is a left turn, and while you're doing that left-hander, you're putting all this weight on the right side of the car and everything. And when you're that weight distribution of the car always takes play to what you do. I mean, to how your car moves. You can't just like overtake right away. It's like, oh, patintero yan, and just go sideways right away. No, yeah, you have to take into consideration not just like the weight of the car transfer from left to right, but you're also taking into consideration the weight transfer from front to back. Because like when it's obviously in front, you get more grip, and usually that only happens when you're in a decrease. Either you're letting off your gas or you're braking, which usually happens on turn entries. And when it goes back, you get less of the tire patch contact, which is in front of your car, which in a sense you can't do any abrupt turns. If you do an abrupt turn, there'll be a lot of understeer, and especially with cars like this, with front wheel drive cars, there's gonna be, it's mostly understeer if you want to feel it.
And understeer, of course, for those who are just joining us, versus oversteer is when you basically turn the car and the car doesn't want to quite turn, so it's sliding forward, versus the oversteer where the back will kick out. And well, both are, you don't want both, but you can play with it, right? I mean, if you know that that's the characteristic of your car, you can drive around that style, is what Gab's saying. And that's why it is just fascinating to see how these guys have just been, I mean, I'm just blown away by John Dizon's lead, which is now a staggering 11.5 seconds. So he's been pulling away at 1 second a lap every single lap, because we are now on the 11th lap. We have 1 lap left to go. What a dominating, I'm not going to say win, performance so far from John Dizon.
Yep, until you cross the
until
checkered
he
flag.
crosses the checkered flag, yes.
Anything can happen, but it's fascinating. And like what we're saying, like the car that you've driven with at the very first, at the start of the race, the first lap, it's gonna be usually different when it goes to the end. And you can see it with the lap times. Now they're doing 26 27s, which is pretty much a second slower than before, but still John Dizon is still a second faster than everyone else in terms of lap times. Because it's also, you know, not just like being fast and learning how to overtake, it's learning how to adapt with your car, it's learning how to adapt with the wear and tear. Obviously, as you go on to these tracks, there's a lot of scrubbing, so the tire thread's gonna be a lot less, so there might be a little more understeer, or there might be a little more oversteer, and obviously the gas is also being used up, so the lightening of the car, which is also an advantage on the straightaways, will be better. So these little things have a certain personality change that you need to adapt to with your cars.
All right, let's see now where if John Dizon can cross that line. We got Lord Seno. Look at where Lord Seno is on the racetrack. This is Lord Seno, obviously with a problem, but he is now almost...
Oh!
What?
That was all the way at Akasha. Okay. That was a hard hit.
Okay,
I did not see how. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a hard hit at the wall. Right there.
All right. I was looking at Lord. Yeah. Okay, we got a checkered flag out. It's John Dizon. Let's not take away his moment of glory, his place in the sun. He has had a staggering, an incredible, a dominant run here with 12 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. He basically built up 1 second per lap ahead. What a dominating performance from John. Let's give it to him. Brian Coe in second place and Inigo Anton in third place. I wouldn't be surprised if they bump John Dizon up to Super Sporting very, very soon. Maybe not next race because he's got to finish the season, but he's definitely, that guy is destined for the Super Sporting class with that performance.
And look at this, bumper to bumper, but you know what?
Royce Sarmiento and Joaquin Garrido.
Close.
And it was Royce who took that in the end against Joaquin Garrido. Miguel Quinones there in 8th, Mailia Olivia in 9th. Giro Garbs still to finish here. I think now, oh no.
Oh,
it's
maybe
Russell and
I think
Troy.
Giro Garbes might be the guy who had the
Hit
incident
the wall.
right there.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I hope we could get that in slow-mo later.
Well, I hope first we make sure that he's okay. We know these cars are built for safety. And, of course, all the equipment is in there to protect the drivers. But, yes, of course, we want to make sure he's okay first.
Yeah, looking from afar, it looks like he's the one walking over there. He's looking around at his car. You know, what's fascinating about these cars also is that they really take safety first. Not only do you have like good seat belts on, you know, you have your 4-pointer or your 5-point seat belt. You also have the roll cage and everything. And these cars, they're like a tank in terms of like collisions and stuff. You could go upside down, you could hit the wall at like 100+ kilometers, and you could get out unscathed.
We've seen it happen.
Yep,
we've seen it happen more than one. Well, that one we just saw, that's Giro Garbs there, Garbes. Well, we saw it. It's pretty. I've seen one car, I think it was Daniel Miranda, end up on top. I don't know if you were here in that race, but it ended on top of the wall.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Yeah, like all 4 wheels. It was balancing.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was crazy. I can't even. I'm flashing back on how it actually happened. It was bizarre. But these cars are really, and of course, they don't. Toyota does not skim at all on it.
Yes.
Because they want you to be at your best, and you can't be at your best if you're always in the back of your mind worried if something, you know, happens. Will it be the end? Absolutely not. They make sure they take care of that so that everyone performs at their best.
And what's great about this is like you see an accident like that, a few hours later on the next race,
sometimes
out
they win
again.
and they win it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they win it. Exactly.
I think there was one from Troy Montero where it was such a bad.
Yeah, I think it was raining.
And, yeah, he was taken to the hospital. I think he won the next race. Let's go over and check out what it was like from the spectator's point of view. And for that, we're gonna need Kuya Darbs. Kuya Darbs!
Yo, what's up? Real Talk Darbs is here right now. Nandito pa rin tayo sa grandstand. And of course, kasama ko ngayon ang mga kaidaran kong mga 25 and below. Tama ba, guys?
Yeah!
Wag kayong ano, ha? What's your name?
Nina!
Nina! Bakit ka nandito?
We're out here to support Riz!
Woo!
Woo!
Riz. So, si Riz po later is gonna be joining the autocross. So, nandito ka, first time mo, what was your expectation prior to coming here?
That it's gonna be really hot.
Na-expect mo na yon?
Yeah.
Okay. Pero meron ka bang ibang hot na nakikita dito?
Wala pa!
Very sure, for sure, may makikita ka. Ikaw naman, how's your experience so far? What's your name?
Ina.
Tina. Okay, Tina.
Ina.
Nina, sorry. Nina, sino sa mga racer ang napupusuan mo ngayon?
Wala.
Ay, medyo mataas ang standard ni Nina. Pero mamaya-maya, babalikan natin si Risa, ha? Pero of course, meron tayong isang friend dito. Sir, anong pangalan?
Hello, Mikey.
Mikey, mag-isa ka lang ba?
I'm with a couple of friends also.
Couple of friends, ah. Mikey, is this your first time attending?
I also was able to see the first leg.
Ah, so nandito ka last time. I was there as well. I was, first time ko yon. This is my second time. Ano sa tingin mo ang mas maganda? The first one or the second one?
Parang today mas intense,
Yes.
mas maraming tao. Of course, yung mga drivers, mas sanay na sila this time. So, para mas competitive lahat ngayon.
I think so too. And why are you here? Bakit ka nandito? Sino bang sinusuport mo?
Of course, to support Riz also.
Ah, si Riz.
Yeah, she's also driving today. So, yun, supporta tayo.
Okay, cool. Message mo doon sa mga taong hindi pa nakakapunta para sa third leg invite natin sila.
Yan, sige. Attend kayo sa Clark International Speedway. Sobrang okay dito, sobrang daming pwedeng gawin, sobrang daming pwedeng panoorin, and worth it for you to visit here.
Okay, see you sa third leg, guys. Thank you very much, brother. And of course, interview natin, Riza, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. It's very hot in here.
I know, right? Masyadong mainit. And of course, ready ka na ba mamaya sa autocross challenge?
Yes, ready.
Kaya mo ba silang talunin?
Sana. Mas malalakas sila eh. So,
Pero ikaw?
First time kasi that I'll be joining this year.
Baka magkakaroon tayo ng beginner's luck. All the best sa iyo, ha? Message mo doon sa mga followers mo, sa mga fans mo na nanonood and was here to support you.
Thank you, everyone. And please watch the stream of the Toyota Vios Cup. So this is the second leg. We have a final leg on November, so watch us also.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you have it, guys. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Kuya Darbs. And it's always great to get the perspective from the audience because, well, that's what we do it for, right? And so much did happen there. Let's go and check out the highlights of the last race and we'll walk you through it. Okay, this is what we were talking about before with the, this is Joaquin Garrido and Roy Sarmiento. Look at that side-by-side action there. Looks so much better in slow-mo, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, they were at it from the beginning all the way to the end.
And it goes to show that, you know, there's just as much to fight for in 6 and 7 as there is in 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd, 3rd and 4th, etc. It's just primal that we just have to get ahead of the other guy. So you put them in a situation like that and look how close they got there. And that's where it
all right. Oh, wow.
Oh, wait, that wasn't Sarmiento. That was 21. That was Giro Garbis. Okay.
Oh,
okay, this is where that accident. Oh, right.
Ooh,
Boom.
okay.
Okay, yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So if you have an incident at the back straight, because that is the back straight, you're hitting past 100 kilometers over there, and you're flat out, and you know that's not a straightaway. It's kind of like a dog leg, wherein you have your weight distributed over here towards the left, because it's like a slight right-hander.
It's very slight.
Yeah, it's very slight. But if you think about it, you know, all that speed, you're kind of practically floating, and you know, just one tap is all it takes. You know, it might just be a little nudge, and yeah, that's what happened. It fishtailed and like.
Yeah, if you're already off balance,
yeah,
just all it takes is just that. All right, well, let's try and get the driver's perspective. Maybe not exactly from that incident, but from the winner's circle. And for that, we're gonna have to turn over to Judd. Judd, what you got there, Judd?
Well, we got James, the 2 fastest cars to cross the finish line. First up, the man who dominated the track in this race, John Dizon. Congratulations, John. And as James and Gabby were describing earlier, really a dominant win. You were ahead by 12 seconds. That's 1 second per lap that you built. Starting second on the grid too. What went on and how were you able to build that advantage?
Just a clean start and hopefully no mistakes towards the end. And I also have 10 kilos advantage from all of them, so that helps me a lot to try to gain gap from them.
And John, you know, this is the 3rd time that you'll be standing on the podium. Of course, the results right now are provisional, but 3rd time, and every time we see you on the podium, you're on number 1. It's been a very good TGR Vios Cup season for you, huh?
Yeah, hopefully I could win more races. This is my goal, to be able to be on the top of the class.
All right, well, good luck to the future races you have ahead of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. We move over to Sir Brian. Sir Brian, second. I know John built a gap ahead of you, but you had Inigo on your tail for most of that race. But how were you able to fend him off the entire time?
It was hard. It was hard. It's hard to catch up to John, especially he has a great pace. And I'm defending against Inigo. I know he has full ballast, so I know I have a advantage on the straights. So basically, that's it.
But Brian, also, you know, previously, unfortunately, we haven't seen you on the podium. Now you make it. How much of a breakthrough is this, especially the second leg? Again, some would say that this is the most important leg of an entire season.
finally was able to step on the podium this time. Hopefully, more podiums come on the next legs.
We expect that to come for you very, very soon. Congratulations again, sir.
Thank you.
James, the winner's circle and Gabby, they're coming right in here. We'll have some racers join us in just a bit at this point. I'll send it over back to you, but we'll come right back on when we got more racers here with us.
All right, we'll look forward to that. Judd, always great to hear from the perspective of the drivers themselves. That was really, truly a dominant performance from John Dizon. How do you even rectify that in your head? If you're racing against somebody in your class and he's 12 seconds ahead, well, what does that do to you, or do you just not think about it?
If you're the person behind, obviously, you're still trying to catch up. You don't really know, but they just get smaller and smaller. And if you're the one behind and the person's like a second ahead of you in lap times, they just get smaller and smaller. Obviously, it is frustrating, but wow, John Dizon, congratulations to him. That's a massive, dominating first place right there. And also, obviously, to Brian Ko. I mean, second place. That was a solid second place right there. There was a bit of like battle with Inigo Anton all the way until the end.
And that's not easy. I mean, having somebody like Inigo Anton behind you, but he did mention, and rightfully so, about the ballast, so this is what we were saying earlier, how they're very aware of the advantages and disadvantages that they have. John said that he had a 10-kilo advantage on everybody else because the other people that were carrying extra ballast because of their position in the last race. So this is all part of the mental strategy that we keep talking about, because you're thinking about so many different things, and that's what makes you a better racer in the end. You'll be able to multitask.
And obviously with this ballast, with him winning first, down at the second race of today, which is the 6th race, he'll be adding a lot of ballast as well.
Yes, that's another thing. So he's probably thinking, okay, 12 seconds. He's going to have to wear that, not just the ballast, he's going to go into 6th place. So
he's going to go into 6th place. So there's a lot of overtaking that has to be done for him and Brian Ko.
And just to simplify it or reverse engineer what we were talking about before, the MSG thing that we keep mentioning, is can you imagine now, from a spectator's point of view, if John Dizon starts the next race in pole because he won the race, and that's how normally it happens, it's almost somewhat a foregone conclusion, almost, because anything can happen. But all things being equal, we know he's going to have another 12-second victory. That's how it panned out last time. Why wouldn't it pan out this time, with the exception of something odd happening in the race? Well, that something odd was the Magic Syrup, where we had ballast, we reversed the grid. So now you're going to see John Dizon start in 6th place in the next race. And now, all of a sudden, it's really worth watching. I hope that explains it to the audience out there. Another reason why we do it like that. Of course, the primary reason is to train the drivers to sort of work with these different challenges. Because it's a training field. That's what we're doing. But the added advantage is for the viewers. We get to watch a real spectacle. So up next will be the awarding of race number 5. Just stay tuned for that.
The 2022 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron, together with other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, OMP, Tuazon Racing, ABT, 3M, Rota, My Toyota Wallet, Kinto One.
Addition to the GR lineup, we're putting the thrill of performance cars to the country's best-selling midsize SUV by bringing the racing experience right at your fingertips. Introducing the new Toyota Fortuner GRS, engineered to drive you towards a new peak of success while looking bolder and sportier than ever before. Bear the mark of a powerful leader with the iconic GR emblem. Underneath the striking exterior is a strong engine with race-like suspension to make sure you dominate every race in life. Cruise confidently with advanced driving functions while sitting comfortably in an elegantly designed interior. With great performance comes even greater safety features. Easily keep an eye on all areas around your car. With a blind spot monitor, the rear cross traffic alert keeps watch while you safely back away from parking spaces. The downhill assist control manages your speed while descending. The Fortuner GRS also comes with Toyota Safety Sense technology for added driving assistance and security. Ensure every trip is an exhilarating drive and your every move a winning one. Harness the power to lead the race with the new Toyota Fortuner GRS.
Unleash your racing spirit with the next addition to the Gazoo racing line. Designed to excite your heart with new styling that's bold and tough. Improved performance to awaken your off-road passions. Control and comfort designed for rough terrains. Racing features to inspire you to push past your limits. And race your unbreakable spirit. The new Toyota Hilux GRS.
of Toyota Gazoo Racing lies motorsports and the commitment to always push every limit to create ever better cars. And when that very same principle is applied to the Philippines' best-selling sedan, this is what you get. The new Vios GRS. One look, and you can't deny that it captures the feel and excitement you see on the track. It's designed forged with Gazoo Racing's innovative motorsport architecture, with remarkable black accent details so you command attention. And an exclusive GR emblem for you to express your car's leveled up identity. On the inside, the Vios GRS now houses semi-bucket sports seats that emulate a racing cockpit, so you feel more of that Toyota Gazoo Racing competitive spirit. More than its appealing new aesthetics, the new Vios GRS does not compromise on safety and is still a quality, durable, and reliable car that you know and trust. With carefully designed security features, so you can always focus on enjoying a stimulating drive. As for performance, the Vios GRS drives sensational with precise shifting and a sporty manual feel to satisfy your thirst for thrill. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The new Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
Race your day. Race your daydreams. Where the beat at your feet starts your pulse racing. Where your split-second gear changes create a slowing of time. The all-new rally-bred GR Yaris. Race your heartbeat.
The Vios Cup heads back to the Clark International Speedway this weekend, August 20. But before we get into all the excitement of what's coming up, let's take a look back in our rearview mirror to see what happened in the last leg. In the promotional class in race number 1, that was won by Julia de Los Angeles, Girl Power, from the Avengers Racing Team. In the sporting class, it was won by Joaquin Garrido, and he's from Toyota Autos Avengers Racing Team as well. And then the Garbus brothers, well, they were there in 2nd and 3rd place. But in super sporting class, which is the most hotly contested version of the Vios Cup, it was won by John Dizon. This young guy is making a lot of waves, also from the Avengers Racing Team. Then it was Inigo Anton. We call him Young Gun because he's also a very up-and-coming, very promising race car driver. And then in 3rd place, we had Daryl De Leon from Toyota Marilao. Into race number 2, it was led by Ian Rosales from Toyota Team Cebu, Alan Palacios also from Toyota Team Cebu in 2nd place, and Fabio Ide, who was promoted from the celebrity class into the promotional class, took 3rd spot there for the Toyota Gazoo Racing PH team. In the sporting class, we had race 2. It was won by, again, Joaquin Garrido, Avengers Racing Team, followed by Euro and Daryl Garbus, 2nd and 3rd place respectively. Super sporting class for race number 2, it was dominated by Gerard Loy, and that was a very awesome race. Right behind him was Red Diwa, trying to get into that top spot, but just ran out of steam towards the end. And then it's that name again, Inigo Anton. Watch out for that young gun. He's going to be making waves in racing for sure. Also, in race number 3 for the promotional class, it was won by Alain Alzona, Alan Palacios in 2nd, Ian Rosales in 3rd, and there's also Lechon all around because that's 2 from Team Cebu, and that's pretty great stuff. We had sporting class. Race number 3 was won by Troy Montero. Yes, another celebrity who was upgraded or promoted into the sporting class, and this guy won that race. It was fantastic. Roy Sarmiento took second place, while Joaquin Garrido took the third spot. Then it was over to Super Sporting, and here goes John Dizon again. This guy from the Avengers Racing team is making absolute headlines here in the paddock. Inigo Anton nipping right there at his heels from Toyota North EDSA, and Daryl De Leon in third place. And then, of course, we have our media autocross for promotional, which is won by Pablo Salapantan. And then we have our sporting media cross, which is won by Jan Lacuna. Promotional celebrity autocross, Benedict Kua won that one. And in the sporting celebrity autocross, it was Gino Tillamore in first place. So that's where we all stand right now with the Vios Cup. Make sure you head to Clark International Speedway. Entrance is free. Everyone's welcome. It's a great family affair. And let's see how this all pans out. See you at the racetrack.
Imagine a life where mobility opens up roads to countless possibilities, where you and your loved ones experience the thrill and joy of moving together, where you get to enjoy the important things and not worry about the little things. This is life with Toyota. And now, you don't have to imagine. Your access to a new world of mobility has finally arrived. Get ready to elevate your life with the new My Toyota app. Available on Android and iOS, My Toyota now comes with added features to level up your driving experience, anytime, anywhere. By signing up with your personal My Toyota account, you're just a few clicks away from a wide range of useful tools. Want access to a Toyota showroom no matter where you are? With a virtual showroom, you can now explore Toyota's lineup on the go. You can even build your Toyota and find your perfect match. Book a service for your car's regular maintenance with so much ease and time saved. Or check your repair status right on your device. Do it in just a few taps. Adding accessories to your car? Simply add to cart with us to make sure you're getting the right one. See our range of available service packages and take your picks right away. You can even renew your insurance quickly for that added peace of mind. Want to trade in your car? You can inquire at your nearest dealer. You can even check listings of Toyota's certified used vehicles. Get in touch with your nearest Toyota dealership in just a few clicks. Encountered a problem on the way? Access our roadside emergency assistant and be connected with your service providers. Make payments easier by choosing from available payment options, and soon experience greater payment convenience with My Toyota Wallet. Stay on top of the latest promos, announcements, and other important reminders. Do all these and more with Toyota's one app for all the things you need to make car ownership and maintenance more convenient, easier, and more fulfilling. The new My Toyota app. Life with Toyota made happier in a tap. Download My Toyota app today. For more information, visit www.toyota.com.ph/mytoyota.
Times you need to brave the roads. For this, you need engine protection. So that you spend less on car maintenance and more for your family. That's why we made Petron XES. It gives enhanced power, optimal fuel efficiency, and excellent engine protection. No wonder it's the most widely used gasoline in the country.
We know!
Petron XES, the fuel that knows you. naming napapalaban ka sa layo ng binabiyahe mo.
Obstruction ahead.
Kaya namin ginawa ang Petron XCS. Nagbibigay ito ng enhanced power, optimal fuel efficiency, at excellent engine protection. Kaya ito ang most widely used gasoline in the country.
We know!
Petron XCS, the fuel that knows you. We know there are times you need to drive hard. That's why we made Petron XCS. It gives enhanced power, optimal fuel efficiency, and excellent engine protection. No wonder it's the most widely used gasoline in the country.
We know!
Petron XCS, the fuel that knows you.
Tignan mo ang iyong mga napagdaanan. Sa bawat pagbagsak, at araw-gabing pagsusumikap, nalagpasan mo lahat ng takot at pagdududa. Maniwala ka lang, dahil ang lakas ay likas sa puso at pagkatao mo. Ang mga pangarap ngayon ay abot kamay. Malayo na ang narating natin. Hindi na tayo pabibitin. Tuloy-tuloy tayong aangat. Kasama ang Petron. Sa Petron, panalo ang Pilipino.
you a Toyota owner or dreaming of becoming one? Experience the thrill and joy of moving together with a new My Toyota mobile app. Download now and enter our virtual showroom anytime, anywhere. Book service appointments, avail of car care products and upgrade packages. Inquire with your dealers and get customer assistance. Get quick access to genuine products and quality services. Keep your Toyota at its best. The new My Toyota app. Life with Toyota. Made happier in a tap. Download My Toyota PH on Apple App Store or Google Play or visit toyota.com.ph/mytoyota to know more.
And we are back.
Certainly are, but this time we're going to be turning over to Juts for the awarding of the last few races. Jut, show us those champions, please.
Up we're here, James, and look at this. We got a stage now, and we're ready to recognize those great performances that we saw in the 5th race of the TGR Vios Cup 2022. It's time now to award our winners. But do take note, our winners that we're going to call on right now are still provisional. If you guys really want the official results, well, tune into the Facebook page of Toyota Motor Philippines for that. But we still have to give credit where credit is due. So now we're about to call on our podium finishers for our Petron XCS promotional class. Make the loudest noise for all our racers today, especially our 3rd placer for our Petron XCS promotional class, Daniel Matsunaga. Congratulations, Dan. That trophy is yours. All right, we call on as well our 2nd placer, as James reiterated, Girl Power Julia de Los Angeles. Give it up for Julia. And our champion for the Petron XCS promotional class, no longer the DQ King. That's what he said. Please make some noise for Jay Lau. We've officially dropped that moniker, Jay. No more. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishers for the Petron XCS promotional class. A round of applause, please, for our winners. Thank you, Dan, Julia, and Jay. Congratulations once again. We look forward to seeing you race once again in just a bit. All right, guys, we move over now to the next class that we will award. This is the Petron Sporting class. And for the Petron Sporting class, of course, we saw that intense battle, and again, we are now gonna award our podium finishers. We start off. Okay, there you go. We need, of course, to put in the checks and the plaques that will be awarded to our drivers. A lot of them, or some of them, have been collecting these already since leg 1, of course. And there will be some new winners of these awards. We start off with our 3rd placer, again for the Petron Sporting class. Congratulations, Miguel Quiñones. Fantastic race, Miguel. Congratulations. 2nd runner-up, taking home 10,000 pesos from this race. Once again, Miguel Quiñones. Now for our top two places, our first runner-up and the champion. It was an intense battle between these two. We were all entertained. And now we award our first runner-up. Make some noise for Joaquin Garrido. Has been standing on that podium since leg one. Congratulations, Joaquin. First runner-up, second place for our Petron Sporting class in race 5. And now we call our champion. You guys saw how great he was on the track earlier. Roy Sarmiento. Ladies and gentlemen, taking home 25,000 pesos from race 5 as the champion of Petron Sporting class is Royce Sarmiento. Give it up for your winners. What a fantastic race we saw earlier. Gentlemen, thank you for always entertaining us. We tip our hats off to you guys. And of course, we will also have one last class. And this one, the battle between Joaquin and Royce earlier was fantastic, but also in our Bridgestone Super Sporting class, I mean, the dominance earlier of John Dizon. And you guys already know that he's going to be standing there on number 1. Dominated the track, and you know, we hear Darbs, and later on we're going to be joined by Darbs again. There's a lot more to look forward to. Don't forget, in leg 2 of the TGR Vios Cup, and as you see, we have our checks, our plaques. It's almost time now to call on our winners once again. We are awarding now our Bridgestone Super Sporting class. Finishing 3rd in that stellar race. Make some noise for Gerard Loy. Congratulations, Gerard. He was actually first place or champion of yesterday's race. And even with 40 kilos, am I right, Gerard? On you, you had 40 kilos of ballast? 50 kilos of ballast. Still ending up on 3rd. Congratulations. Second place in the Bridgestone Super Sporting class is a man, or some would even say a kid, who we see all the time on the podium, Inigo Anton! We're still getting used to transitioning you, Inigo, but what we're used to is seeing you on the podium. Congratulations! And we have, of course, our champion. We've introduced him so many times, even though he needs no introduction. Our champion for the Bridgestone Super Sporting class, John Dizon! Ahead of everyone else on the track by 12 seconds. That is difficult to do. He built up a lead of 1 second per lap, as James and Gabby mentioned earlier, but fantastic race. Absolutely amazing, these 3 guys and all our racers. Give it up once again for our winners of the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I know you're still trying to get a little bit of rest as you still have one race. Good luck on race 6 later on. Ladies and gentlemen, those are our winners for race number 5, and it happened here in leg 2 of the TGR Vios Cup 2022. We have lots more to look forward to. Up next, actually, is something that I know a lot of you have been looking forward to. It's the Autocross Challenge. You're going to be seeing your media friends and your celebrity influencers, as well as the winners of our GT Cup. So we look forward to that. But at this point, I'll turn it over back to James and Gabby.
Thank you, Jet, and congratulations to the winners. Wow. They must be having all smiles right there.
Yes. They definitely are smiling, and you know, because the race earlier on is still being how do you call it, by the stewards.
Yeah,
That's still
Ricodon in Pinoy
unprovisionalized
terms.
or yeah, so there's a lot to go through. There's basically a lot of bumpers they got to go through, send through forensic evidence and stuff like that before they can come up with the winners. So that was for race 5, which was yesterday, and then today will be later on. We'll be awarding the ones from earlier on because everything's got to go through a process before they declared official results. So with that, basically, congratulations to all of the winners. You saw how that panned out. They got their checks as well, so they're not just racing for the Vios in the end, but they're also racing for in every category, they're going to get some kind of prize money as well, which is great.
Yes, so it's not just like for the overall season, which what we said is a brand new car. You also get, you know, cash prizes if you're in the top 3 or the top 5, depending on which category or which race you're racing in. And, you know, these things really do help out. And it's not just for the racers, but it's also for the whole team. It gives a sense of morale. It boosts them up all the way till the next race, you know. And those little things, it goes to oil changes. It goes to, like, the tires or, like, you know, bumpers.
Bumpers.
Apparently, we need a lot of bumpers this leg. So little things like that, and as what we said, you know, you see the racer, but it is a team sport. You know, from the team owner to your chief mechanic or to the other engineers, all the way to, you know, the guy that, you know, helps you dress up and stuff like that. That's all one sync, and that it's all one big team effort.
Absolutely, and before you get to that level, which we saw with the prize money, it always starts at the grassroots, and that is the autocross, which is going to be coming up next. And this is where it's a training ground for anyone new coming in. And we have ourselves influencers. We have also some media participants and basically beginners that want to eventually graduate into this wheel-to-wheel racing that you just saw there. And then eventually, which will lead on to the international racing. So we'll be crossing live over to Kuya Darbs in just a little while.
Yes.
But what are your thoughts on the autocross, Gab?
Well, with me, I more or less started with the autocross. I started with slalom. I took the more unconventional route because usually when you're younger, you take karting. And I started with slalom, which is like pretty much basically kind of like autocross. And what's really fascinating about this is that you're against time, which means you're against yourself. Everyone is in an equal playing field, whereas in racing wheel to wheel, you're just as fast as the person in front of you, or you're just the fastest person is the fastest person, basically. This one, it's a level playing field in a sense that you're against yourself, which means you're against time. So you could focus more on yourself than the people around you. Obviously, it still is a race in a sense that, you know, the fastest time wins. But with this, it's more on, you know, looking at how you're gonna take the turns. They change it every leg. And there's going to be, usually there is a chicane, there is a slalom, so you do get the feeling of like the shifting of you know, the weight distribution and everything, and obviously the understeer of the car, because it is pretty tight, this autocross. So you do get the basic skill set and a taste of what it is to race. Then eventually when you go to wheel, that's another added asset that you have to think of.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing about this is that's done in a much safer environment, even so, because the worst thing that can happen is you really just hit a cone rather than going wheel-to-wheel racing. But we can talk about it all day, or we can just show you. If a picture paints 1,000 words, much more a video. We're going to head over to Jut for the autocross.
All right, James and Gabby, we're on to the next part of the TGR Vios Cup 2022. We are now headed to the autocross challenge, and without further ado, it's time we meet the racers who are going to be competing. First up, in the media category, let's introduce our racers. We start representing Top Gear PH, Riz Javier. Go ahead and take your moment. From Auto Industria, Nico Villegas. Also from Auto Industria, Jan Lacuna. From C Magazine, Sig Go. From Visor, Juan Miguel Solidium. From Philippine Daily Inquirer, Pauline Lopez. From Philippine Star, Mika de los Reyes. From Carmundi, Dylan Afuang. From Business Road, Cap Aguila. From Ziguios, Roy Robles. From Yuga Tech and Yuga Auto, Pablo Salapantan. From the Modern Creatures, Kevin Francisco. And from Auto Review, Ronald de los Reyes. All right, so we're gonna have 3 categories here in the Autocross Challenge. We have the media category, and we also have the GT Cup. But before we introduce the GT Cup, let's take a photo with all of our media friends. We thank each and every one of you, by the way, for being here with us. I know the track got a little bit more challenging with the 5 minutes of rain that, just dropped by to wish you good luck and make it a little bit tougher for you guys. All right, thank you very much. Each and every one of you. All right, now we introduce our drivers. As I said earlier, we have 3 categories. Now, we did mention the GT Cup. It was a competition that was a virtual competition that happened in the different dealerships of Toyota Motor Philippines. And the winners of these dealership competitions allowed these guys to compete here in the TGR Vios Cup 2022 on the actual track. It's time to meet them. First up, we have Jether Miole. We also have Luis Moreno. Please welcome Russell Reyes and Mark Elman. All right, guys. You guys already showed your brilliance on the virtual track, and we can't wait to see how you would fare on the actual track. Good luck. Good luck. All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And I know a lot of you tuned in, or even for those who drove all the way from wherever you came from all the way here to Clark. These are some of the faces too that you were trying to catch, and we are ready to introduce to you our competitors, our drivers and racers from the Celebrity Influencer category. First, we start with our beginners division. Please welcome Bianca Yao. You guys know her as Biancake. Also there is Ashley Goshengpiao. Please welcome Carla Lizardo. Racing is Patch McDonald. Champion from Leg 1, Benedict Kua. And wrapping up our category, Mickey Romulo. They look nice and they look friendly right now. When they get on their cars, it's all grins. All right, thank you, and good luck. And congratulations to those who will eventually win. All right, now for our Celebrity Influencer category, Advanced Division. Please welcome your racers, Enzo Pineda. I see you're hyped up already. Multi-time champion, Jules. The man who dethroned Jules, Gino Killiamore. We also have Aaron Villaflor. Please welcome Lexi Mendiola. And of course, last but not least, Dexy Diaz. These are your racers for the Celebrity Influencer Advanced Division. Believe me, it's gonna be so intense for all of these racers. All right, so we invite all our autocross racers. Join in on the photo. Everyone, go ahead. We'll take one big family photo. There you go. We're gonna need a bigger area for all of our racers. There you go. These are the guys and girls that you're gonna be seeing hit the track in just a bit. It's still the TGR Vios Cup 2022. It's a different kind of racing, but equally thrilling, I guarantee you, and you're gonna wanna stay tuned for this. It's always intense with autocross. You always have to love the friendship shared by all of these racers. Okay, we invite our friends from Toyota Motor Philippines and Tuason Racing to join our racers. Now, these people joining our racers on the photo, for this photo, they were the ones responsible for training, introducing our racers to the TGR Vios Cup 2022. So we thank these people. Please join us in the photo. All right, one big family photo here before the smiles get wiped away by the intensity that these drivers always show on the track, and it always results in a great race, always results to entertainment and thrill for all of us spectators of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022. Let's get a wave here to the camera, guys. There you go. All right, we'll be checking in once again with our racers when they're already in their cars. But right now, let me turn it over to Kuya Darbs.
Yo, what's up? Thank you very much, Jot. Right now, nafe-feel mo ang energy because there are specific fans right here in the gymnasium who came here para lang sa event na to. Tingnan nyo naman ang mga fans ni Bianca. So, i-interviewin natin sila isa-isa. Ha? Brother, anong pangalan mo?
Clarence po.
Clarence, di ka ba naiinitan sa suot mo, Clarence?
Konti lang po.
Sakto lang. Okay, Clarence, is this your first time here?
Oo.
Kumusta naman ang event?
Siguro dahil first time ko, excited ako makapanood ng ano.
Excited ka? Meron ka na bang mga na-sight? Magkakajowa ka kaya pagkatapos mong umalis dito?
Siguro hindi.
Hindi? Bakit naman?
Hindi ko hilig tumingin sa iba eh.
Sana all. Okay, brother, what's your name?
Sherwin po.
Sherwin, nandito ka ba? Last leg?
Yes po, yes. Nandito po.
Ka. Last leg, nandito ka. So, what is the difference between last time at this time? Same energy ba or mas exciting ngayon?
Mas excited ngayon kasi feeling ko mag-champion si Bianca.
Grabe talaga, mga supporters ni Bianca, ha? Brother, what's your name?
Ian po.
Ian, ano naman ang message mo kay Bianca ngayon?
Let's go, Bian. Panalo mo to.
Yan.
Gawin na to.
First time mo?
Second time.
So, this second time around, ano naman sa tingin mo ang pwede mong gawin as a group after this event?
Magte-twerk.
Magte-twerk? Sige nga, sample ka nga ng twerk. Pwede ka ba mag-twerk? Okay, brother, what's your name?
Jerry po.
Ha?
Jerry.
Jerry, bakit ka nandito?
Kay Bianca din po support and 4th anniversary po namin ng girlfriend ko.
Anniversary nyo?
Yes po.
Dito mo siya dinala?
Yes po.
Guys, sabay-sabay nating sabihin. Sana all talaga. Anyway, thank you very much for joining here. Maraming salamat. And of course, let's cheer for Bianca for one last time. Of course, sa lahat ng mga influencers na kasali. And of course, syempre gusto kong bigyan kayo. Kasi dito, mamaya bibigyan ko isa-isa, don't worry. Pero since sinama ni Kuya ang kanyang girlfriend ngayon, bakit mo ba siya naisipang isama for today? Bakit hindi kayo nag-date? Bakit hindi mo siya kinain sa labas. Ay, sorry, kinain. Hindi kayo kumain sa labas.
Actually, kakain din po kami mamaya. Pero interested din po kasi sa motorsport po. And kay, support na rin po kay Bianchi. Fan po din po kasi siya ni
Fan
Bianchi.
din siya.
Yes po.
So ano naman ang masasabi mo at dinala ka dito ni Kuya? It's a new experience for you ba? First time mo bang mag-race?
Apa.
So kung ano naman masasabi mo sa kanya?
Thank you.
Sana all talaga eh. No? Anyway, guys, maraming salamat. Dahil dyan, meron kang payong from Bridgestone. Baka dumami kayo, marami kaming maiinggit sa inyo. Maraming salamat sa inyo, guys. And of course, right now, nandito tayo ngayon sa stadium. And we are waiting for the race to actually start. And mamaya-maya lang, kasama ko ngayon si Jot, who's gonna be able to tell us more about this autocross. Kasi syempre, di ba, this is my second time. Hindi ko pa masyadong alam ang mechanics ng autocross. So I think Jot is gonna be helping us later on sa mga specifics kung sino na ba yung mga nananalo, sino ba yung mga points na pwedeng i-add natin. And that is what we're gonna be discussing later. And syempre, nafe-feel ko din excited ang mga fans na makita yung mga favorite influencers nila. Grabe naman to si Jot. Bigla-bigla ka namang sumusulpot. How are you, brother?
I'm good. And just excited, bro, sa lahat ng mga mangyayari pa because we already had great races, di ba? But there's so much more to come dito sa TGR Vios Cup 2022.
And balita ko, Jot, from there to here. Paano mo ginawa?
Nag-Vios ako.
Grabe, ang bilis mo talaga,
Syempre.
brother. So, can you please walk us through autocross? Anong gagawin ng mga influencers ngayon, mga drivers ngayon? And can you please lay it down for us na medyo beginner pa sa ganitong klaseng sitwasyon?
Ako beginner rin lang ako, Darbs.
Okay.
But what I was able to do is I was able to join yung Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy. It happened before the Vios Cup, before leg 1 pa. And that's where yung mga, alam mo yung mga autocross drivers natin, I know yung media friends natin, they're all about cars eh. So magagaling yung mga yan talaga. But for some of our celebrity racers, mga first-timers din and beginners. So, I was very honored to be able to join them sa TGRA natin.
So, kumusta naman yung result mo noon?
Ayun naman. Hindi nga, kaya nga katabi mo pa rin ako. Hindi pa rin ako nagre-race doon.
Ay, kaya pala. Ay, so may mga grading system din pala yun?
Well, that's where you learn the basics. So, the first thing we did, I remember, is yung brake. Pag-brake. Paano ka pepreno? Kasi syempre, when you're racing, you're going fast eh. Di ba? Hindi naman para tayong nasa kalsada lang sa Manila or dito sa labas ng Clark. Di ba? Hindi naman ganito lang yung andar mo. Ang bilis eh.
So there is an art using the brakes pala.
Yeah, you practice it siguro parang how to brake in yung pag-racing ng setup. Diba? Iba eh. Tapos we tried yung slalom. Iba rin yun.
Which is, kailangan mo ng control doon.
Oh, yeah. And I realized na hindi ka pwedeng palang preno ng preno dun.
So, dapat swabe lang.
I remember sabi ng mga coaches, find yung speed na ma-maintain mo at makokontrol mo yung car.
When you're doing the slalom, kailangan mo bang tumapak din sa gasolinador or you let it free?
Ito yung natatandaan ko sa naturo ng coaches. Parang dapat constant. So you don't do this. Yun yung tanda kong sinabi nila. You find that pressure on the pedal na nakokontrol mo yung car but you're still going parang steady, di ba?
Amazing. So right now, Jot, nakikita ko ngayon, what are they doing? So from the start, is this a time attack? Is this something, paano ba sila gine-grade dito?
Yes, so it's a race, so pabilisan. But how we do it here in the TGR Vios Cup, in one go, we see two cars on the track, di ba?
Yes.
And then they will go opposite ways. But you know, they go through the left and right side of the track naman. So pareho rin lang naman yung dadaanan nila. And then they will end up eventually dun sa starting line of the car they went up against. And that's when time is recorded. Tapos pabilisan. Pero itong tricky dyan, Darts. For every pylon or cone that you hit, 2 seconds gets added to your time.
Minus.
Add. Kasi pabilisan eh.
Pabilisan. And of course, right now, they are doing the race itself. And super difficult nito kasi I can see merong iba na pag nagsiswerve, maingay.
Oo. And you know, Sometimes naman it doesn't mean na out
Maingay.
of control talaga siguro pagka sobrang wild na lang nung screech ng tires, di ba? But ang na-realize ko talaga hindi madali. Akala mo,
I
di ba,
think
pagka
so, yeah,
nanonood
yeah.
minsan parang, uy, parang kaya ko yan.
Oo
Nung,
nga.
nung ginawa ko na dun sa TGRA, hindi kasing dali ng what we thought it would be. That's why, you know, you'll see that our participants who were able to compete last year or have been competing here for several
since.
years already, they really get better and better at it.
Yeah,
It takes a lot of practice,
So
syempre.
basically, I think that's what racing is all about. It's about consistency, it's about control, it's about being able to be disciplined doon sa pagtapak mo sa gasolinador. And these are the beginners bracket, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No, this is actually the Celebrity Advance. If this is Jules Aquino
That's why.
in car number 2, and you know, we talk about guys who have been doing it for so many years and guys who have been getting better and better. Jules is a multi-time champion.
Many
Pero,
times.
last year na lang ng TGR Vios Cup 2021, he was really winning almost every leg.
So siya yung may pinaka-shortest time with this. And I think na si Jules, over time, nagkaroon siya ng experience with regards to this. Kasi nakikita ko, anong number ba siya dito?
And number 2. See,
Number 2.
No, in car number 4 is Enzo Pinedo. Also, you know, despite, I think Enzo, if I'm not mistaken, first time last year to join or this year, and he was already so good at it when we, or at least sa Vios Cup, sa autocross challenge ng Vios Cup. It was immediately good at this challenge.
So, John, I have a question. Do you think na yung pagiging natural-born driver mo is really existent? Or it's all about the training? Meron bang talagang iba na talagang blessed and gifted when it comes to driving na kahit walang formal training, they have the eye-and-hand coordination na which is superior than others?
I guess, you know, I'm a believer kasi na lahat dadadaan sa practice, you know. Even those who are extremely good, we can ask yung mga drivers natin in the super sporting class, di ba? They're the best of the best we have here in the Vios Cup. I'm sure they would still say they spent some time on the track practicing before they get on for the actual race of the Vios Cup.
For sure. And you can see na meron din tayong mga babae na kasali. That's very good when it comes to the skill set. You were pointing out something earlier?
Do you see what Dexy had to go through kanina? The double spin, which is a 720, of course. That's the most difficult part for me, at least.
Nasubukan mo yun sa academy?
Actually, yung 720 nga, hindi pa eh. If I'm not mistaken, I think I might have been able to try out a 360. Oh, Lexi unfortunately hit a...
Lexi. So
Si
that's
Lexi. So let's not get it confused. It's Lexi in 11 versus Dexy.
at least may isang nabago, di ba?
But yeah, I mean, these two drivers are really
amazing,
at the top of their game.
Exactly.
Din si Lexi, nagpo-podium din yan in her category.
Oh. So why do they stop? So yun na yung finish. When they stop there,
yeah,
it's
and
done.
then you'll see them here. That's their finish line, and then they would change spots. Magpapalit sila because 2 runs eh. 2 runs every time they hit the track. Pero ang iti-take is your fastest time.
So it doesn't matter.
And then, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, yung I wanted to share yung ibang mga conversations that I get to hear with our autocross drivers.
Okay, sige.
They strategize. Darbs, minsan sabihin nila, okay, 2 runs. Try ko yung isang beses. Medyo safe. I'll make sure na wala akong tatamaang pylon. That's what they'll say. Tapos parang if they're happy with that safe run, they'll go with their second run na mas aggressive na.
I see. So that's actually the way to tackle it. At least meron ka ng isang safe run na hindi masyadong aggressive and you'll get the points. So eventually, 2 rounds lang to. And then after that, final scores na.
Yeah, and then the top 4 will qualify for the semifinals. Tapos pagdating ng semifinals natin, it's 1-on-1. So let's say, eventually, tayo magtapat sa semis. We're against each other na lang, not everyone else na pumasok. Medyo mahirap din, no?
Medyo, super. And I believe one of the most difficult thing doing this is being able to actually be concentrated, concentration, and at the same time, you maintain the composure, no mistakes. And that is one of the things na medyo mahirap gawin when it comes to racing overall. Kasi, ang okay mo sa simula, pero bandang huli, nawala ka sa focus, nakatama ka na ng mga cones, and then eventually, everything that you went to experience earlier that you did good, ultimately suffers, di ba?
That's true. You know, the stories I'm sharing are stories din lang naman from conversations I had from our drivers. I would love to experience, like, I'm sure, di ba? Parang pwede rin tayo.
Toyota baka
Matry
naman.
lang.
Oo, tapos sa loob tayo nag-ano, Jot, no? So right now, nagda-drive kami.
Ako pwede nga, kahit pasahero mo lang. Happy na ako eh.
Hindi, ako ang pasahero, ikaw magda-drive.
Naku, hindi tayo under ko, pareho tayo pasahero.
Tapos si ang pagda-drive natin? Si Kuya James.
Yan.
Tapos mag-ano lang tayo, backseat passenger. Now, nandito pa rin tayo sa anong division to?
Oh, we'll see kung sino yung mga drivers that we'll have. But if we're gonna continue with the division earlier, then we'll still probably be in the celebrity advance.
So parang from advance going down to the beginners na sa huli.
That's right. So right now, we'll wait for us to be able to determine kung sino yung mga drivers on the cars right now. But it's a good start for car number 9. There
Yan yung mahirap eh, oh. You call that a slalom, right?
No, the slalom is yung parang, parang
curve.
nagsisnake out. That's Gino. No wonder he was off to a good start. You know, he's a defending champion from leg 1. From leg 1, he was able
siya yung
to...
nanalo.
Oo.
Amazing. And then the other car right now, so lumilibot pa talaga siya doon sa dulo. As you can see yun. I think that's donut, if I'm not mistaken, yung ginagawa niya na pag lumilibot. I don't know the technical term of that, but I tried that on a regular car. Please do not try this at home. Dapat ginagawa nyo lang to sa racetrack with the right car.
I tried was a donut, but a literal donut.
I'd love to have one right now, Jota. Yun, nakita natin si car number 8, meron siyang isang cone na tinamaan. So eventually, that's added points for him.
But here, Darbs, you see Aaron did hit a cone, but the cone did not fall down. So it's okay if you hit a cone as long as it doesn't fall down. That's not 2 seconds added to your time. So if you're really good, you can hit all the cones. If they don't fall down,
that's good.
Then you're good.
Yeah, amazing. And it's super easy to see, no? Pero with the technicalities that you were telling me, the background, and hindi lang pala basta-basta na pwede kang sumabak sa race, or you have to have training. I think this is something that's super interesting to learn din eh.
Yeah, and the thing about this is, remember TGRA, Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy that I was sharing earlier. This was something that we did there. These were some of the first drills, practices that we went through in the academy. And yung goal din naman ng academy is, of course, they teach you also autocross, but the ultimate goal is for you to learn what it takes to be in the circuit. So it means siguro na the foundation of racing is kung anong ginagawa nitong mga autocross racers natin.
I see. Tapos, Jot, saan ba ang TGRA? Is it here or is it in Manila? Saan ba ginanap yun?
We did it here
Dito.
in the Clark International Speedway, and I was just talking to our friends from Toyota Motor Philippines earlier, Mr. Elvin Luciano, telling me that they had 2 of those this year. And before nga, it was training to those who would compete in the TGR Vios Cup. But then they saw the interest from the public. So Toyota Motor Philippines generously opened it up to those who wanted to try it out. And you know, you have to sign up, register for a certain fee, and you can learn the basics of racing, of motorsports. And that's a great experience for everyone, lalo na yung mga car enthusiasts natin na not necessarily racers yet, but might get there someday.
And it's something that Toyota is really trying to develop yung mga up-and-coming talents. Kasi minsan, kailangan mo lang talaga ng exposure for you to really know na talented ka pala dito at there's a possibility for you to learn just the basics. TGRA, gaano ba katagal?
It was a one-day thing that I attended. I'm pretty sure na somehow there are further trainings na sa bagal ko sabi ko baka hindi ako para dito. Baka reporter na lang po ulit ako.
Sa ibang bagay ka lang mabilis, Jot.
Hindi rin eh. Di ba sabi ko sa'yo dati, hindi rin eh.
Pero nahabol mo naman.
Nahabol.
At least yung bagay na dapat nating habulin, nahahabol. Kahit hindi man lang sa sasakyan.
Oo,
diba?
okay yun.
Pangarap, di ba? Mga bagay na gusto nating gawin, mga mahal natin sa buhay.
That is true.
Importante nahahabol natin kahit yun man lang, di ba?
There's may tanong rin ako sa'yo. Dito sa...
Nagre-retaliate.
Kaya,
natatakot na ako.
Dito lang racing tayo.
Okay, sige. Go ahead.
What interests you the most about autocross?
Yun nga, like, I am a car enthusiast myself. So, for those of you who don't know, I'm actually based in Dubai. So in Dubai, you can see a lot of fast cars. You can see Lamborghini just across the street and walang actually nagpapansin because it's pretty much natural. Normal na yun.
Wow.
And I build cars as well previously and my car group din ako sa Dubai. So as a car enthusiast, I was able to see and experience how great it is to maximize the car's power. Kasi sa Dubai, the speedway, the highways there, yung lanes nila is 6 lanes, one way. Tapos it's total 12 lanes lahat-lahat. So basically you can amp up the car's power every single time. 120, meron pang speedway na 140. So you can really feel the car's power. Previously, I had one specific car na sumali din ako. I spin. Wala kaming training na ginawa. So nag-spin ako and then it was a good experience, Jot, because it's good that I did it on the racetrack. Kasi dun ko na, yun kasi minsan ang mali, kaya nga talagang yung sinasabi nila, do it on the racetrack. Why? Because there are times na hindi natin alam ang limit ng car, that once we're able to break that limit and we break it in a public road, it could mean your life.
That is very, very true.
And that's a learning na I'm glad I learned in a safe environment. Kasi after that, I toned down. Hindi na ako ganun kakaskasero because everything can pretty much go out of hand just like that.
That's true. Kaya rin, our mechanics, our race directors, they're always on top of things dito sa ating TGR Vios Cup 2022, whether it's the autocross or the circuit itself. Now, Miguel Romulo is here on board. And this is gonna be his second run na pala to. They had that run earlier.
And on the other car,
I believe it's Ashley Goshing Fiao.
Yun.
Pero dito, for our viewers, at this point of it, it's not yet one-on-one. Hindi pa sila versus each other. It's time trial pa at this point. So we'll record all the times that our drivers had, and then the fastest 4 nga will eventually move forward to our semifinals. That is where they'll have that against each other where, isa na lang yung kalaban mo. So you can focus a little bit.
So this is the time na they're pitting to each other, and not just to each other, to individual self. Most of the time kasi racing, just like this, based doon sa information na binigay mo, most of the time, ang kalaban mo dito, sarili mo din eh.
That's true, lalo na dito. Pero ito rin kasi yung tricky, Darbs eh. Kalaban mo sarili mo, but then, you see another car on the track. Diba? Nakasabay mo. So, your brain tells you, hindi, may kalaban ka, may kasabay ka eh. But in essence, it's really your time that you need to improve on.
And most of the time, like expert racers, I think, tries to get on their opponent's head eh.
Oh yeah.
Kasi I think racing, specifically autocross and racing in general, is basically maintaining a specific speed, and you do it as much as you can na wala kang mali. Because just one mistake, kahit gaano ka pa ka-advance, gaano ka pa ka-simula, if you lose consciousness or yung control mo, yung concentration mo kasi nakita mo may dumudot-dot na sa likod mo, and then eventually you hit the brake so early or medyo nag-oversteer ka or nag-understeer ka, it could basically lose, it would lose everything. So being able not to be affected by outside forces and just being one with the car.
That's why I really appreciated my experience with Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy. Kasi as a spectator lang of racing, nanonood ako eh. All the races I could watch as a sports fan din, di ba? And you just see pabilisan yan eh. They have to step on the gas.
Not the case.
And the first lesson they teach us in the academy is braking. So, you know, you understand the dynamics of it. And, oh, by the way, going back to our autocross challenge here is Patch.
And eventually, they're Carla Lizardo. Carla Lizardo.
Alam mo, I've built a friendship with every racer here in the autocross challenge. But, I'm sorry to all my friends, this is my favorite racer.
Bakit parang bias yun, Jat? Parang bakit this time pag Carla Lizardo ang sinabi, parang gusto mo, like bias ka sa kanya?
Eh kasi baka wala akong matulugan mamaya kapag hindi siya yung favorite ko eh.
Guys, sana all. Okay. So Carla Lizardo was able to join your significant other.
Yeah.
The love of your life.
Yeah.
Nandyan siya. So may experience ba siya sinabi sa'yo na parang isa sa mga nahirapan niya din daw when she was trying out? For sure, nag-academy din siya.
Yeah. And you know, this is her second year joining the autocross challenge. And last year, she knew she had to work on a lot of stuff then. And she did. Yun nga, nag-attend siya nung academy. She goes to the practices then, just like all the drivers we have in the autocross challenge. And she saw the fruits of her hard work din naman by bagging second place in the first leg.
Grabe, magaling din kasi yung coach. Did you...
Hindi ako. Kasi mas marami siyang alam sa racing kaysa sa akin. Siya nagko-coach sa akin.
Okay. Pero at least moral support.
Oh, yeah.
Number one cheerleader, dapat tayo ng mga significant others natin. Right now, sino tong who's doing the car number 3?
We'll find out in a bit.
Later on. So, eventually, yun nga, they're doing the donut.
Yeah.
And then, yun din eh, medyo mahirap din doon. Hindi mo alam kung kailangan mo bang tapakan ng gasolinador habang lumiliko, kailangan mo bang i-taper, kailangan mo bang mag-brake. And that is something that they learn in TGRA.
What I hear then from the coaches, kasi sa sobrang gusto ko rin matuto. Whenever, you know, our drivers are about to get in their cars, getting some tips from their coaches and our race directors, siyempre nakiki-chismis marites tayo doon. And I would hear the coaches say, slow in out fast.
Slow in?
Yeah.
Tapos pag medyo nakalabas ka na doon sa G-force,
yun,
tapakan
diba?
mo na.
Parang they say when you have control na of the car, you feel like you're gonna be able to control the steering na, okay, then pedal to the metal already.
I see. So just like what car number 11 is doing right now.
Oh, that was a clean
super
720.
Again, guys, sa lahat ng mga nanonood, it might seem so easy to watch doing this, pero as what Jot is telling us, the specifics of this, I mean, you can now appreciate the technicalities, the skill sets that these guys are showing us dito sa autocross na to. It's not an easy feat to even be there.
Yeah, but you know, our autocross din kasi, the reason why it is part of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022 is Toyota wants everyone to know that racing is for everyone. Diba? And this is siguro parang the introduction to racing nga. Eventually, I know some of our drivers here in the autocross challenge, they want to eventually progress to competing in the circuit, but we'll start here. You know, who knows where we'll see these drivers eventually.
Grabe yung mga ganong klaseng mga hirit talaga nila. I mean, eventually, pag mabilis ka talaga, madalas maiiwanan mo yung mga kasama mo Jot.
Oh, totoo. Tsaka, dito lang dapat nagpapaiyak.
Yes.
Diba? Kung kailangan. Minsan hindi mo sinasadya napapaiyak
Yes.
Yung gulong.
Yes. And I believe na dapat sa race car ka lang din dapat mang-iwan. Yun yung goal.
Oo.
Pero outside that, wag mong gawin yan. Bad yearn.
Tama.
So pag nagpapaiyak ka ng gulong, nagpapaiyak ka dapat sa race car, sa racetrack lang. At kung sakaling dito ko din pinupush actually, Jot, na kung meron mang dapat habulin, yun yung nauna sa'yo sa race.
Oo.
Kasi maraming beses na mga tao outside of the racetrack naghahabol sa maling tao. Ha? Bakit ganun?
Hindi kita masagot dyan.
Nasubukan mo na bang maghabol, Jot?
Kinalimutan ko na.
Kinalimutan, hindi mo na.
Pero alam mo, speaking of naghahabol or yung inaabangan, ganyan, marami nag-aabang dito kay Bianchi. You check our comments sa Facebook natin ngayon. We're live on the Facebook page of Toyota Motor Philippines. You'll see a lot of them cheering for Bianchi.
And as I can see, si Bianca, kahit hindi niya naman sinadya, marami na ding pinaiyak yan ng mga fans.
Nagulong. Kanina lang eh.
Yes, gulong and fans. Kasi they were be happy pag nanalo si Bianca.
Oh, tears of joy.
Exactly.
That's right.
Talaga. Ganun yun, Jod. Parang para bumawi, di ba?
Oo. Maniobra ka dun eh.
Maniobra ako dun. So, again,
ang bilis nung shift mo eh.
Syempre, ganun dapat. Para hindi tayo mapahuli. So, car number 8 and car number 9 right now ang nakasalang. So, eventually, they're trying to settle in for another
Yung second run, yeah.
Another run. And makikita ba natin ang score? Or later na natin
Later,
makikita?
malalaman natin, itatali natin. Pero, you know, in previous editions of the Autocross Challenge and the TGR Vios Cup, what we saw was nag-eliminations muna tayo and then we hold the semifinals and finals later on in the day. Pero ngayon, yung kagandahan, and I know the drivers like this too, na tuloy-tuloy tayo ngayon eh. Nag-elims tayo ngayon. We'll head straight to the semis and the finals.
Diretso
and
na.
They don't lose their momentum, di ba?
Oo nga, no? Kasi minsan pag like you're in the zone, tapos matitigil, tapos babalik ka na, you need to warm up again.
Yeah,
So at least ito, tuloy-tuloy, dire-diretso.
Oo, tsaka ang laking bagay no kasi yung confidence mo, di ba? If you had a good run, kasi kung mag-semis ka naman, it means you had a good run.
You had a good run. So tuloy-tuloy
It means
na.
ikaw yun ang iwan.
Yes, and ito at least tuloy-tuloy.
Oo.
Hindi katulad ng mga ka-text nung iba dyan na nanonood. Hindi consistent.
Bawal yun.
Hindi nagre-reply.
Bad yun.
Bad yun. So, focus na lang kayo dito. Kung sakaling nanonood kayo sa Facebook Live, sa live stream natin for today, huwag nyo munang replyan yan. Please, pupuyatin ka lang yan, pero hindi ka niya jojowain.
Oo, samahan niyo muna kami dito. As we take a look at Benedict Cua, siya yung reigning champion or Leg 1 champion ng ating Autocross Challenge for the beginners ng Celebrity Influencer Division.
Mukhang hindi mga beginners eh.
Hindi mo kami beginner.
So super nila, ang control din nila is just like doon na din sa mga advance eh. So ano pang like how can you determine pag halimbawa sumali ka sa Gazoo Racing Academy, how will they identify, like lalo na dito sa autocross, kung beginner ka, kung advanced ka na ba, how will they identify that?
Yung mga drills mo kasi doon timed eh. Parang almost challenges din. Siyempre mas madali yung course doon or yung papagawa doon compared to this track we're seeing in the autocross because the drivers here have already undergone that training. Pero may oras din. So, tapos nung at the end of our session, ni-reveal yung time and they told us who was the fastest. So you also get to gauge parang, at least among your peers, di ba? Oy, pang ilan ba ako? Oy, ako ba yung pinakamabagal?
Or ikaw yung palaging nang iiwan.
Oo.
Sa car.
Sa car.
So si Benedict ito, madalas nang iiwan to.
Ayoko magsalita
sa race.
Hindi ko magtanong sa kanya niyan mamaya.
Kasi sabi mo champion siya, so marami siyang naiwanan ng mga kaano niya.
Malay mo sabay lang, nauna lang ng konti.
Baka. Or baka talaga medyo binilisan niya, pinagbibigyan niya lang yung iba.
Tama. Ganyan. Pero alam mo, ito pa, isang secret ng mga autocross racers natin. You know, you see them when they're already here on the track, but we always race on a Saturday. These drivers come in Friday morning for practice.
Practice na.
Friday afternoon, they go to practice. Saturday, very early in the morning before their race, they also practice.
Grabe,
so, you know, dedication is still at a high for these racers in our Autocross Challenge. Mapa Celebrity Advanced, Celebrity Beginner, Media, tsaka yung ating GT Cup racers.
Lahat sila are consistent and very much into the racing. May question ako, Jot. So like say for example, sabi mo si Benedict, di ba sabi na marami siyang iniwan na mga
Ikaw
sasakyan.
nagsabi nun,
Nasasakyan.
Ikaw
Nasasakyan.
nagsabi nun.
Hindi mo kasi ako pinapatapos, Jot. Mas siyang iniwan, nasasakyan. Kasi mas nauna siya. So, it was the last leg, siya yung first. So, how come hindi siya napunta sa medyo advanced? Bakit nasa beginner pa rin siya?
Oh, because yung 3 legs natin is 1 season eh. Maybe
so,
next,
okay, next season
diba?
I get it.
TGR Vios Cup 2023.
Oh, hopefully, I'll see you there. At nandun ako. Kasi super nice, super exciting. It was my first time last time, Jot. And
We appreciate you joining us here, Kuya Darbs.
super grabe ang the excitement, yung smell ng tire, mga burn ng tire, and it's something na usually nakikita mo lang sa nakita mo lang sa TV, pero in your face. And I think in the Philippines, this is one of the most prestigious racing events there is.
Absolutely. Tsaka, alam mo yung pagka nagsa-start tayo ng race, our first race goes off at around 10:30 in the morning at yung naririnig yung mga rev ng mga nakaka-excite di ba? Parang gaganahan ka bigla parang it puts everything in perspective and you just wanna see the race. Nakita mo yung karera kanina natin, the first race and the Petron XCS promotional class.
Sabi nga nila James and Gab, bumpers to bumpers eh.
Hindi ko nga alam kung bumper to bumper pa eh. Kasi nawala yung mga bumper eh.
Bumpers in bumpers na. Speaking of gana, Jot, sinabi mo kanina ginagana. Magana ka talaga sa racing?
Well, yun na nga eh. Magana ako until na-realize ko hindi siya para sa akin.
Pero I mean, like, why don't we try to, parang cultivate it? Are you into motorsports? For sure you are.
Oh yeah.
What's stopping you from, like, sabihin na natin, your significant others kanina, she's there. So why don't we try next time, next leg, no? Na parang you're gonna be the one taking us into the adrenaline rush of being inside the car. Tapos kami yung nasa likod, magko-comment lang kami mga backseat driver. Bakit ba kasi ginagano niya?
Sumenyas ka. Ganun. Ka dyan, tumabi ka muna. Bababa
Bakit
ako.
ka nag-brake lang mabilis? Ano ka ba?
yun yung dahilan kung ba't di ko siya gagawin.
Pahamak yung mga backseat drivers eh. Anyway, so, what's happening right now? I think it's,
We moved on to the media na, our media category. So we saw Jan Lacuna earlier.
And sino pa? Merong auto industriya din kanina.
Oh, yeah. So, we will take a look at a lot of drivers actually dito sa ating media category. And it's the same thing sa ating circuit race that the Toyota Vios that you see here, all those cars are one make race yan. It's all specs are the same and
So,
curious no one has an advantage really when it comes to the build of the car.
Oh, so skills talaga.
Yeah.
Ang batayan.
Cap Aguila here of Business World.
Doing the donut and then yun na yung sinabi mo na slalom kanina. So all of the specs of the car are the same. So paano yun? Like, what are the specs? For sure, hindi to stock specs ng Vios.
They're stock but the GR improved for the Vios Cup talaga. The one make race version of it.
And that eventually gives us an idea that most of the time it's skill set. Kasi walang team or walang car na technically mabilis or malakas yung engine.
That's true.
Everything is basically the same. Same power and same spec ng cars. It's just all about the skill set, coordination ng team within kasi may mga mechanics din sila. And this is something that really I want people to also understand. Kasi kala nila may kanya-kanyang team. No, this is may kanya-kanyang mga specs na pinapalakas yung sasakyan. But eventually, I just found it out a bit earlier nung sinabi kanina when they were discussing. So it makes me love the car more. Or
That's true.
And also the race more.
That is absolutely correct. Tsaka, we also saw, Dylan Afong, by the way, there. And something that I truly enjoy as well, if you notice, no, whenever we interview racers, we always highlight na, uy, nag-podium ka na kanina. And I'm talking about the circuit right now. Uy, nag-podium ka na kanina, podium ka ulit ngayon. Because usually, when you finish in the podium, you're gonna carry extra weight on your car for the next race. So kanina, You know, in yesterday's race, for example, Gerard Loy won it. Kaya kanina, in race number 5, he was carrying extra 50 kilos. The other cars were 50 kilos heavier than him, and still, he finished in 3rd place.
So, bakit nila lalagyan ng 50 kilos?
To even it up. So, if you won, nanalo ka ngayon, meron kang konting weight na ilalagay sa'yo.
So, handicap, you could say.
Parang ganon.
So, lalagyan nila ng extra weight ang car mo?
Yes.
In what form? Weights ba?
No, we'll have to check on that. But that's as far as I know right now. So, it's always so impressive sa circuit yun. Na when podium, that's a feat.
So, kung nag-podium and podium siya, as what you mean, like that guy really has something.
That's skills.
Skills,
bro.
Skills,
diba?
bro.
Pero itong skills talaga, di ba? And in the autocross is where we really see a great display of skills, Darbs.
Ito, wala silang mga weights naman na naka-add. This is all free weights. I mean, stock weights kung anong meron man yung car earlier.
Nung nag-academy ako, parang may weights yung sasakyan ko. Ako yung weights ng sasakyan ko.
Ikaw yung nagpabagal. Pero Jot, I mean, do you suggest how early can, like, maraming parents kanina, I'm so happy seeing they start their kids young to love racing. Ano ba yung age na parang perfect?
You know, I'll be honest, I'm not really that in-depth of a car or racing enthusiast. I absolutely appreciate it and love it. Pero I know there are bigger fans than me. But I also know that there are a lot of young men who were even kids when they started out racing. And young men who are already racing the biggest trophies and plaques here in the TGR Vios Cup 2022.
Mga bata, no? Like around 20s, if I'm not mistaken.
Not even.
Really?
So, di ba?
So for sure, they started young as well. And
pero of course, yung palala rin lang natin, like you said, sa mga parents, viewers natin, syempre, within the limits, kasi sa track iba yun But syempre, when you're driving out na in the service roads, there's an age floor for getting a license.
For sure.
As long as we follow all the rules and restrictions, it should be good.
Yes, sir. So, right now, nandito, beginner's class pa rin tayo, if I'm not mistaken.
So we have moved on to the media.
Media na.
So I'm really happy to see a lot of our media partners and friends na talagang coming out to Clark every weekend to join us, and it's a whole lot of fun to talk cars with them and just really get their perspective. Alam mo, marami rin yung mga, for us both, Darbs, di ba? Yung mga natututunan natin. We learn from them.
For sure. Yun nga tulad ng sinabi ko, in the car culture, they are one of the backbones. Kasi sila yung mga nag-in-depth talaga na research and specs and details that we needed to learn from other cars din. So it's good to see that these people are here as well practicing the things that they're writing.
That's right. Eto ngayon, si Roy Robles from Vios will be taking on the track. Again, media category tayo. Roy will be in car number 8.
Grabe. You hear that sound? Like, yun yung sinasabi mong nakakagana that roar. And it makes the blood pump and boil.
Tsaka, when I got into, it was one of these cars din. Ganyan-ganyan din yung nagamit namin in the academy. Very, very fortunate. Thank you, Toyota Motor Philippines. But I had driven a Toyota Vios before. The ones that we see on the road most of the time. It was a 1.3. And then I get to try this here on the track. And really floor the gas pedal. Iba talaga yung rush, yung tunog, and it really felt like kayang-kaya nung sasakyan yung syempre pagka dumadaan ka doon sa slalom, talagang steer ka ng steer and the momentum, the force will be throwing your body left and right. But I never panicked. It felt like the car was controllable at all times.
And eventually, I think that's an experience that they needed to also try if in case fans kayo ng or fan kayo ng racing or motorsports, kasi the adrenaline basically gives you something, no? Minsan, let's try to race, pero at least in a safe environment naman. Let's not take it on the streets, kasi that is something na we really don't want to push, kasi one mistake lang, it's super dangerous. So might as well make that mistake here in the racetrack.
And maraming mag-guide sa'yo dito, of course.
For sure.
Ang Toyota Motor Philippines, may mga coaches, ushers ay dito. We also saw, by the way, si Ron De Los Santos, De Los Reyes, of Auto Review on track.
Right now.
Yeah. So, I think we're almost
there.
done tayo with...
Excited ako kung sino yung mga magka-qualify.
Oh, it's so exciting. Tsaka don't forget, meron pa tayong GT Cup participants in just a bit. I think they might be the guys who are left to make their run in a bit.
So GT Cup, can you explain a little bit of that? Iba din yun sa autocross?
Now they're gonna compete in the autocross here on the actual track. But to qualify for that, they had to go through the competitions that they went to sa mga Toyota dealerships that they went to and participated in. Now, the best of the best, they got invited here to join us at Clark International Speedway. And that's what I mean also when I said that Toyota Motor Philippines is telling us through the TGR Vios Cup that racing is for everyone. They're giving so many opportunities for everyone to try and get a chance to, at the very least, Darbs, experience what it is to race here.
And this might be a culture that if it is continued, would love to see someone sitting doon sa international scene. Hopefully, F1, di ba? Usually, dito nagsa-start yung mga ganyan. And I'm so happy. NASCAR, maybe too. And that's something na excited to see. Kasi usually, Philippines, mostly ang sports natin is mostly basketball, boxing. It would be nice to see if globally we will have a couple or many of the people na mag-participate doon. And that could be possible because of what Toyota is doing right now.
And you just look at our racers here in all the different categories that we have, divisions, classes, even in the circuit here in autocross, you'll see that, man, we have a lot of talented drivers.
For sure. And alam mo yun, super tulad kanina. Oh my God. It was something na I never thought, kala ko sa TV ko lang mapapanood yung mga ganun eh. And this is something that we experience. And this is somehow cultivating culture. Kasi if I've noticed, yung mga malalakas na mga race car drivers previously on their own motorsports, the usual thing why they got into it is because their fathers took them when they were young.
Yeah. Ang dami, no? Yung mga second generation.
And eventually, nakita natin kanina yung mga bata, like as early as like 5, 7 years old, sa totoo lang, tatatak na sa utak ng bata yan eh. And then they would be able to cultivate that thrill, and eventually meron pang GRA, Gazoo Racing Academy.
Yeah.
That they could take it to the next level. And eventually, maybe we're planting a seed for future racers 5, 10 years from now, 15 years from now.
That's true. And it's just exciting, you know, and kailangan lang naman minsan, you know, sometimes people just need an avenue to show what they can do. And that's what the TGR Vios Cup 2022 has given yung mga racers natin, drivers. And every single time, di tayo napapahiya. Darbs, ang gagaling talaga.
Galing.
Ang gaganda ng mga races that we get to see here. And as we always say, the further down the road we go in a leg, the more intense the races become. Because syempre, you're maybe at first, you know, you're gauging yung mga kalaban mo. And then you understand already where you are and what you need to do. And so you try your best, you push even harder.
And the first leg was actually exciting. But I could say na the level of excitement is way, way higher right now. And it may be because yung mga drivers natin was able to already establish a foundation from the first race. They get to see, gauge, as what you mentioned, nagiging solid na yung plans nila, that it's not just about, alam mo yun, but they just break in the first leg. The second leg shows that they're now comfortable. I cannot wait for the third leg kung ano kayang
Yeah,
mangyayari.
diba? Especially when pag third leg, you know, baka if you're, I don't know, maybe second, third, you know ito na yung last shot mo to get ahead eh. Be it in autocross or circuit because syempre may mga points din. And you know you're just gonna pour out everything you've got.
I think it's gonna be more aggressive than the second leg.
Yeah, it's the beauty of motorsports, really.
And hopefully lang, we pray and I for sure the team is equipped to be there once a little bit of accident happens. Pero syempre, we want to see our drivers safe, hopefully. And then right now, dito sa autocross, car number 2 is now doing yung run niya. And as you can see, was able to navigate their way sa mga cones. So ito yung slalom, minsan talaga pag hindi ka masyadong sanay, medyo mahihirapan ka talaga, mag-slow down ka.
That's very, very true. So, we'll try to figure out kung asa na nga tayo in our
medyo napasarap yung usapan natin.
But we went through already lahat ng categories natin, ha? We got already through yung ating celebrities and media. Siguro yung GT Cup, we'll try to get a word if we're already in our GT Cup participants. Yun talaga yung very excited din ako na part itong autocross. Kasi isipin mo, nakapasok ka kasi ang galing mo dun sa virtual track. But how much can you translate yung nagagawa mo with the rig sa actual na di ba?
You can say na parang there are similarities but nothing beats the real thing versus you just in the screen at you not feeling the G-force pag nasa virtual lang. But if you're in the track, you smell the tire, you smell the pressure, you see the guys breathing behind your neck.
Yeah,
and
true.
those are the things that basically either is gonna pump you up or gonna distract you. So this is really now something na I'm excited to see kung paano magta-translate yung performance nila from GT to this one.
Okay, so we are still in the media category. We have Riz Xavier of Top Gear PH.
Yes, Riz Xavier.
Yeah, and also is Nico Villegas of Auto Industria.
Auto Industria yan. Isa din yan sa mga binabasa ko previously. Yun, ano na sila sa slalom. Eventually, these guys really have pretty much good control.
Alam mo yung mga nababanggit natin na outlets, media outlets nito, mga kasama natin, ng mga drivers natin. Always tune in and check every now and then just sa mga outlets nila because that's where you hear the latest that Toyota Motor Philippines is up to mga nilo-launch na cars like earlier. Nakita mo yung Toyota 86 GR?
Oh my God, man. 86. This is a legend. Like, I'm an anime fan. Trueno, 86. Previously, GTA 86 yung nakikita ko pa sa, what was the name of the anime? Initial D. So, seeing it being revived and then seeing the car itself, that is a legend, man. This is something na I wish they would create new anime. Tapos yung bagong 86 na din nandun. I think it's gonna sold out na yung I think if not now, kung nakita nila yung bagong iteration, 10 years before you were able to see the new version. Grabe. Super, I'm usually a video game fan din. So, yung 86 talaga, always nasa drifting session yan.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Rear wheel drive and then, boxer engine. Right? Boxer engine, di ba? Ang 86, if I'm not mistaken. And, super ganda ng niya. The way, I have to be honest, I had one when I was in Dubai. I modified it. And from here, nagdo-donut ako konti doon sa mga parking lot. But don't do that at home. Pero, super, eventually, ang this car is really not just good for daily driving, but I tried it as well on the track. I mean, bro, kahit gaganon mo lang, tapos aarangkada mo, magdidrift siya.
Wow.
That's how great that car is eventually. But, of course, I don't suggest everybody would do that kasi, I mean, you have to have GRA training siguro para you can maximize the car itself.
Yeah, and you know, for the Toyota 86GR, the all-new Toyota 86GR, it's displayed dito sa Toyota Vios Cup tent natin. If you guys want to check it out, if you're here in the Clark International Speedway. If you're nearby, we'll be here till this afternoon. So you still have a lot of time, or I don't know, if maybe you're watching us from Manila and you want to drive all the way here, we'd love to still have you.
May time pa silang humabol.
Get that first look on the Toyota 86GR, which Darbs and I have been drooling over.
Baka naman. Hashtag. And August 26 pa ang release nito.
Yeah.
But you will have a sneak peek na eventually. Yun yung reward natin sa mga umattend. They will be able to see the car personally right now. Type na type ko yung red version eh. Super nice eh. Ang ganda eh. And of course, it comes with different colors. But if ever I were to buy one, color red
yung red sa'yo?
Super nice.
Sige na nga yung gray sa akin. Yung parang steel.
Parang feeling ko bibigyan nila ako ng dalawa eh. Pero maganda din yung gray actually. Hindi it's something flashy looking and somehow makikita mo yung effect nun when you drive, like everybody's just gonna break their necks looking from the point where you came from where you're going.
I've always been a fan of the 86, much like everyone, right? But to see the GR version of it, first time that it comes in GR, right? And I don't know. I'm lost for words in describing it.
And hopefully, you guys will get to be able to see it later. Visit nyo yung booth. We're inviting you. We're encouraging you to check it out. This is something that you should really be dying to be inside. I'm not sure kung pwedeng sumakay sa loob.
Alam mo, nahiya nga ako kanina eh. Parang I wanted to open the door, check out the interior. Mamaya, try
natin. Baka. Pero meron din naman yung GR Yaris din.
Yeah.
That was displayed. Doon, nasakyan ko din yon. And super iba talaga ang trim ng GR. You know? Like you can really feel that there's a difference. Yung angas, even the sound when you start it. Kasi pinapa-start nila sa akin nung yung GR Yaris nila. And then it's something na super nice for people to also experience as well. And so car number 9.
Media category pa rin tayo. So we have 2 cars on the track right now for Autocross Challenge. This is still the qualifying round, all right? In the media category, and we've gone through our celebrity division already. So eto nga no. Dito time trial pa lang tayo. We got Pablo Salapantan and Sigurd Go on the track right now. Pablo representing Yugatech and Yuga Auto.
Look at that. Tingnan mo kung paano niya atakin ng donut.
Na yan, no? You see parang hindi sobrang aggressive, di ba?
Kasi pag i-aggressive mo doon, magsiskid ka, no?
Oo eh. Or tatamaan mo yung cone. Ikita mo kung gaano ka magkakatabi yung mga cone. You hit 1, usually you'll hit 2 or 3. And then that's 3 cones is 6 seconds added to your time.
That's a lot eventually. That's a lifetime na sa
in racing, right?
Oo. Kaya nga, isa din sa mga magandang lesson dito is if you want to go fast, you have to sometimes go slow eh.
That's what that's talaga, no? Parang nung una ko siya narinig, paano yun?
Like, what doesn't make sense.
But then, when I actually had to get in a car and try it out, it made perfect sense.
Kasi kung bira ka lang ng bira, tapak ka lang ng tapak ng gasolinador, you lose control, you add additional points on your time, yung kala mong technique na mas mabilis, mas okay is not really good. Actually, it's sometimes taking time to know when you attack and when you slow down eventually, those are the key points na pwede mong matandaan when it comes to autocross and in racing in general din.
Ikaw, so somehow meron ka ring experience sa mga like these obstacles that our drivers are going through?
Not really. Like, if you compare both of us, mas may experience ka because you've been in the racetrack and you've been instructed by instructors na pro talaga. For me, it's just it's a matter of trying out. I'm happy na somehow doon ako sa Dubai. I'm not saying na parang I'm trying to overspeed in Dubai, but you get to experience the car's limit pag nandun ka, na eventually may mga turns talaga na super and then medyo wide, so you can really take your time to speed up and then see kung yung body roll ng sasakyan mo is it worse, is it good, and that is something na I was able to find out. But experience wise, I am as clueless, I should say, sa autocross, and it's so good because we have you to basically let us understand kung ano ba talaga yung mga key points na matandaan. Kasi most of the people would just see na, dapat lalampasan niya lang yan, ang dali lang naman yan gawin. And then eventually, there's awfully a lot of things to consider that this is an art, you could say.
Yeah.
Driving the car.
So here now, we have two ladies on the track.
Oh, wow.
We have Mika de los Reyes of Philippine Star 2.0 and Pauline Lopez of Philippine Daily Inquirer.
Girl power tayo ngayon.
Oo, tsaka kanina rin, di ba? In the circuit with Julia taking home second place in race number 5.
See? Second place. Grabe, no? So eventually, I think ang racing din, you could say na it's all about patience din, di ba?
Yeah, for sure. Tsaka yung mga, alam mo yung mga kanina, di ba, tinatanong natin yung mga racers natin because ang dami talaga nangyayari doon sa mga races, daming nagliliparang bumpers.
Mga bumpers
But what Jay Lau, the winner of Race 5's Petron XCS promotional class said was, he just waited for the right time. Yung parang kumalma yung chaos around him or in front of him. That's when he said, excuse me, padaan. And then he won the race.
Yeah. And I think that's also applicable in life, di ba? Don't get driven into the chaos, but instead observe and make your move.
#Darbs wisdom.
Yes, sir. Pinakilig pero hindi inibig. Nasubukan mo na ba yun, Jot?
Yung alin?
Yung nagpakilig ka pero hindi mo siya inibig.
Hindi.
Hindi mo na-try yun. Kinilig ka lang nung nag-drive ka ng car.
Oo.
Or feeling ko mas kikiligin ka kung makadrive tayo ng Toyota 86 GR version.
Ay, alam mo na.
Sana wag lang tayong pakiligin. Talagang totohanin, di ba?
Ako, love at first sight yung 86 kanina when we saw it, di ba?
I think everybody who saw that car, man.
It's so difficult not to be so attracted to the all-new Toyota 86.
Yes. August 26 ang official release niya. It's there in the showroom right now. So if you're a fan as much as me, ako, kung nag-aantay lang ako ng tiyempo. Para ibigin yung 86. I will try to find a way na i-ride ko yung 86.
Yan.
Kahit man lang ma-feel natin yung seats and how it feels like. Kasi the previous version, as in super mafe-feel mo talaga na nandun ka. Like you're in a race mode pag nakasakay ka. But it's not basically parang ini-exchange niya from comfort kasi it's still comfortable. It's still great for a daily drive car, but at the same time, if you take it on track, it's good to go, man.
Oh yeah, and kanina nga, di ba? It was on the track as part of the parade. Grabe yung parade na natin kanina to start the day, and
grabe, no?
With the GR line complete and taking the track.
Iniintay ko na nga lang mag-transform Kala ko may pasabog si Toyota
It set the tone for this TGR Vios Cup 2022 Leg 2, di ba? being there and seeing that fleet, solid. Sobrang solid.
Amazing, amazing. And, John, na-try mo na bang i-ride ng Supra? Have you test drive a Supra before?
No way. Not yet. I
Yun ang
will say yet.
Not yet.
I will say not
That's
yet.
a very good, let's claim it, Supra, oh my God, legend din eh.
Oo naman. Tsaka, I mean, look pa lang eh, di ba? Looks pa lang ng Supra. You see it and
Grabe.
it will make you say, I wanna drive
car.
this car.
And I think yun yung safety car na ginagamit.
Yes, the white Supra. So, eventually, sometimes you'll see that white car leading the pack in our circuit races. It's because our safety car is a Toyota Supra.
And that's a legend in the car world. In something that I think every little boy's dream when the 2JZ engine was there. And grabe yung Supra. And then, di ba, that's the reason why then that it blew up into pop culture because of the Paul Walker sa first Fast and the Furious.
Yes.
Supra din yung gamit niya doon. That it beat a Ferrari nung ni-race niya. And that's how powerful that car is, and that's the reason why it is considered one of the legends. It's so awesome to have that. Right now, nasa media pa rin tayo.
Media tayo. Media division. But we're almost through sa elimination round. Tapos, of course, titingnan ba ng mga officials natin kung ano yung mga tally nung times because yun nga, may mga penalty ka rin eh. Aside from just the time, if you hit a cone. Again, that's 2 seconds added to your time. And it's just the penalty. So you have to be not just fast, but also accurate with your driving.
Yes. And I think these guys was practicing na din prior. Sabi mo, di ba, ang iba dito, 6 o'clock pa. They were trying to set in the mood for this. And just a small recap for those people na nandito ngayon. So right now, we're watching Autocross Division. Later on, i-announce po natin kung sino yung may fastest time. This is a time attack. And as you can see, car number 11 is doing the donut. And later on, papasok na po siya sa slalom, which requires tremendous control and concentration.
Pero alam mo, pagka... isa yun sa mga na-enjoy ko talaga dun sa nag-try ako mag-autocross. Or at least nag-try ako dun sa academy. Yung mag-slalom. Kasi hindi mo naman magagawa yan sa anywhere.
And
Delix yun eh.
At saka pag gagawin mo sa normal na sasakyan, baka tumapon ka sa kabila.
So parang doon ako sobrang aliw na aliw doon sa OMR ng Toyota Vios, yung one-make race. Because kahit wild yung steering mo, because you're trying to go fast dun sa slalom, and I was still learning nga, di ba? Or I'm still learning up till now. Hindi siya nagwawala. It wasn't really throwing me too hard. Well, siguro ang bagal ko masyado. Pero at the same time, I was really confident in the car.
And that's how awesome this one make race shows us, no? Kasi lahat ng specs the same. And then eventually, mapipit mo talaga yung skill set mo versus the other person who's trying to do. And car number 9 and car number 3 is right now doing their run na, I think. Kasi nag-swap na sila kanina.
Yeah. So we have a new set of drivers on the track right now. Autocross Challenge pa rin of the TGR Vios Cup 2022. Seems like we will be continuing with our media category. But we've had a lot of our friends from the media take the track already.
I think nasa tail end na tayo and we're gonna be able to see the results soon. Excited ako eh.
Oh yeah, to see kung sino yung papasok into the next round, right? Yes. Because imagine having so many drivers and you just get to the top 4 of a category.
And that is something na super exciting din.
Okay, so right now we are in the final category of the qualifying round. Ito ngayon yung GT Cup winners natin.
Ito na sila.
Ito na sila. So, they've tested their skills already on the virtual track. Now, they're off to the actual track. Mark Elman right now on your screens. And he's trying to escape this 720, or that was just a 360 pala on that side. It's only on the other side of a track. That's a 720.
And up next is semifinal na tayo after this.
Ayan na, yun naabangan mo, Darbs.
Excited na ako to see kung sino yung mga nakapasok. At of course, excited ako kung sino yung mga naiwan. At excited akong makita sino yung mga nang-iwan.
Yan, papagalitan mo ba yung mga nang-iwan?
Hindi, I mean, they have to be proud. Kasi naiwan na nila.
Okay.
Sa racetrack.
Yun.
Yun lang naman ang importante. Mag-iiwan ka and we promote na mang-iwan sa racetrack lang.
Yeah. At eto nga, si Russell Reyes and Mark Elman. Mamaya rin, malalaman natin sino sa kanila yung
mang-iiwan. Feeling ko yung mga Mark, mga mahilig mang-iwan yan eh.
Bakit?
Sa racetrack. Hindi ko lang basta mga M. Di ba mang-iwan? May masisi lang. Gusto ko lang silang sisihin. So as of now, yan, nagsa-start na sila.
They had their first run, and this is gonna be their second run. Again, pagkatapos ng dalawang runs, you go twice around the track. But they only take one. Yung time na mas mabilis.
Pinakamabilis ang tinitake nila. So, hopefully, these guys will be able to perform in their optimal performance. Yun, no? Ang in and out na pasok.
So you see yung
donut. Tama nga yung sinabi mo, no? Dapat nakaglide ka lang eh. And then paglabas, tsaka mo ihihilit.
Oo, di ba? Parang ang galing rin eh nung mga coaches how they explained it to us because we really understood kung bakit yun yung kailangan gawin. And pagka slalom nga doon.
Yes, of course.
Hindi ka pwedeng, parang nung una ko talagang try, preno ko ng preno. I would hit the brake every time I would have to go through a cone, right? But then, eventually, what I realized was, number one, I wasn't in control of the car. And number two, I was going so slow because I was braking and braking.
So, nasa flow din. Totoo din talaga yung times na yung flow na sinasabi nila. Na palagi kong naririnig yan, one with a car. One with a car.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually, you'll know what it means when you're able to really push the car's limit or at least spend a little bit of time. Pinapangalanan mo ba yung car mo, Jot?
Hindi eh.
Hindi mo pinapangalanan?
Wala siyang pangalan.
Wala siyang pangalan.
Auto.
Yun lang. Pula. Mga ganon. Next time, ang papangalan mo sa sasakyan mo, Iwan.
Iwan?
Pati pamilya. Joke. Parang ako lang natuwa sa joke ko. Pero anyway, that's what... Kaya nga palaging karamihan sa mga tao, including me, nilalagyan ko talaga ng pangalan yung sasakyan. Kasi eventually, parang that's where the mindset of being one with the car. Parang minsan na mafe-feel mo talaga na you and the machine is one. Ng lahat nung, alam mo yun, pag na-drive mo yung sasakyan for so long, you know that something is wrong with the car kahit may konting mali lang na vibration.
That's true.
Have you noticed that?
Yung parang, dalawa kayo, let's say your friend is riding with you and you're like, ano yung naririnig ko? And siya parang wala naman. But you're so in tune with your vehicle that you know this isn't how this sounds on a regular basis.
Yes. Tapos na-realize mo na mabigat lang pala yung kasama mo.
Tapos pinababa mo siya. Okay na ulit yung car
Iniwan. Minsan okay talaga mang iwan. And then that is what most people, specifically I think race car drivers din natin right now is doing. Like, they try to familiarize themselves. Tulad nga na sinabi mo, di ba? The first leg, the second leg, being able to be under pressure with the same car or at least the same make of the car, you'll be able to let the car's optimum performance later on sa third leg. So right now, I think semis na tayo. I hope we're able to see na ang mga result para makita natin. I'm so excited to see the result kung sino yung mga
papasok into the next round of the Autocross Challenge of TGR Vios Cup 2022. And Darbs, ano masasabi mo doon sa nakita natin na action from the elimination round sa media, sa celebrity at sa GT Cup?
Well, something that I noticed is that yun nga most of the time, it's literally sa control. It's not about how you're able to speed up. It's about how you control the speed. Yun yung mga natutunan ko
galing.
dito.
Ang galing nun. Tama yun. Because, you can be so fast, but kasi there are obstacles dito sa autocross. So if you're just so fast, but you can't maneuver your way in and around them, then you'll be collecting +2s.
Yes.
Yung mga cones, pylons na matutumba, +2 every single one. But again, we'd like to reiterate as well, Darbs, yung kwento natin kanina that sometimes you'll see tatamaan yung cone. Yung pylon, but it will not fall down.
So hindi yun
here,
hindi yun plus.
Yeah, that's not an additional 2 seconds of their time as long as it doesn't topple down.
Parang ano pa nga yun skill nga yun.
Oo nga di ba?
Na tinamaan niya lang yung baseline para hindi siya tumama.
That's actually what impresses me the most sometimes dun sa mga napapanood natin dito sa autocross. You see them, matatamaan nila yung cone, but really at the base. And I think that's just precision.
Precision. And I think that's optimizing your turns.
Yeah, diba?
Oh.
I know you've heard this before when you tried track, when you tried to race. Coaches and veterans will tell you, use the entire track. Diba? Sabihin nila sa'yo parang, huwag ka magtipid if you're turning left. Diba? Minsan, syempre, if we didn't know any better, we go towards the left part of the road. No, they'll say, mag-right ka muna bear right ka muna ng konti, use the entire track when you're turning.
And based from what I have understood, it's also about seeing the line. Seeing the line na the most optimal
racing
line that you should take in order for you to take advantage of the track. Kasi minsan, kala natin susundan mo lang yung line. Ito, there is actually a positioning sa mga tracks that you have to take a specific, pag nagko-corner ka, dapat mong i-take yung specific line na yun for you to get the most, and you can get out of that curve as fast as you can. And it's all about positioning. And that is one of the most difficult thing to learn and one of the most difficult thing to maintain.
Yeah.
Kasi pwede mong matutunan, pero if you're gonna have a lap for 8 times, maintaining that always with the pressure, with the heat, with the sound, and with people breathing behind your back and racing you and not committing that mistake, that, my friend, is pure concentration and skill.
And Darbs, that's why we say that the autocross is the perfect training ground for someone who eventually wants to do circuit. Because imagine these drivers are going 720, and then just picture all the turns that you see dun sa track natin. Yung turn 1 pa lang dito sa Clark International Speedway, it's a big turn. But then, kung alam mo na through the autocross challenge, when you're supposed to rev out of a 360, out of a 720, then those are the principles that you'll eventually be able to apply. Diba? When you're already on track.
So we might have future race car drivers later on because of this autocross. Kasi syempre, dyan naman nagsisimula yan, enthusiasm. You get to discover that you're good at this. And then eventually, who knows? Baka yung mga celebrity natin would take it to the next level, and then there will be kasali na talaga sila sa next race. Diba?
And I wouldn't also be surprised if some of the people that try out autocross, unfortunately a cone down there, pero yung mga sa autocross, maybe someone tries it, or the TGRA, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy, maybe someone tries it really out of curiosity, not exactly interest pa. Curiosity
lang. Sige lang, let's try. Go with the flow.
Pero walks out of there as the most interested person.
Yes, exactly.
And maybe eventually becomes the best driver we've ever seen.
Most of the time, ganun. Kaya nga, I truly believe na saying yes to things that you think you would not say yes to is a blessing. Kasi sabi na, saying no is a strength. But also saying yes on things you have a preconceived notion na hindi mo gusto, but you eventually went through it, and you found out na mas mabilis ka pa dun sa nag-invite sa'yo.
Yung mga ganun.
Ikaw pa yung may ayaw, pero ikaw pala yung pinakamabilis. So that is something na we have to learn as well. Try it out. I think the only reason lang siguro kaya hindi masyadong na-expose sa motorsports yung mga kababayan natin is that the opportunity to actually practice is on the real race course. And that is what Toyota is doing.
Well, yeah, and at this point, syempre ang gusto namin po for those of you guys tuned in on the Facebook page of Toyota Motor Philippines, we are trying to bring the action to you guys. And we thank you for tuning in. Let us know what you think about the action that you are seeing so far. The comment section down below us. Let us know about what you think. If you think Kuya Darbs should eventually drive an 86.
Shout out nyo si Kuya Darb. Say, yes, please. Hashtag yes, please. Toyota 86.
Darbs, nandito na tayo sa semifinals ng ating Celebrity Advance. And again,
Gino Killiamore,
champion from leg 1.
Wow.
And another, what seems to be a masterful drive so far for Gino.
Ngayon, because we're able, previously when everything was starting, everything looks the same. But when you try to watch it, eventually mapapansin mo na kung sino yung may mga controls talaga na super solid. Car number 8 is now doing the donut.
Oh, by the way, ngayon dito, they're up against each other. So you're gonna be mindful kung sino yung matatapos una. Enzo Pineda is there.
So yun.
And
so mas nauna the
pero,
other car.
Syempre, hindi pa yan, provisional pa lang yan because what if may cones panti naman?
Yes.
You know, may nag-add pa. It's still time-based. But then, here at this point,
head-to-head na talaga sila.
Parang gano'n na nga. So
doon na natin makikita kung sino yung unang natapos. Ibig sabihin, if at wala siyang na knockdown na cones, eventually, he won or she won the race.
Provisional, no? Provisional yan. So we always try to get confirmation from
later.
our race officials.
And as
Pero
you can
Enzo and Gino, since leg 1, since last year, they've been already so good. Along with a lot of other drivers we see in the Celebrity Influencer Advanced. Kaya nga, di ba, advanced yung category nila. Because talaga nagpakita na ng galing.
You can see.
Itong mga drivers natin here.
Yun. Eventually, they're now preparing. Is this for the second round? Car number 9 is there, the tarmac.
Oh, looks like it's another run.
Okay.
So let's see how this goes.
Yun. Car number 9. Medyo he's taking his control over there sa donut.
Parang no? Yun nga eh. So, di ba remember we mentioned earlier a safe run and an aggressive one? It's not the formula for everyone. And it's not even a proven formula to win it all. It's just parang an approach that some people might take.
Merong iba aggressive eh.
Oh, that's true.
And I think it's finding the perfect balance of aggressiveness and yun nga, medyo safe. That you're able to like push the car with a little margin of error and knowing that margin of error is where the skill lies of the driver.
Yeah, akala ko kasi like even someone who has been watching for quite some time na, I always just thought racing was speed, right? But it's apparently speed, skill, and control.
Yep, exactly. And that's the reason why hindi lahat masyadong, what do you call this, are able to really grow because it requires consistency. Nakikita mo yung mga F1 drivers natin, they started from a very young age. And eventually, if you really want to perform on the top level, consistency is a must. And how bad you want it talaga.
Alam mo, Darbs, dito sa, kita mo yung pagpapasok yung mga cars natin sa track. Some of them actually use that already as a little bit of practice. You try to pedal, go try to hit your top speed, the top that you can reach before you get to that area of the start. Tatry mo minsan islalom a little bit even if there are no cones just to see how much control. Gauge mo ulit, sukatin mo yung control that you have over the car. But here, we're off to another semi-final bout.
Car number 11. Super smooth. Eventually.
This is Jules Aquino.
Jules Aquino.
And you know that Jules is going to be out to reclaim what was his for a long time, which is the championship in the celebrity influencer division.
Yes.
Pero you have to applaud Jules because he was the reason why everyone else also got better around him because he was willing to share his experience, the tips.
And that's how you can see yung sportsmanship eh. And I think it's also a challenge na gusto niyang ipakita that he wants to share the knowledge that he has and eventually beat them on the same playing field.
Yeah.
It gives you more parang kumbaga
Satisfaction,
satisfaction. No, kasi tinuruan mo sila. But despite of the knowledge you thought na so sino yung so again on probation pero almost sabay sila eh.
Oh yeah, yan yung mga mahihirap and it's gonna be up to our timers. Aaron Villafloron, car number 2, and also a spectacular drive there for Aaron.
So they're gonna have another run for this.
Yeah, they'll switch
places.
And
if you're
ito
gonna
na
drive,
talaga yung dikdikan eh, di ba?
Yes.
You know, ito si Jules and Aaron, you'll see them together most of the time when we're here in the Vios Cup. Great friends, but
in the
they're
racetrack.
having fun right now. For 3 minutes this weekend, maybe they're not the best of friends that they
Kanya-kanya
usually
muna.
are.
Iwanan
No,
muna.
it's all love between these two.
And most of the time, meron ka din kasing side na strong eh. Like say for example, it might be a possibility na yung side mo in the left. Kasi there are tracks na masyadong mas nag-utilize ng left. May mga tracks na nag-utilize masyado ng right. There are specific drivers na medyo confident sa left na pag-steer nila or sa right. So that's good kasi the race gives you both opportunities to test the strengths, whatever it is.
I mean, also, again, I just really have been immersed din sa experience ng drivers natin. And I can really tell naman na our race ushers and
oh my God.
That's where it got a little bit tough.
Medyo sumobra siya doon.
For Jules, I believe,
going
two
to the
cones
slalom.
lang. And alam mo, Darbs, what's also difficult for drivers, you're under pressure. It's a competition. As much fun as it is for drivers and spectators, syempre, these drivers take it seriously.
For sure.
It's a competition.
Oo naman.
And hindi naman sa away-away, di ba? But
spirit of
they would
competition.
love to take home the win, especially there are only 3 legs in one season. Gusto mo na makuha yung championship.
Nandyan ka na eh. You take time. So might as well bring home.
Yeah, so these guys feel the pressure. And I know for a fact, pag nagkikwento sila, when you hit a cone, it rattles you eh. Di ba? Parang, as much as you want to say, hindi, move on na lang, it eats you up.
It eats you up. And I think that's where you can gauge great drivers, being able to move on from huge mistakes like that and not letting the future run suffer.
Yeah.
And basically not get eaten by the emotion of making a mistake. Kasi, yun, tulad nga na sinabi ko, eventually, it's just a matter of mastering your own emotions din eh. It's you as well ang kalaban mo dito. Because there are certain people na nagkamali, they could still won, but eventually it got affected because of the mistakes that they did earlier. So same story in life, di ba? Minsan nadapa ka, minsan naiwan ka, minsan nagkamali ka sa buhay, that most people would throw away the chance that they have to make it right. And eventually, hopefully, we're going to be able to learn to master our own emotions when it comes to these kind of things.
Naiiyak ako doon sa sinabi mo.
Grabe talaga eh.
But I agree with you. Oh, Ashley Gushing Fiao here. Let's take a look how Ash will fare in the semifinals.
Yes. As you can see.
Parang ano rin eh. Ang bigat din ng pressure ng semis kasi you're already one step closer to your goal eh.
Oo nga eh,
diba?
no? Dito ka pa magkakamali.
Naamoy mo na yung championship eh.
Yan nga, minsan, di ba yun, yung parang madalas maraming tao nagkakamali sa finish, malapit na sa finish line. May saying na gano'n eh, na nasa finish line ka na, madadapa ka pa. Parang gano'n.
And Bianca is up against Ashley. Wow! That looks like a solid turn, solid 720. From Biancake.
Biancake, mabilis din pala si Biancake.
Halos sabay sila ni
halos
Ash.
sabay lang sila.
Ashley nakabalik dun sa nag-cross
Galing,
actually yung
ha?
finish
Galing,
line.
ha? I mean, these people are able to really like smoothly go in and out. Pero may isang nakita kong cone na bumagsak. So
Yun lang yung mahirap sa cones derbies. Kasi parang halimbawa yan, sobrang pantay nila natapos. But
tapos sa cone.
We don't know. Kung other side or from our vantage point here sa grandstand, we can see na parang halos sabay, but we can't really determine how many cones were knocked down for the entire track. But they can be costly. They can be very costly.
So, maraming magsasabi, 2 seconds lang naman ng plus yun. Para 2 seconds lang. In the racing world, 2 seconds, you win by 2 seconds or you win by 10 seconds, doesn't matter.
In a racing world, 2 seconds nakapag-nap ka na.
Oo, natulog ka, nakapag-kape ka na nun. Nakapag-reply ka na. Doon sa re-replyan mo na hindi ka naman nire-replyan, di ba? Na-ghost mo na yung dapat mong i-ghost.
Hindi, sa 2 seconds, naka-move on ka na.
Naka-move on ka na. Tapos
ganun kahaba ang 2 seconds sa racing.
Ang 2 seconds sa racing. Pag alis mo ng racetrack, pag end mo, naka-move on ka na.
May closure na.
May closure na. Hindi, may jowa ka ng bago.
Humaba na humaba.
Ganon katagal ang 2 seconds sa racing world. And ganon kalaki ang
isang
penalty.
cone lang yun.
Oo, isang cone.
Pag dalawang cone, 4 seconds yun.
4 seconds. Nako.
Nag-birthday ka na.
May apo ka na nun. May apo ka na. Yun, may isa na namang cone na bumagsak. And eventually, you just have not to get affected by it.
Yeah, it's
so easy to say, Jot. Ang dali lang sabihin eh.
Totoo.
But eventually, it's something na medyo mahirap talagang i-control.
Yeah, and even when I know you've had experience din naman
sure.
na parang akala mo naiwasan mo na yung cone eh. Or yung pylon eh. Akala mo lusot na hindi pala.
Hindi pala, oh. Marami ding naka-experience na akala na hindi sila mafo-fall.
Akala nila okay na, nasaktan pa rin.
Na-fall.
Oo. Yung
Kasi
cone.
nag-good morning. Nag-good morning at nagsasabing kumain ka na ba?
Tapos, wala na. Wala.
Tapos yun, nung na-fall na biglang pinakilig lang, tsaka pinuyat, pero hindi ginawa. Ayun. So please, take a lesson there, guys. Pag na-fall ang cone, move on agad.
Yun.
Don't dwell on it.
2 seconds lang yun.
2 seconds lang yan ang buhay mo, my friend. So just continue on with the race.
Ang dami talagang lessons sa racing.
Marami,
no?
as in, super. Lalo na yung mga fall na yan, mga iwan-iwan na yan. Super dami nating natututunan dito sa autocross.
Yeah.
Super.
So, at this point, next set tayo ng semifinals. Kanina, we had Gino and Enzo, Aaron and Jules in the semifinals of the advanced. We had Ashley Goshing Fiao and Bianca Yao. The first two in the category of yung ating beginner. And this time, Miguel Romulo and Carla Lizardo. Ito si Carla.
Carla, yung bias. Yung bias mo na
yung favorite
candidate. Yan.
Ewan ko, parang siya lang talaga yung napupusuan ko sa lahat ng racers.
Din eh. Parang medyo kahit naka-drop ng cone, okay lang eh.
Okay lang.
Kasi fall na fall ka din naman eh.
Ako pupulot ng cone.
Yes, sir. Hindi magmamatter kung 2 seconds yan or forever.
Ngayon, baka magalit siya ang ingay ko. Tatahimik muna ako. Baka nadidistract sa kotse.
Baka na. Pinagsasabi. Pero as you can see, right now, yun. Medyo nakikita natin si Carla. Ano bang number si Carla?
Number 8. And then Mickey here in number 9 has had a pretty clean drive.
Super
thus far.
Clean.
Oo.
Ayan, as you can see, these guys are racing towards, papunta na sila both sa slalom. I think, super pantay nila. I hope wala silang sagasaan na cone. Oh, sabay na sabay.
Oh, and
yun.
there we see them. Tama ka, no? Ang ganda ng vantage point natin to see na parang halos sabay na sabay yung pagdating sa finish line.
Pero most of the time, kailangan nating i-verify talaga yan.
Oo.
Hindi natin alam eh. Kala natin sabay din silang nafo-fall sa atin pero hindi pala.
Dapat vine-verify. Tanong mo.
Verify talaga dapat muna. Huwag kang mag-assume.
Alright, so, alimbawa, Darbs lang, just going back to the race, when you see that ganun ka-tight yung laban nyo in that first round.
There's
yeah, or Race ushers, they've been very busy. Ngayon nga, yung mga A-boards at pylons lang pinupulot nila. Kanina, puro bumper. Yung mga
Nangolekta ng bumper eh. Super dami, pero eventually super nice to see that the race was still going on. At dikan pa rin eh, no?
You see that the cars were still, our drivers were still able to finish the race. It just goes to show you how sturdy and reliable our Vios cars are.
You were saying earlier?
Not just with dito sa autocross natin when you see na, yun nga, parang yung run mo halos dikit na dikit. And you know you're just up against this one person at this point. So you might try to be aggressive in the next one. Or you might
not.
Depende,
Take it safe.
Depende sa strategy mo eh. So it really depends on what you're trying to do here.
So
it's tricky.
Doon mind games din eh ang racing eh. And as you can see, they are in car number 8 doing the slalom. Yan, papasok na siya.
720.
720.
Challenge will be.
Yun. May AC ba sa loob niyan or naka-off ang AC niyan?
There is, but they can opt not to turn it on because you know, it eats up on the power.
Totoo yun.
And then yung iba pa may mga beliefs din syempre with the window, di ba? Yung iba gusto windows up talaga.
O bakit may iba na nakababa?
Baka sobrang init. You know, itong the weather, of course, it's whenever there's a race, for those who maybe are rather new to motorsports, isa po yan sa lagi talaga binabayad na yan, di ba?
Weather.
Kasi, paano pagbasa yung track, iba yung dynamics ng driving mo. Yeah. And earlier, remember, we had a pour down here in Clark.
Yes. Pero it's good, no? Kasi at least right now, the weather is parang cooperating. Because yesterday,
it's toying with our emotions.
Pinaglalaruan ang ating mga damdamin. And yun nga, I'm curious, going back, so bakit may iba na go opt to close the door and there are other people who's opting to race it?
Yeah, I guess preferences or schools of thought, di ba? Ibang mga beliefs when it comes to that.
I'd love to find out siguro anong reasoning behind yan. Kasi like say for example, if you think about basics of racing, it plays yung drag, 'di ba? Air drag. Kaya nga sila may mga spoilers and meron silang mga side skirts and all. So right now is
John Lacuna and Roy Robles.
Yeah, John Lacuna and Roy Robles.
Semifinals tayo ng media category na.
Yun na.
And isang bagsakan na lang yan, malalaman natin kung sino yung mga pumasok from the
so ikaw ulit
semifinals earlier.
Ng winners.
Well, see later.
Let's see later. Hindi ako naniniwala dyan na naiiwan ka. Hindi ako naniniwala. Kasi ikaw na nag-award, ikaw ba yung nagpakilala sa kanila? At dumiretso ka pa dito.
Biglang lumitaw pa ako sa'yo.
Hindi ako naniniwala mabagal ka, Jot. Hindi ako naniniwala. San Goku ka ba? Nagte-teleport ka ba?
Hindi, naka-Vios nga tayo.
Naka-Vios ka, grabe talaga.
Actually, hindi ako naniniwala. Aminin ko na. Naka-86 ako kanina. Kaya
pala, kunwari ka lang.
GR Naka-Toyota 86 GR ako. Kaya ang bilis ko nakarating dito sa track, dito sa taas.
Tapos, nandun ka pa sa baba, nandito ka agad. Ako, nag-chill lang ako. Uy, nandito na si Jot. Kala ko pa, I have to take 5 more minutes. Pero after 30 seconds from there to here, nandito ka na.
Natulog na ako.
Nakatulog ka na. Nakapag-nap ka na nun.
Nung lugar na yun, ha?
Nakapag-lunch ka na nun.
Pati dinner.
Naka-dinner ka. On the way. Tapos nakapag-refreshments ka na din nun. Ang kulit.
Uy, ito rin, ang bilis din, ha? Ito ni Jan and Roy.
Yes. Jan and Roy doing their second round.
Remember kung gaano karami yung nasa media category natin. We had 13 drivers.
Dami.
And then, after eliminations, semis ka agad, 4 na lang may iwan.
Yes,
imagine
grabe, no?
It really is the autocross challenge talaga.
Yes. Super dami ng media natin kasing dami ng nag-chat sa'yo. Sana all. Maraming ka-chat.
Sana meron.
Oo, sana meron, ha? Siguraduhin mo lang, hindi ka i-ghost niyan. And eventually, car number 11, yun na, pumapasok into the slalom, going on a straight line. Yun, sa straight line, I think, dun sila talagang tatapakan mo na eh. pag meron kang chance to perform on straight line, lumipad ang ating signage.
Yeah, I think the wind is getting a little bit strong. Kaya medyo tumutumba yung mga A-boards. Pero isa pa yan, di ba yung focus?
Yes.
Darbs, kasi kaya mo naman lusutan eh. Pero syempre pag nakita mo na parang, uy, hindi dapat yan nakaganyan nakatayo dapat yan. It
exactly.
kind of throws you off.
Exactly. Parang yun talaga eh. How to really be able to focus.
Tapos isipin mo, may dalawa pang madaldal na naririnig mo dun sa
Puro
speakers.
Puro pinag-uusapan, mga iwan-iwan, mga ghost-ghost. Mga kainis. Pwede bang i-mute yan?
Wala pang soundproof daw na Vios.
Kaya siguro yung iba, tinataas.
Kaya yun yung explanation nun.
Para hindi tayo marinig. Pero eventually, nakikita mo. I mean, going back to what I was saying. So, isa sa mga rule ng car is the drag. Siguro, pwedeng isagutin to ni Kuya James later. Pero bakit, like, say for example, if you put down the car's window, it actually adds to the drag kasi papasok yung wind sa loob.
Yeah. Actually, baka si Gabby pang makasagot niyan. Diba siya sa experience
niya. Hopefully, we'll be able
racing.
to find out. Super interested ako eh. Kasi, yun, tulad ng sinabi nila, merong iba kasi na nagsasabi na for you to save fuel, papatayin yung AC. Para hindi masyadong consumption. Tapos, bababa yung window. Tapos magdadrive sila kasi malamig. Pero they don't know that it gives so much drag to the car that it spends more fuel than turning on the AC itself.
That is correct.
Yeah? So, yun yung isa sa mga natututunan mo pag nanonood ka ng TikTok. Jot, TikTok University.
Kaya nga ako lagi nanonood ng mga TikTok mo. Tsaka vlogs mo, syempre.
Hindi ka naman ba nagaganon? Gaganon?
Hindi pa nga, pero parang malapit na.
Sige, try mo. Baka maraming interested na mag-sponsor sa atin. Mag-TikTok tayo habang nagda-drive. Ganyan.
Gusto pa natin maimbita next leg.
Wag na. Joke lang po yun. This is something na we will never do. Fingers crossed. Yan na. Car number 3, Ronald de los Reyes from Auto Review.
Media na tayo, di ba?
Yes,
na category.
Medyo hard yung break niya na ginawa doon, Jota.
So kanina, it was Jan and Roy. And this time around, you have Ronald. And
sino yung isa? Later on, you may be able to see.
He's on the far end of the track right now and making that turn.
Yun. Grabe yung control, Medyo mabilis. Yun, na-identify na natin ngayon kung sino yung mga mabibilis because we've seen so much cars. Na-appreciate na natin kung sino yung mabilis.
That is gonna be costly. Yes. However, Kevin Francisco of the Modern Creatures.
Oh my God. 6 seconds. Uy, meron pang isa. Ano na yan?
8
seconds na. Grabe. Nakapagpatayo ka na ng nun. Bahay nun.
Nakapag-retire ka na.
May apo ka na nun. In the racing world. So, yun nga. So, medyo, if hindi bumagsak yung cones, it would have been a very great run.
Yeah.
It would have been a great run.
So that's where, what you were talking about earlier, it's finding the balance between optimum speed, optimum control. It's a lot. And again, alam niyo po, parang kami naman ni Darbs hindi rin naman kami experienced drivers or racers. So
we're just analyzing.
These guys we're just describing what we see and what we know. So hopefully, they're correct in that you learn a thing or two from what we're sharing.
Hopefully. At saka, ngayon ko lang napansin ng mga race car drivers, based on what you said, magaling yan magsabay. Ng mga bagay-bagay. Kasi multitask Diba? Sabi mo, dapat marunong sila sa speed, sa brake, sa handle.
Ayaw nila na may kasabay. Pampabigat
Yes, exactly. Ayaw nila na may kasabay pero magaling sila magsabay. Pero marami akong kakilala na hindi race car driver, Jot. Magaling magsabay-sabay.
Talaga?
Yes. Hindi ko na lang papangalanan. Pero yun ang hindi natin dinidiscourage natin na sabay. Pero if you're in the racetrack, it is basically
there's just so many things you have to think about.
Exactly. And multitasking is something that you have to master.
Oo.
Sa ganito, isipin mo paano ka magte-turn, paano ka magbe-brake, paano ka step on the gas. And that's it. They were able to almost finish at the same time, pero syempre, check pa yan natin sa ating mga officials.
Oo.
Kung sino
Kevin
ba
and
talaga.
Ron, I think those were very good runs.
Good
for
runs
them
yan.
too.
And that's good, no? Kasi hindi naman magsasuffer yung yung first run mo kahit marami kang cones as long as you perform on the second run. If you've learned from your first run's mistake, applied it on the second run, eventually you're gonna be able to perform.
Okay, so now we are down to the final round. Pero meron tayo dito, Darbs, hindi pa yan battle for the championship agad. We have... Oh!
This is the battle for the championship? This is
we
it?
We have a battle for third muna kasi syempre.
Battle for third.
So, bago tayo straight to the, syempre for the championship, for all the marbles, battle for third muna.
Bago sa first, we're gonna see kung sino yung third among the best.
Yeah.
Sa lahat ng nandyan.
Ngayon ko lang narinig yun.
Third
He's the third among the best.
And eventually, malalaman natin kung sino yung second.
Oh, okay.
So yun na.
Okay, so final round tayo.
So kung sinong manalo dito, 3-1. Do we have the names already ng mga winners?
Eto,
Wala
sige,
pa.
tingnan natin.
Mamaya.
It's find out first kung sino nga yung mga drivers natin here in...
Taking it slowly, taking it carefully. Car number 9.
Okay. In the media division pala ito. We are already in the final round
ng media.
And then this is where...
Sigwald go.
You know, we're gonna find out kung sino dito yung mag-3, 2, at 1. Kasi nga 13 yung natin, 13 yung media natin.
Dami.
So, we have a number of drivers here.
So you can see.
Entering the semifinals. And then the final round here. So, here it's Nico Villegas with Sigwald Go on track.
And they're basically trying to outperform each other in this run. That's the goal.
Yeah. And looks like dito sa media category natin, not just one-on-one. You're already vying up for the 3-2-1. So time trial pa din ang mangyayari para in the media category.
So basically...
We'll get, sorry, Darbs, we'll get confirmation lang kung dun sa celebrity natin, na dalawang categories ng celebrity, if we're also gonna have a time trial ba or ano. But dito muna tayo, mag-focus sa ating media category.
Focus muna tayo sa kung ano yung nasa harap.
Yan.
Marami kasing iba kakilala ko.
Minsan kailangan mo talaga tumingin sa side mirror pero kailangan yung
focus ka talaga sa
windshield
harap.
ko, ano yung nasa harap. Yan yung
Never,
mahalaga.
In a race, never kang lilingon sa likod. Kasi delikado yon, diba? So wag na wag kang lilingon kasi may side mirror. Eventually, number 8. Nice, ha? It's a nice entrance.
Alam mo yun yung dyan sa 720. Siyempre merong mga scientific ways, di ba, to
approach.
The approach. Pero minsan may kanya-kanya talagang style, di
Exactly,
ba?
kung saan ka comfortable na optimum.
And if one guy is does it in an unorthodox way and is faster,
It works.
Like, who's to say that
Exactly.
that's wrong?
Exactly. And that's the beauty of racing. There are principles to follow, but eventually, nasa diskarte and feel pa rin talaga ng driver.
That is so true. Kasi sila yung nando sa track.
Yeah.
Sila yung nakakaramdam nung kung if the car is dancing with them, di ba?
And then maybe they're trying to compensate with the failure of a brake and stuff and all, and that's the reason why they're not following what was taught, because they were trying to compensate on something that we don't know. But as long as the results is great, I mean, who are we to judge, right?
That is true.
Yun.
Oh, here in the final round of the media category, we see Sigurd done with his run.
Both of them.
Wonder who else makes it.
Car number 11 and car number 2 entering now.
Yan o, parating na tayo, papunta na tayo sa exciting part. Yan.
Oo, ito na. I hope yung mga daughters dyan nanonood.
Actually, alam mo, start pa lang ng TGR Vios Cup 2022. I think
exciting part
we could have already said that because there's just so many exciting things to look forward to here in Clark and just to enjoy. Kanina, di ba, in-update mo kami, nandun ka doon sa tent where so many things happening, so many things to enjoy.
Super, ang dami doon. I can't wait to go back there and check yung GR86 doon. And hopefully, we'll be able to see the insides and touch. Right now, Pablo Salapantan from Yugatec is driving.
See, if you heard his rev, he was coming out already. Parang lagpas na siya dun sa middle barrier when he started revving and trying to get out of there fast. And he had a burst of speed for, I think that's around 40, 50 meters maybe that you can extend and hindi ka naman naabot ng 100 dyan in that short span, but maximize the straights, di ba?
Maximizing the straights, minsan yun din eh. Like knowing how to put the pedal to the metal. Car number 2. Yun.
On the 720s.
720. Yun.
Getting out cleanly.
Very clean. Slalom na sila. Medyo nauna konti.
Yung alam mo, nung pagka sumakay ka rin sa race car and you're on the track, kasi syempre ang driving habits na madadala mo usually, nakasanayan mo eh.
Exactly.
When you're on the city roads. So sometimes it's also so scary to feel the G-force or feel the pull of the car and just really
stepping on it.
Oo eh, parang consciously pedal to the metal. It's not that easy, pati yung pag-slam mo ng brakes.
Yes.
Because you wanna slam it.
So
para,
talagang isa-slam ang brakes pag hindi yung mga pabebe lang na...
Ay, hindi. So, yung sa training na in-undergo namin, yun nga yung parang kailangan magawa mo. The car needs to parang go at a consistent 80 kilometers per hour and then you'll have about 20, 30 meters to make it come to a full stop. Imagine, yung bilis mong yun, 80, tapos bigla kang full stop. So talagang slamming of the brakes.
Grabe, tapos ang G-force nun, no?
Oo.
Ano ka talaga nun eh.
And body-body system yun eh. Tapos ang sabi nga sa akin parang, make sure susubsub yung body mo, yung sakay mo.
I see. Interesting facts right here. I thought na pabebe lang yung brakes, but you have to actually slam it down. So I can imagine the G-force these guys are experiencing, and at the same time being able to think straight while experiencing something that harsh.
Oh yeah.
So you really have to be fit din talaga eh, no? For you to be able to become a optimal driver.
I think yung pinaka-crucial, yung reflexes mo talaga. That might be the most crucial of all.
Being able to also perform under pressure na ang hirap nun, bro. Like, I think like most accidents happen kahit na gaano kagaling yung driver. Kasi nawawala yung reflex because the body suddenly experience something new, which is the G-force.
Yeah,
Hindi
I get what you mean.
Hindi kasi always tayo naka-experience ng G-force kasi we're just driving eh. And that's the reason why the more we have to train like this, so that kasi I've been in an accident. It can happen in a split second, literal. That basically the thing that would save your life is the reflex that you build over time. In being able to build that reflex is practicing.
Yeah.
And being able to put your body doon sa mga G-force and making it parang natural na lang sa katawan mo, so that next time when the unexpected happens, it's not unexpected for the body anymore. eventually you'll be able to, what do you call this? Do the right thing when accidents happen.
Well, here our ushers make sure, and our race directors are, of course, yung guidance ng Toyota Motor Philippines and Tuasan Racing, sinisigurado na safe ito
sure.
sa yung autocross natin, even our circuit. At kaya kahit it's become incredibly intense here in the final round
Yes.
of the autocross challenge, everyone's so safe, enjoying, having fun.
Chillin' like a villain.
I hope
What?
that all of you guys too are tuned in
Yes.
on the Facebook page of Toyota Motor Philippines. Hope you're enjoying the action we're bringing to you from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2022.
Comment down below kung sino yung mga manok nyo, yung mga gusto nyong manalo. You tag their social media profiles and then tell them that you support them na sana sila yung panalo. Comment down below, guys, if you're watching the stream right now.
What else do we have coming up, Darbs? Para alam nila what to expect. Siyempre, nasa finals na tayo ng autocross. In the media category, we're gonna be looking forward din to yung ating celebrities category in both advanced and beginner. This is actually, the racers you're seeing are yung winners of our GT Cup. So Mark Elman was there on car number 4.
I'm just curious, Jot, how do you know that? Like, I don't have the information across me, but how are you able to know na sila yung nagda-drive? You know them?
No, I see the direct flashing the names of the riders in the...
Saan ka nag-cheat sheet? May cheat sheet ka pala dyan. Pero hindi, kanina.
Kala mo kanina pa ako nagmamagic.
Oo, kala ko, paano nalalaman ito? Maraming masyadong nalalaman na ito, si Jot. Dapat na itong gawing parang cone.
Oh, ayan oh. Nilabas ni Direk para sa'yo. Ayan, si Mark Elman.
Mark Elman. Direk.
Alam na ngayon ni Darts kung
baka
saan
konting
nagagaling.
pindot naman dyan. Mark Elman driving car number 4. Nakikita natin ngayon, going out. Ito na yung chance niya to put the pedal to the metal para he can maximize it and then eventually slam the brakes. Yun, taking his time, I can say.
When we talk about, slamming the brakes, it's of course there in the finish line where they try to stop.
Car number 3, Russell Reyes.
Ang galing!
Russell Reyes, car number 3, is now trying to outperform
ngayon,
his opponent.
inuunahan mo ko ba
Yes,
sa
of
inyong
course.
pangalan?
Kasi kanina pa ako nagtataka. Ang talino naman nito ni Jot. Alam niya ang lahat ng mga pangalan. But eventually, yun nga, Russell Reyes was able to, as we can see in our perspective, was able to finish first. Pero hindi natin alam kung meron ba siyang natamaan ng mga cones. Now they're switching places right now.
They're actually through with
tapos na.
their
Okay.
run.
Right
In the
now,
final round, it still stays the same. Even with the head-to-head competitions, it's still 1 versus 1, meaning they will be timed, but your time will just have to be faster than the
other one
you're up against.
Yes. Okay. I saw earlier they were trying to curve the car. They're not driving straight, even if they can drive straight.
And then there are no cones, right?
Yes. What's the reason?
That's
They're warming,
getting a feel for the car and
warming the tires. Could be.
at this point, I'm not so sure if it matters with the length and the distance that they will travel in this track. But
Pero most probably knowing the limit siguro pag
yeah.
ginaganon mo.
If I'm correct, this is Jules.
Car number 8. On cheat sheet si Direk.
Oh, sorry. This is
Jeter
Jeter Miole,
Miole.
still of the GT Cup.
Oh, tinamaan ni Jeter ang isang cone.
Yeah, he was about to hit the left cone and he tried to
compensate.
counter it, but
He hit
eventually
the other
hitting
one.
the other one.
But at the end of the day, one mistake doesn't justify everything.
Exactly.
So you can still win this if you continue.
I mean, you see this part on the track where there are 5 cones side by side. Now, if you hit all 5, I would understand that you'd be disheartened and you'd say, how do I get a chance to win when I I'm a plus 10 seconds.
Exactly.
But if you just hit one cone, you just go back to your path, go do your thing, and hope for the best.
And then recollect yourself. There's still huge chance of outperforming your opponent.
Well, side by side right now with Jether Miole is Luis Moreno. Also, one of our winners from the GT Cup. And they're trying to be a winner also in the TGR Vios Cup.
Yan. Driving from digital to the real world. Naka-try ka na ba nun? Yung,
I did get to try that in one of the Toyota Motor events is Vios.
Kasi gusto ko lang na so meron tayong it's something that most people was not able to see. Jot.
Yeah. Pero alam mo, kita mo kung gaano rin ka-knowledgeable to mga riders natin dito. Like I said, I'm no expert, but we hear some screeching, but at the same time, you can still say they're very much in control. However, there was a cone hit on that 720 earlier.
Again, that doesn't mean natalo na siya agad. There are still chances. Maybe the opponent would make the same mistake or even worse, right? Just making and maintaining that composure.
But you know what I love seeing about our competitors right now is the passion that they have for racing. And remember, these are people who weren't even racers before they got here is the TGR Vios Cup. This is where they found a point of interest, if I could say that they just cultivated and they eventually simply enjoy.
Right. So something might have happened kasi nag-hazard earlier. So
we have an incident. We'll let our ushers deal with that. There is a tricky part of this track that I was hearing from racers. They were telling me about it, a slippery
so may slope
turn. Which they have been trying to be careful with.
They were trying to siguro iwasan din nila. And that's part as well of the game in this is knowing the track so much so the weaknesses of the track, the danger zones of the track, using that at your advantage, pushing maybe your opponent to be on the spot so that they will have a disadvantage and you take that advantage yourself. As we can see, there are 3 cars right now. It's a racetrack. And they are checking it right now.
They will be taking a look at that part of the track. Looks like they might be starting to park those cars as well. You see them on the far end.
I see.
That's when you turn left. You go into the pit lane. And the pit lane is, of course, where I got to spend a lot of time. I get to spend a lot of time every race day. That's where we wait for the drivers to finish their races and allow me to bother them a little bit with some questions.
And then that's good because we're able to see the insights, feelings that they have right after the race, and then bringing that emotion to us. I can see last time, the first leg, you were able to really pull out those emotions from those drivers, simply coming out from a win. And you can see, I forgot the name, but they were able to be happy with the win that they got, even if it was not the first place. Kasi kahit manalo ka lang ng 3rd place dito is already a huge thing, man.
It's tough. It's tough to reach the podium any given race. So, when you're talking about being on the track, especially, all cars are even. It's just a battle of skills. And you got some of the best driver the country has to offer. You have drivers driving in from General Santos, from Cebu, from different parts of the country. You just know you're up against very talented, very skillful people.
Yes, and being able to be on the top 3 is something to be proud of, definitely.
Oh yeah, and the skills that these people have, they didn't generate those overnight.
Yes.
It took years and years of of training and putting in hard work. And you're just excited to see and to find out what's in store for a lot of the young drivers as well.
Yes.
Also the not so young drivers for sure, but
pero still keeping up.
like we have teenagers
Oh
in
my
the,
God.
among the drivers here in the TGR Vios Cup 2022. And imagine them polishing their driving and racing skills and reaching new heights.
Yes, and
in their career. So exciting.
Definitely the future. Hoping to see more of them in the years to come. And we're trying to get the results now. Excited ako eh. Excited ako kung sino ba talaga yung nanalo sa autocross. And later on, there's still races, up-and-coming races that these guys will have to expect. Now, kung sakaling you wanted to take a break, take a snack, meron po tayong treats from Petron, refreshments. You can check the booth. Meron pa akong tip na sinabi na kung gusto mong makakuha ng exclusive merchandise from TGR, you can just stamp those passports.
Yep, and there's still a lot that's gonna be going on, but you know, we're very excited that you guys are with us and you've stuck with us. We know that you've been watching a lot of races and hearing maybe a little bit too much of Darbs and me today, but we promise you it's going to be worth it if you stay with us up until the very end, because the TGR Vios Cup 2022, it just gets better, Darbs, with every race, with every event that we hold on track.
And that's something that you have to be staying din kasi marami pang exciting na pwedeng gawin, not just here in the grandstand, but in the events area. Marami din tayong freebies na binibigay. Bridgestone is giving amazing freebies like the caps and of course the mga payong. You can check out the booths outside. Go visit them.
We also have a GR corner, so these things, caps we're wearing, some GR merchandise that you might be really wanting to get your hands on. Well, there's a GR corner there over in the tent, and if you guys are nearby, if you can make it here before maybe sundown, we invite you to really come over here, join us at the Clark International Speedway, because
What time is it? It's 3 o'clock, man.
and you know, of course, we understand we came from a pandemic and we're starting to welcome people palang back to the Vios Cup. We have a great crowd here
For sure.
in Clark, and we're
Lots
very,
of
very happy
first-timers.
for you to join us. We're happy to have you here, and we're happy to send it back to you guys, James
Very
and Gabby.
happy. Back to you, James.
Well, thank you,
Gab.
Thank you very much, Darbs and Juts. Yes, we are in the area where we actually have a physical stage again with the whole LED background. We wanted to do this because, of course, we want to give our winners, give them their moment. That's what it's all about, right? They've worked very hard. And of course, when they come up here, they get their 15 seconds or more of fame and glory because, well, they have done it really hard coming up here. There's been a lot of competition, as the boys have been talking about there on the bleachers. They've also been mentioning this area that I'm standing in. And I do encourage you to come over. If you're somewhere around the track, you haven't been here, come over here because we do have these two beautiful GR models that we would like to show you. We've got the GR Yaris, which is like the hottest hatch in the entire country right now, possibly even in the entire world. And that's not just me saying it. That is the waiting list that is saying it. So many people, and I'm talking people with cars costing 10 times as much, are lining up for this car. Find out why, but also find out what everyone's talking about, because this Toyota 86 GR model has also landed. You're not supposed to see it because it's going to be launched on August 26th, but we're letting you see it today in advance. It's right here, right now. So come and join us. We are now welcoming all of our autocross participants. We have the media, we have the influencers, and all these guys who are coming over here for their moment of glory. Of course, we're going to be awarding that in just a little second. If you've just joined us, we of course finished up the first races of the day today. We had this promotional class, we had the sporting class, and boy, was that absolutely insane. The promotional class, I gotta say, was just one of the wildest races I've seen in a long time. And that's saying a lot because we've seen some pretty wild stuff here at the TGR Vios Cup. This one was the positions were swapped over and over again. We just couldn't keep up with it. The lead was swapped something like 4 times in the race, and then there was second and third and fourth. Every single one was going through some kind of like a spin cycle almost. And then we had the race there for the sporting class. Also very exciting. There was a bit of an incident there with Giro Garbis, and that is being currently looked at by the stewards. But we'll be giving you the results of that later on in the day, so stick around for that. But right now, we are just waiting for the official results coming from the autocross event, which just happened, which Darbs, should I say, and Jut were talking about for quite a while there. They were sitting there in the bleachers, which is a new format for us, and one that I think really works well because you've got a couple of guys sitting over there just checking it out as they would with the different types. Somebody's pointing to me. What are you pointing at? Are you pointing to me or? Okay, I won't. Somebody else handle that. Okay, they were up there just basically giving you the crowd's perspective of the autocross. So all we're waiting for now are the official results because right over here, I don't know if you can see it behind me, but right there in front of the stage are all of our autocross participants. How was it, guys? Just that? Or no noise? No nothing? No? Oh, thank God. I thought I took it all out of you. There you go. You see, they're alive. Hey, what's up? All right, they are. Of course, it takes it out of them when they've been in the car for so long. But yes, we're going to make sure they get their second win in just a little while. And then we're going to get straight back into the racing. We've still got 2 races for the super sporting class, 1 race for promotional and 1 race for the sporting class. So there's still plenty of racing action due and coming your way in just a little while. All right, if you are joining us here online for the first time and you happen to be around the Clark area, please do drop by. There's still some time to get to see all the action. You can come and visit us here at the track. It's absolutely free entry. There's plenty of things for the family to do as well. So if you're with the kids, bring them along. Take them down here. We got snacks over there at the Treats Cafe. We've got the GR models on display here. We've got different areas where people can hang out. We've got the bleachers. Everything here is designed to be fun and to be accessible. We want you to experience the Wacko-Doki for yourself. So do come down. If you are a little bit far from the area, don't worry. We're having the next round in a couple of months' time, and we will let you know all about that when that happens. But do plan ahead. If you've never seen a live race before, this is the perfect opportunity to do it. Again, 0 cover charge. Boss Danny Santiago, are you proud of your graduates? How do you feel? You got the big thumbs up? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know, some of you look a lot younger than I am, but this man here is the legend of autocross, and that's Danny Santiago over there. So you are in very, very good hands. You have a lot of bragging rights right now. This man has pretty much made the whole scene here in the Philippines, and we thank you for being with us today. Like he's always with us. He's always with us because he takes care of all of the autocross. Okay, so how are we going on the results there? Are we getting close to the results? Okay, we are just finalizing the results here, but don't worry, we got the whole crowd here right now. Everybody's ready and prepped to find out who won the autocross. Just to give you a background, we are running influencers, we're running media, and we're running newbies as well. And this is the stepping stone later on if they would like to join the TGR Vios Cup. You see, we like to start them off on this level, get them with the car control, get them to understand how this all works, and there is a very serious element of competition. Make no mistake, just because it's not wheel-to-wheel racing, it doesn't take any of the excitement away because you are still racing against the clock. And these things have been coming down to the last tenths of a second, so it's very, very competitive. The next level up is when we take them to the wheel-to-wheel racing, and once they get the experience and confidence behind the wheel in this series, they are more than welcome to join us in the TGR Vios Cup, which is open to practically everyone. We've seen a 15-year-old win the championship, so age is really not important because we've seen that. We've seen legends like Alan Uy also win a championship. So it is a very, very democratic sport, so to speak. All right, so just a little while longer. If you could just bear with me just until we get the results. That's all we're waiting for right now here at the awarding ceremony. We would also like to invite anyone who is might be up there on the third floor, second floor, because they're spread across this beautiful racetrack. We've got people all the way down there in the bleachers. If you want to come down here and join the fun, we are in the center of the racetrack. I know you can hear me, but I'm just telling you where we are so you can appreciate it and come down and spend a little time with us, because this is what they've all been working for pretty much all weekend. So we want to give them all the support. We want to make their moment really last. Okay. We seem to be having the results here. It feels very pageant-like. It all feels very, very Miss Universe style. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? All right, we've got some life out there. Let's start with the Autocross promotional media. And in third place, we've got Sequald Go. Woo! Come on down. Right over there, my friend. And congratulations, man. All right. In second place, give it up for Nico Villegas. I didn't know that was your real name. That's why I got go. Now I know. Okay. Congrats, Nico. Well done. Put the cap on. And your champion, ladies and gentlemen, Pablo Salapantan from Yucatec. All right, you know the drill, folks. Fellas, stare down that camera barrel. Give them your best flashy smile. And let's commemorate this moment. These are your media class promotional winners for the Autocross for the TGR Vios Cup 2022, leg number 2. If our photographers are okay on that side, gentlemen, congrats. Yep, just follow them. Okay. We move on now to the Autocross in the sporting media class. The sporting media class. Just like in the Vios Cup, the TGR Vios Cup, we have different classes so they can get used to the driving before they move up a level. The sporting class are more experienced, of course. These people have been in the beat for quite a while. And in third place, we've got Ronald De Los Reyes. Ronald De Los Reyes, already second generation of motoring media. Of course, his dad, Ron De Los Reyes, started it all. And this is how old I feel. Oh, ang sakit. Second place, Roy Robles. Congratulations, Roy. That's second place for the Autocross Sporting Media. And now there can be only one winner, and that champion is John Lacuna. All right, boys. Same thing for you. Stare down the barrel of those cameras. Give them your best pearly whites, your smiles, and then we will have you exit on your right over there. But give them their moment. Let's not rush them. Autocross Media Class Sporting Division. Just put down the trophies and congratulations. Can we have a round of applause as they leave as well? Yeah, that's the way. Thank you very much. Really does make a difference. Now, we move on to the Autocross Promotional Influencer category. Taking third place. I don't know why I lower my voice for this. It's just, I don't know. I'm trying to separate the two classes maybe. In third place, it is Carla Lizardo. Congrats, Carla. Third place for you. Mandatory fist bump. And in second place, I do hope I say this right, Ashley Gosyeng Fao. Did I say it right? Did I get it? Congrats. I'm just going to find out if I did. I was close. I did it. I did it. I just hate to murder a person's name when they've achieved so much. This is their moment. Gosyeng Fao. Very. All right, close enough. And now, your champion, Miguel Romulo. This, ladies and gentlemen, is for the promotional influencer class. Again, this is the stepping stone into the sporting, and from the sporting, they have the option, of course, if our directors and their coaches say they have achieved it, they can move up to the TGR Vios Cup and race wheel to wheel maybe next year. All right, guys, get your moment. Stand in front there, stare down the barrel of the cameras, give us your best smile. And on your right. Thank you, guys. Round of applause, please, as they exit. Thank you very much. And now, for the sporting influencer category for our autocross, we're going to kick it off with third place, Enzo Pineda. Good job, man. Over here. Boom. And in second place, we've got Aaron Villaflor. Bam, 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 bam. And as always, there can only be one champion, and that champion is... Do they know na ba? Do they know already? Do you actually know? You don't know. So all this time I thought you knew. So we can do there's a bit of a beauty pageant feel now to it, right? Because you don't see your times. Well, your champion, ladies and gentlemen, is Jules Aquino. Mas masaya pala when they don't know. Congrats, Jules. Congrats to our top three over there. There you go. There are top three. And that is for the sporting influencer category. Wait till the photographers say it is okay, and then we'll have you gentlemen exit to your right. Congratulations. No, I think they can take that, right? Yeah, you can take it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final class for the autocross. This one is called the GT Cup participants. The GT Cup kicking off with third place, Mark Elman. Congrats, man. And in second place, we've got Russell Reyes. Is Russell here? Parang raffle to. Pag wala sila, forfeit. Ganon? No? No son si Russell Reyes. Oh, gawin natin raffle ulit. Let's redraw. Okay. Now we give way to your champion in the GT Cup, Luis Moreno. Well, you know what? For whatever it's worth, Luis brings happiness for two people. Look at this. Look at that reaction. We don't need the second placer. He brings it for both. Look at that.
That's excitement right there. Go, Luis. And there are your GT Cup winners. First, second, and first and third. Russell, you're going to remember this moment, and it won't be fondly either. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations. Well done. And that pretty much wraps up our autocross awarding. And now we will be crossing over to Gab, where I will also be joining her for the final races. We got super sporting, we got promotional, and we also got the sporting class. So stay tuned. It's all coming down your way.
The 2022 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup is brought to you in cooperation with Bridgestone. Together with our other sponsors, Brembo, Denso, OMP, Toison Racing, AVT, 3M, Rota, My Toyota Wallet, and Kinto One.
At the heart of Toyota Gazoo Racing is the drive to push the limits for better. The passion to create exhilarating driving experiences for every car and every driver. With the latest addition to the GR lineup, we're putting the thrill of performance cars to the country's best-selling midsize SUV by bringing the racing experience right at your fingertips. Introducing the new Toyota Fortuner GRS, engineered to drive you towards a new peak of success while looking bolder and sportier than ever before. Bear the mark of a powerful leader with the iconic GR emblem. Underneath the striking exterior is a strong engine with race-like suspension to make sure you dominate every race in life. Cruise confidently with advanced driving functions while sitting comfortably in an elegantly designed interior. With great performance comes even greater safety features. Easily keep an eye on all areas around your car with a blind spot monitor. The rear cross traffic alert keeps watch while you safely back away from parking spaces. The downhill assist control manages your speed while descending. The Fortuner GRS also comes with Toyota Safety Sense technology for added driving assistance and security. Ensure every trip is an exhilarating drive and your every move a winning one. Harness the power to lead the race with the new Toyota Fortuner GRS.